Friend, you don't look so good. Better fill your stomach before nightfall. Survivor, moo moo. Item, basic survival toolkit. Resources, none. The sea wind hit me full in the face, sharp with salt and the reek of brine. The tides surged and pulled back, pounding against my eardrums. I opened my eyes. Beneath my feet was a tiny rocky islet, less than 50 square feet, surrounded on all sides by water. My shins were submerged in the icy sea. Where am I? I patted the back of my throbbing head. A few lines of blue text materialized out of thin air. Welcome to Deserted Island Survival. You are stranded on a remote island. Do whatever it takes to stay alive. 1. The islet beneath your feet is only the starting point. You get 5 voyage opportunities each day. You may take your raft to the next island. 2. Routes are one way. Once you set sail, there's no turning back. Every choice is a matter of life and death. 3. Maintain your ruined base and raft properly. They are your only lifeline in this vast ocean. 4. This world is made up of countless islands. No path leads to the mainland. 5. Neighboring islands may hold supplies or hide danger. Defeating enemies earns rewards. 6. Your base and raft are bound to your wristband. No one can take them while you live. They drop when you die. 7. Don't leave behind a single resource you can carry. 8. When you meet other survivors, you may ally, trade, or team up, or plundered. 9. In the initial state, everyone is healthy and equal in strength. Enjoy the game. White fog wrapped around the islet like a wall, sealing it tight. Beyond 3 feet, I couldn't see a thing. Island survival, and it comes with its own fog of war. My last memory was on the morning bus. A flash of white light burst out, and one by one the passengers vanished into thin air. When it was finally my turn, my consciousness cut out. When I opened my eyes again, I was in this godforsaken place. Water everywhere. The islet was laughably small, too small to even lie down. I climbed to my feet, brow knotted. In my line of sight, a thatched hut, a wooden raft, and a hoe lying at my feet. Ordinary hoe, a trustworthy tool for digging and reclaiming land. Simple raft, carries you to other islands. Repair it, improve it. Survival base, damaged the only harbor at sea. Can be upgraded and expanded. I hefted the hoe. It fit my grip perfectly. The ultimate digging tool. In how many game ads had a single hoe carved out an entire empire? The grass hut was linked to my wristband. A gentle twist stored it away. I ducked inside and looked around. Completely empty, not even a bed. Bare walls, nothing else. I smacked my lips and walked out. The raft was as crude as a movie prop, barely seating two, with a single pair of oars and no engine. This gear is pathetic. Hell mode from the get-go. I waded a few steps into the sea to test it. The water quickly rose past my chest. Without the raft, there was no way off the island. Complaining won't help. First, get a handle on the interface. With a thought, the game panel unfolded, translucent blue lines suspended in the air like a mechanical scroll. The right side was packed with functions. Auction for trade dig. In the bottom right corner, a ship icon with the number 5 expedition chances remaining today. The left side was the chat channel, completely blank. Chat's available? That means others got dragged in here too. I opened the chat channel and 2 buttons popped up. World channel, regional channel. It defaulted to the world channel, messages scrolling by in a flood. Anyone there? I'm stranded on a deserted island. Help. I can't swim, what do I do? A flash of light this morning, and I ended up here. System giveaway, free max level gear. Limited quantity, DM me. I sneered. Scammers. Every era has them. Sure enough, the next message was a curse. The guy above is a scammer. He just swindled me out of a loaf of bread and 2 bottles of water. If I catch him. The last few words were censored. Below the channel was a small horn icon, marked with the number 3. Small horn. 3 world channel messages per day. For casual chat, join the regional channel. 3 shouts a day. Wasting them on SOS calls was idiotic. Everyone could barely save themselves. You could scream your throat raw and no one would come. I switched to the regional channel. It was like a group chat of 1,000 people. The avatars were real photos, and the nicknames were name plus height plus weight. Can anyone hear me? I've been shouting at the sea forever. I can't row a boat. Will one of you guys come help me? Boo-hoo. I get seasick, and now island sick too, blurg. The sea. It's all just water. I watched for a while, then backed out. The conclusion was clear. Everyone was the same. dumped alone on an isolated island, at a total loss, no companions. Not a single expert willing to share their experience. This world was like opening a blind box. No one knew what the next island held. I kept browsing the other functions. Trade platform, barter only, 5 listings per day. Auction platform, custom starting price and duration, 3 days max, 1 listing per day. Neither platform charged commission. No middleman taking a cut. I scrolled down. You can craft, too? Let's open the forge. A full page of crafting recipes. Ordinary short spear. Wood X2, stone X1. Ordinary short blade. Iron ingot X2, wood X1. Simple leather armor. Animal hide X3, hemp rope X1. Low-grade charcoal, wood X2, tinder. Every item required materials. And I had nothing. The logic was as simple as a proverb. In this world, whoever controls the resources controls life itself. Having studied the panel, I looked down at the sandy beach beneath me. A patch of land this tiny. I couldn't dig anything worthwhile out of it. 2 paths lay before me. 1. Sit and wait for rescue. Safe, but I'd starve to death in a few days. 2. Board the raft and leave. Life or death by luck, but survive and there'd be supplies. I'd rather hold my life in my own hands. I raised the hoe. The land beneath you can be dug. Yields a small amount of resources. Stamina sufficient. Digging available. Dig. The hoe came down as easily as scooping cake with a spoon. The ground collapsed rapidly, and 2 lines of prompts leapt above my head. Red, stamina -1, stamina -1, stamina -1. Blue, sand +1 stone +1 stone +1. In fewer than 10 strikes, the land beneath my feet had completely vanished. The raft still drifted on the sea, but the grass hut was now soaking in the water. The dug-up materials disappeared into thin air, then reappeared, neatly stacked, on the raft. A wooden box floated up from the seawater. Simple wooden box, contained starting resources. I fished it out and carefully lifted the lid. 330 milliliters mineral water X2, crispy ham sausage X1, 500 g pork floss bread X2. Wooden box X1. Not much, enough to last a day. The wooden box can be broken down into wood X1. Break it down. Break it down. The box was useless. Wood was solid. Wood +1. Nothing left to dig. I stood in the middle of a vast ocean. Due to over-excavation, this islet will vanish completely in 5 minutes. Prepare to evacuate. I quickly twisted my wristband, storing the rune base. A flash of pale yellow light, and the grass hut transformed into a trapezoidal dome of light and vanished. The instant I leapt onto the raft, 8 dotted lines shot out toward the distance. East, south, west, north, and the 4 corners. Then, a line of golden text popped up. The deserted island to the east has nothing. You'll waste your effort. A hint. My heart tightened, and I turned. To the west, there's an island rich in resources. Unfortunately, it's too far. You don't have the stamina or food to make it there. Unless you want to starve halfway. I turned in another direction, and it changed again. The sea winds to the south are fierce, and will sweep away at least half your supplies. The north is covered in man-eating flowers. 1 bite, and you're dead. Only a fool would go. The southeast island is home to cannibals. Treasure piled high, but you can't beat them. The northeast is a good bet. Close, safe, with living supplies. Search carefully, and you might find an unexpected bonus. The golden text shifted with each direction, entirely different from the blue system prompts. What kind of mechanic is this? I switched to the chat channel. No one on the public screen had mentioned any golden text. Instead, a whole crowd had wandered onto dangerous islands and were frantically calling for help. It seemed not everyone could see it. Bug or talent, either way. If it was real, then it was my greatest trump card. Let's gamble. I turned the oars and headed straight for the northeast. Rowing was effortless, and there was no need to steer. I just picked a direction in my mind and put my strength into it. The moment I left the island, the white fog closed back in, visibility dropping below 3 feet. A dozen minutes later, a stretch of land broke through the fog. The second island. I hopped off the raft. The moment I landed, the island's full shape came into focus. About 400 square feet, much larger than the last one, with sparse vegetation scattered across it. So that's how it is. On the sea, lines of sight are cut off from one another. Only by landing do you learn the details. Truly a blind box. I stored the raft first, then walked toward the center of the island. Right in the middle lay a square, dome-topped wooden chest, just like the treasure chests in pirate movies. Wooden treasure chest, the lowest tier of island treasure chest, usually holds surprises, but may also hide danger. This chest holds no danger. Inside there's only milk and food. I lifted the lid. Whole milk X2. Fresh beef X1. Canned herring X4. Wooden treasure chest X1. Whoa, quite a haul. Milk and beef were far more nutritious than bread and ham. Except the beef was raw. Canned herring can be broken down into 540g herring meat, and aluminum can X4. Break it down. The wooden treasure chest can be broken down into wood X3. Break it down. Canned herring. The legendary stuff so foul it could smother a person to death. Break it open, and the stench would knock me out cold. Don't break down the cans. Break down the chest. Wood +3. I started walking around the island. According to the golden hint, there should be more here. A clump of dark green seaweed on the reef caught my eye. Scorpion tail grass. Bitter, inedible. Grows on rock. 0 nutritional value. Non-toxic, but extremely unpalatable. Extremely high in salt. Eating it will only make you vomit until you question your existence. Can't eat it. Even so, the system marked it as collectible. Locusts pass through and leave nothing behind. I ripped every last one out. The sea was full of hidden dangers. You never knew which piece of junk would save your life at which moment. So, as long as I had room, I'd take everything I could carry. Scorpion tail grass +10. Having stripped the island's resources nearly clean, I was about to board the raft. The golden text popped up again. There seems to be something good beneath the stones. Are you sure you want to leave? Missed something. I turned back toward that pile of reef stones. The stones were hard. They needed a tool. That's when it hit me. I hadn't taken out the hoe earlier, so no digging had been triggered. Take out the hoe. A hoe fell into my palm at my command. I swung it. Sand +1, sand +1, stone +1. Sand was the most plentiful, stone second. Suddenly, a clang. The hoe struck something hard. I stopped immediately. Discovered a small amount of iron ore. Mine it. Iron ore. My eyes lit up. A rare resource in the game's early stage. On the forge page, more than half the weapons required it. Mine it. Stamina -2, stamina -2, stamina -2. Mining drained more stamina, but it was worth it. Iron ingot +3. This island was larger than the starter islet, with plenty of undiggable zones. It couldn't be emptied out, nor would it collapse. Having plucked it clean, the island's surface was barren. No more hints appeared. This expedition's haul: sand 10, stone 4, iron ingot 3, whole milk 2, fresh beef 1, canned herring 4, wood 3, scorpion tail grass 10. With iron, I could craft something. Open resource list. Sand 17, stone 5, iron ingot 3, wood 4, mineral water 2, ham sausage 1, pork floss bread 2, whole milk 2, fresh beef 1, canned herring 4. Scorpion tail grass 10. The scorpion tail grass had unknown uses, and the food would barely last a day. I had no way to deal with the raw beef for now, and the canned herring. I wouldn't open that until I was truly at the end of my rope. Open the forge. Swish, a full page of recipes spread out. Most were gray, uncraftable, with only a scattered few glowing green. I opened the filter, selected the weapons category, and screened out what I couldn't make. The only options were the short spear and the short blade, both melee weapons, decent for handling small creatures. Their functions overlapped, no need to make both. Let's start with the short blade, self-defense, chopping firewood, cutting food, 3 uses in 1. Ordinary short blade. Iron ingot X2, wood X1. Forge confirm. Iron ingot -2, wood -1. Ordinary short blade forged successfully. A blade appeared in my hand, about 4 feet long. The blade was cast iron, the handle wood, the weight well balanced. Ordinary short blade. A handy weapon that can help you deal with weak land creatures. I gripped the blade and swung it a few times. The whistling of cleaved air hissed sharply. But I'd never handled a bladed weapon in my life, and my stance was as clumsy as if I were chopping vegetables. To survive on this man-eating sea, I'd have to master it. This blade wasn't decoration, it was my lifeline. After swinging for a while, I was hungry and thirsty. I took out my food and downed a loaf of bread, a bottle of water, a ham sausage, and a bottle of milk in one go. My stamina visibly recovered. Open the survival base. The grass hut took shape on the ground. Sharpening the axe won't delay the woodcutting. Before setting out, I rested a moment and checked on everyone else's progress. The world channel was the same as before. System giveaway. Free 100 mineral water, 100 bread, island set x10. First 10 only. Congratulations on becoming a 1-year anniversary lucky player. Claim your free gift package. Verification code 666888. Can someone tell me what you've discovered? My island has nothing. I added you as a friend. Why is no one responding? Scammers flooded the screen, as brazen as ever. The few genuine cries for help were swallowed up in an instant. No wonder. Just as island survival was beginning, resources were scarce, and people with nowhere left to turn were the most likely to believe pie could fall from the sky. So they walked, step by step, into traps. Those who got scammed, unwilling to accept the loss, learned the scammers' tricks and went off to scam the next person, trying to recoup. And so the scammers multiplied, snowballing. This was an age without order, where people would stop at nothing to survive. Scamming for supplies was the least of it. Before long, murder and robbery would be nothing unusual. The truth was plain. To forge iron, you must be strong yourself. Better to make yourself stronger than to depend on others' charity. But this chaos wouldn't last more than a few days. Once people figured out the rules, the scammers would have no room to operate. And by then, the crowd with no skills and no resources would be the first to be culled. I switched to the regional channel. It was much cleaner here. First, messages weren't limited, so the moment a scammer showed his head, he'd be drowned in spit. Second, players in the same region might be extremely close by, and their avatars and names were real. Nobody dared act reckless. If you ran into someone offline, it could turn into a fight to the death. Anyone set sail yet? I found out the raft auto-navigates. No need to steer, just put your strength into one direction. Both the raft and the hut can be stored, and dug-up items can be taken out at any time, like a spatial ring. Is there a capacity limit? I just dug up a whole pile of sand. There's a hint on the panel. Look for yourself. Thanks, boss. I just reached a new island. Nothing but white fog. The terrain only showed after I landed. Find anything good? The whole island is stone. I'll go look further ahead. Are there sharks in the sea? Should be fine as long as you don't jump in. Most were sharing survival tips, mixed with the occasional SOS. I watched for a while without saying a word, quietly fishing out a few pieces of intel. 1. No one could see the situation of the next island. 2. So far, no one had encountered anyone else. 3. The raft had a capacity limit, something I hadn't noticed before. I pulled up the panel, and sure enough, on the right side was a transparent orb marked with available space, like a phone's memory cleaner bubble. Green meant plenty, yellow meant less than half, red meant critical. My orb was green. Plenty of room. Intel organized. I stored the base, set down the raft, and prepared to depart. The island to the east is infested with several ferocious sea dogs, unless you want to be there lunched. The southeast island is empty. Waste a chance for nothing. To the south, you can pick up a pack of nearly expired crackers. With luck, there'll be a few packs of spicy strips nearby, also near their expiration date. They won't kill you. Worst case, a few days of diarrhea. To the north, a copper chest is buried on the island. No danger, but you'll have to work to dig it out. The northwest island is dense with thorns. Without leather armor, going there will only leave you covered in bloody cuts. North, a copper chest. The wooden chest yielded food. A copper chest surely couldn't be worse. I suppressed the flutter of excitement in my chest and headed straight north. This trip was farther. I rode for half an hour. The third island was about 1,000 square feet, barren, with nothing but scattered little sand mounds, as if someone had buried things all over the beach. The copper chest had to be beneath one of them. I took out the hoe and started digging. Sand plus one, sand plus one. The first mound was empty. The second, empty. The third, still empty. I finally understood what work to dig it out meant. Over 100 sand piles, identical in appearance, and I could only dig them one at a time. Pure treasure hunting, with no pattern to it. But compared to those man-eating islands and the barren ones, I was already blessed beyond measure. By the 70th mound, there came a crisp clang. I dug hard and pried it open. The copper chest was revealed. Copper treasure chest, one tier above the wooden chest. Usually yields equipment or supplies, but may also hide danger. Inside is a damaged tool. Repairing it costs some materials and time. Open it freely, no danger. A damaged tool? That's it. I felt a little let down. Couldn't you give me something complete and good? I lifted the lid. Abandoned water collector X1. Copper treasure chest X1. The copper treasure chest can be broken down into copper ingot X5. Break it down. I hefted the water collector, about 2.5 feet on each side, heavy as a wooden table. Its surface was covered in dense patterns, rough and cracked, coated in thick dust and yellow sand, like an antique just unearthed. Abandoned water collector. Function unknown. Usable after repair. Materials required: copper ingot X3, iron ingot X1, wood X1, stone X1, fire emblem X1, water emblem X1. An ancient water purification device, used to collect water. A water purifier. Though not yet usable, it was a treasure. At sea, the deadliest thing was never running out of food. It was running out of water. The sea was all water, but that stuff only made you thirstier, accelerating dehydration. This was common sense, and a lesson countless castaways had paid for with their lives. I had to fix it as soon as possible. I checked the materials. Iron, wood, and stone were all sufficient. Copper, enough after breaking down the chest. I was only missing the fire emblem and the water emblem. How to get those two? Probably not easy. Break down the chest. Copper treasure chest broken down. Copper ingot +5. I stored the water collector, already drenched in sweat, tilted my head back, and drained my last bottle of water. I had no water left. In that moment, the weight of water suddenly pressed down on my mind. I didn't dare touch any distant routes now. A person can go a day without food, but not a day without water. The golden hint said there was a water source island to the east and not far. I hopped onto the raft and headed east. This eastern island was about 800 square feet, with a tropical flavor. A warm breeze brushed my face. The beach was flat, and 3 coconut trees stood swaying in the wind, each hung with a dozen or so coconuts. Beneath the trees was a pool of clear water. Island coconut tree. The flesh is edible, the coconut water is refreshing, the meat can be pressed for oil, and the shell can be made into vessels. Ground seep spring. Fresh water seeping up from underground, rich in minerals, safe to drink directly. Discovered edible, non-toxic fruit. Safe spring water. Drink freely. Jackpot. Coconut water, coconut meat. 1 round, and I'd be full. I raised the hoe and started chopping. Wood +1, wood +1. The 3 coconut trees crashed to the ground and dissolved into data. Coconut +36. Next, I collected the spring water. I crouched down and took a sip, sweet and clear. But the spring was too small, the puddle no bigger than my palm, and it refilled maddeningly slow. Filling a mineral water bottle drained it to the bottom, and it took ages to seep back up even a third of the way. Filling 1 bottle took a full 2 hours. I quickly did the math. Not worth it. Finding a water source when desperately thirsty was thrilling, sure, but with the spring flowing this slowly, I'd waste a whole day here. I'd have enough water, but I'd starve to death. Compared to the 30-odd coconuts, this bottle of water was just a bonus. Not worth being stuck in one place for. I looked around. This time, all 8 routes were thorny. The south is overgrown with weeds, the filthy water full of blood-sucking mosquitoes. 1 bite, and you'll swell up for days. The east is the territory of the fong-toothed sea dogs. Fiercely territorial, numerous, impossible to kill off. The southeast island is filled with poison gas. Go in and you'll fall unconscious for days. Whether you wake is anyone's guess. To the north is an erupting active volcano. Enter and you die, guaranteed. On the southwest island lives a kind of amphibian, dangerous by day, but at night its vision plummets and its movements slow. Master your weapon and you might stand a chance. On the northwest island sleeps a lion. You're welcome to try waking it, then get eaten. To the northeast is an ocean whirlpool. It won't kill you, but it'll drag you to unknown regions and cost you half your supplies. Damn, all traps. For safety, my only option was the northeast, but I couldn't bear to lose the supplies I'd worked so hard to gather. The southwest, though, that was worth a gamble. I looked up at the sky. Night was closing in, half an hour until dark. Slaying that small monster under cover of darkness was the perfect chance. Right now, I had only one thing to do: wait. Of course, I couldn't just wait idly. I didn't know how tough that creature was, so I had to seize the time to practice with the blade. I drew the short blade and, facing empty air, thrust, slashed, and hacked. The blade cut the air with a whistling hiss. Once, twice, 3 times. Short blade proficiency, +1 short blade proficiency, +1. I imagined a massive beast before me, stabbing its vital points, chopping at its skull, blow after blow. The blade grew smoother in my grip, and though my technique was sloppy, my proficiency climbed steadily. After an hour of practice, night had fully fallen. I collapsed onto the sand, gasping for air, just waiting for my stamina to fully recover. I pulled out my last loaf of bread and a bottle of milk, ate them, and opened the chat channel. I'd been in this world for the better part of a day. Some people were watching from where they'd started, waiting for others' feedback before daring to move. Others, like me, refused to sit and wait for death, setting sail early to explore. The logic was actually simple. A survival game is, at its core, a race for resources. The earlier you set out, the greater your advantage. Those watching from the sidelines had already fallen far behind. Most people were still stuck on the second island. A few had reached the third, and I was already stepping onto the fourth, a full island's worth of resources ahead. In these few hours, some had found food, some had mined ore, some had been injured, and some had gone silent. When I entered the game, the regional channel showed 1,000 people. Now, 935. 65 people gone. That number gripped the hearts of the living. This world was no game to be trifled with. One misstep and your life was over. In the World Channel, the scammers waving the system's banner to give away supplies had dwindled by more than half. That trick couldn't last long. It had been seen through. The only real way to survive had always been just one. Train yourself strong and go explore the islands. I exited the channel and gazed into the distance. The golden text had changed. On the southwest island are 2 giant spotted salamanders. Dangerous by day, but now, at night, is the perfect time to kill them. This creature is cunning. Proceed with caution. 3 pieces of intel, and I grasped them instantly. 1. The amphibians were salamanders and enormous. 2. Now was the moment to strike. 3. No more prompts about training my weapon, which meant my current skill level was enough. The sea shimmered, the starlight was faint, and the surroundings were eerily silent. Most people ventured out by day and rested at night. And I would strike precisely under this ideal cover of darkness. Board, cast off, straight for the southwest. When I arrived, the island was thick with damp air and swirling mist, like a fairyland. This island was clearly a size larger, blanketed with low shrubs. I held my breath and advanced. 2 massive creatures crashed into view. The spotted salamanders had only 2 legs, a body about 2.5 feet long, dragging a 3-foot flat tail behind. They looked like crocodiles, but with short mouths and fins along their sides. A membrane ringed the head and neck that could fan out like an umbrella. The 2 of them lay by the shrubs and stones, motionless. The salamanders are resting. Their vision is extremely poor right now. They can't see you. But make no sound, or you'll wake them. I drew my blade, kept my eyes fixed on my footing, and crept closer, step by step. If I hadn't been snatched away to this sea, I'd have thought I'd stumbled into the Jurassic era. Beware their tails. Those are their weapons, and their weak point. The hide is hard as iron. Only the joint where the tail meets the body is fragile. A rhythmic croak-cluck came from ahead. Fast asleep, I quietly circled behind one. At the base of its tail was a ring of silver skin, a different color from the rest. The weak point, right there. I raised the short blade high, aimed at the tail base, and slashed down hard. SSSS, scree. The salamander was sliced in 2, springing up with a wretched shriek, then slamming back onto its back and thrashing wildly. With only 2 legs, its tail had been its 3rd point of support. With the tail severed, it could barely even right itself. It's gravely wounded. The skin of its belly and neck is softest. Finish it now. Its belly was a grayish white. I lifted my blade and struck straight at its neck. Green pus-like blood gushed out, and it died on the spot. The other one, startled awake, couldn't see clearly with its poor vision. It spun in place like a headless fly, its tail slapping the ground wildly, gouging out a deep pit in moments. Don't get close. That tail can snap your tendons and bones. Dirt flew in all directions, plants scattering. I dodged to the side to think of a plan. It couldn't see at night, and it hadn't detected me, which meant it relied on hearing. I grabbed a handful of sand and threw it to the right. It immediately slapped its tail to the right. I threw to the left, and it turned left. The pattern, found it. Throwing sand to lure it while creeping closer. I caught it off guard, and severed its tail with one slash. It flicked its tongue and croaked chaotically, crawling desperately toward the sea. Stop it. If it escapes, it'll draw fiercer ocean creatures. Trying to run? No chance. The prey was in hand, the reward within reach. With its tail severed, it had lost its balance, its two legs crawling crookedly. Just before it slipped into the water, I caught up a step, flipped it over, and finished it with two slashes. It twitched a few times on the sand, then went still. Two salamander corpses lay on the ground. Soul +2. The spotted salamander can be broken down. Break it down. Break it down. Salamander meat +8 salamander hide +6 salamander bone +2 salamander blood +900 milliliters. Plenty of spoils. My food supply suddenly grew abundant. Soul? What's it for? Summoning the dead. I took one out. A wisp of eerie green drifted in my palm, like a will-o'-the-wisp. Soul, obtained by killing island creatures. Broadly useful, and an essential material for activating rune devices. I had no rune devices yet, so it was useless for now. I stored it and looked at the rest of the spoils. Salamander meat. Nutritious, tender, and sweet, slightly gamey. 3-star for satiating hungered. Far better than bread, though I didn't know if I could stomach the taste. A bit like bullfrog. The first time I ate bullfrog I felt nothing, but back home I threw up my guts. Salamander blood. Rich in trace elements and antibodies. Shelf life, 1 to 2 days. Drinking it improves constitution and boosts disease resistance. Salamander hide. Hard beast hide. Salamander bone. Fragile beast boned. The hide and bone had no major use yet, but this blood, it could actually strengthen the body. I poured out the salamander blood, and a wave of fishy, rank stench shot straight up my nose. Blurg. The dark green liquid was still bubbling, and an ethereal whisper seemed to echo in my mind. Drink it. Drink it down. Now wasn't the time to be squeamish. There would surely be many more days of eating raw and drinking blood ahead. I pinched my nose and gulped it all down. The taste, like an undercooked blood sausage soaked in skin-on roast duck, with a spoonful of raw goat's milk mixed in. Whoever drinks it will know. Hick, goddammit. I clamped my mouth shut hard, forcing the surging liquid back down. A warm current coursed through my whole body. My blood and vitality surged back, my strength growing. There might be more on the island. I raised the hoe and dug into the ground. 2 large stones pressed down where the salamanders had rested. I heaved them aside. Stone +1, stone +1. Beneath the stones was actually a copper chest. Copper chest. Contains resources, no danger. Open the chest. Iron ingot +3 water emblem +2 flint +1 copper chest +1. Break down the chest. Copper ingot +5. Water emblem. A whole string of good stuff. The emblem was a metal plate. Its material indiscernible, carved with strange runes. A pentagram outline with 3 S in the middle, like the symbol for water, ice cold to the touch. Water emblem. An essential material for synthesizing rune devices. The flint was a small cylinder as thick as a thumb. Low-grade flint. A fire-starting tool, usable 3 times. I could make fire now. 3 uses, enough for a few meals of roasted meat. There were still some strange plants on the island, ready to harvest. I stripped them all in one go. Seaground pasture grass, +10 seaground pasture grass seed, +3. Seaground pasture grass, the staple food of the island's herbivores. Not edible for humans. This round, a bumper harvest. I took stock of my entire inventory. Resources: wood 9, sand 30, stone 5, iron ingot 4, copper ingot 10. Food: mineral water 1, beef 1, canned herring 4, coconut 36, salamander meat 8. Runes: soul 2, water emblem 2. Other: scorpion tail grass 10, salamander hide 6, salamander bone 2, flint 1, pasture grass 10, pasture grass seed 3. The materials to repair the water collector were nearly complete. I opened the crafting panel. Water collector: copper ingot 10/3, iron ingot 4/1, wood 9 to 1, stone 5/1, fire emblem 0/1, water emblem 2/1. Only a single fire emblem short. Let me try my luck on the trade platform. I opened the trade panel. Whoa, quite a few people were already open for business. But at a glance, nearly everyone was begging for water and food. This many people with no water or food. It seemed not everyone had my kind of luck. Right now, I alone had no worries about food or drink. The problem was, no one was selling a fire emblem. Water was the scarcest resource. I had over 30 coconuts and wasn't short on water for now, so I might as well list a bottle as bait and see if it could lure out what I wanted. Seller, Moo 180.76. Item, 330 milliliters mineral water. Stock, 1. Demand, Fire Emblem X1. The moment the item went up, the channel exploded. Look, a big shot is selling water. Holy crap, that extravagant? I made a full round, and it was all people begging for water. And someone's actually listing it. Water's so scarce. I dug through 2 islands and couldn't find any. That guy's luck is off the charts today. What idiot's making all this noise? Aren't you afraid someone will maliciously bid it up? What's a fire emblem, worth more than water? Whoever has one, I'll trade for it. The world channel was in an uproar, and my DM box had already lit up with a string of messages. Brother, 200 units of sand for your bottle of water deal? Handsome big brother, I'm so thirsty. Give me a bottle, I'll do anything you want afterward. I'm the richest man in China, trapped in this game. Give me a bottle of water, and once I'm out, I'll repay you with 10 billion in assets and help you achieve 100 little goals. Dear player, because of your high level, we're gifting you Fire Emblem X100, Stone X10, 000. Just send 1 bottle of water to this account to claim. A whole crowd hollering, and not a single one who actually had a Fire Emblem. Celebrities, tycoons, officials, taking turns, beauty, money, threats, they threw it all at me. I ignored them all. Were they kidding? Out here, who knows anyone? No resources, no water from me. Who the hell knows if any of you will even make it out alive? After half an hour of back and forth, not a single deal closed. I exited, disappointed. The Fire Emblem, it really was hard to come by. There was way too much noise in the messages. DMs had keyword filtering, so I just set Fire Emblem as a keyword. From then on, only matching messages got through. I had 1 voyage left today, but I didn't plan on setting out. I'd burned too much stamina earlier, and my meter was scraping bottom. Balance work with rest, strung too tight, and you snap. I set out my base and lay down inside. This place was really shabby. If only it could be upgraded. Let's see if there's an option for that. Rune base, a place to rest and take shelter, can be upgraded. Perhaps you need a handy tool. Upgrading requires a tool. I opened the forge page and locked onto a large hammer. Ordinary building hammer. Wood X2. Iron ingot X1. Stone X2. Craft, confirm. Wood -2. Iron ingot -1. Stone -2. Building hammer crafted. A large hammer dropped into my hand. A solid wood long handle. The head a single block of stone with iron embedded at one end. Building hammer. Repairs and upgrades the raft or survival based. I reopened the base page, and 2 options appeared. Upgrade, expand. Expand was grayed out. I had to upgrade first. I opened upgrade. Upgrade progress, 0/8. Required, sand 30, wood 8, stone 15, iron ingot 5, earth emblem 2, fire emblem 1, water emblem 1, soul 1. Only the sand was enough. After fumbling around for a while, I discovered I could add materials individually. So I threw in the sand first and gave the grass hut a few whacks with the hammer. Sand -30. After a few token strikes, the thatched hut went crack and turned into an earthen hut. Living in it was still cramped, but at least it was solid now, no longer collapsing at a poke. The rest of the materials were short. I'd deal with it later. Just then, the dialog box popped up. Tang mating 172.55. Hi, I have a fire emblem. This is what you're looking for, right? Give me 5 bottles of water and I'll trade. In the avatar, Tang mating had fair skin, a pointed face, big eyes, and a gentle air, clearly a beauty. Finally, a legitimate buyer. But opening with 5 bottles was ridiculously greedy. I didn't even have that many myself. Moo 180.76. Beautiful. You know how precious water is right now. Asking for 5 bottles right off the bat, there's no deal to be had here. Tang mating 172.55. What about 3? I've searched all day and found no water. I'm dying of thirst. Moo 180.76. No, I've only got 1 bottle left. If you don't want it, someone else will buy it soon, or I'll drink it myself. But since you seem sincere, I'll throw in a coconut for free. Coconut water is about the same as water. Any more than that, forget it. Tang mating 172.55. Big brother, add 1 more coconut? Moo 180.76. Dream on. Hesitate any longer, and this coconut's gone too. Tang mating 172.55. Fine, let me think. Haggling was fair game, but pushing your luck was just bad manners. 5 minutes later, 330 milliliters mineral water plus coconut X1 traded successfully. Fire emblem +1. The coconut and water vanished, and a metal plate appeared in my palm, glowing red like a red-hot branding iron. The fire emblem had a flame symbol carved in its center. Pressed against my palm, it was warm but not scalding, like a hand warmer. Fire emblem, one of the magic runes of the island world, containing mysterious power, can be used to synthesize equipment or magical devices. The materials were complete. From now on, water would no longer be a problem. I took out the water collector, opened the crafting panel, and selected repair. Abandoned water purifier, reparable, difficulty, easy, success rate, 95%. A failed rune device repair results in permanent damage. Repair. Golden text emerged. The damage is minor, the repair simple. It won't failed. Repair. Copper ingot -3, iron ingot -1, wood -1, stone -1, fire emblem -1, water emblem -1. Water collector repaired successfully. The repaired water collector was smooth, all over, glowing with a translucent light. The cracks and grime were gone, blue light flowing through the patterns, as if liquid were swirling within. Water collector, simple, a device the island's ancestors used to collect water sources. A daily use rune device, add fuel and it runs. Cannot be used while stored in the wristband. Upgradable. Required, blue crystal 20, fire emblem 3, water emblem 3, earth emblem 1, soul 1. Can be upgraded twice at most. I set the upgrade aside for now. The materials were far too short. And what was blue crystal another new thing? The water collector was exquisitely shaped, like a small ding cauldron. Lifting the lid, I found a blue metal sphere embedded inside, ringed by a groove shaped like a water trough. The bottom was warm, the top ice cold. Daily use tools must be used inside the rune-based. Water collection, add 3 wood to run for 1 hour, producing 500 milliliters per hour. Water purification, add 1 soul to run for 6 hours, converting seawater and the like into drinking water. Souls can be used as fuel too? There were 2 functions: water collection, condensing water vapor from the air, and purification, filtering impurities from seawater. More efficient, but it burned souls. Souls were rare and broadly useful. I couldn't bear to burn them, so I saved them and left them alone. Wood, on the other hand, was easy to find. Let's try it. I said, place in base. The water collector appeared in the corner. Add 3 wood, start. Wood -3. The water collector hummed low. I leaned in for a look. The blue metal sphere turned slowly, a thin mist condensing around it. At the base, a furnace flame lit up, glowing red-yellow. I reached out and touched it. Not too hot, maybe 120 to 140 degrees Fahrenheit. Moments later, a pool of clear water had gathered in the trough. An hour later, it stopped running. Water plus 500 milliliters. 3 wood for 500 milliliters of water. This deal was a steal. I suddenly remembered that crowd begging for water in the channel. If I traded 3 wood for 4 or 500 milliliters of water, people would probably fight to the death over it. No, even just a mouthful, they'd trade for it. I opened the resource list. Actually, I didn't have much wood. If I couldn't find wood on the coming voyages, I'd have to burn souls to make water. I decided to sell off some supplies and trade for the resources I urgently needed. I opened the trade channel. Item: 30 milliliters drinking water demand. Wood X1 stock, 16 1 purchase per person. Item: fresh beef X1 demand. Fire emblem X1 alternative. Soul X1. Item: coconut X1 demand. Earth emblem X1 quantity. 2 note: DM me if you have other emblems. Item: canned herring X4 demand. Blue crystal X20 note: DM me if you have special items. All 4 listed. 30 milliliters of water was just a mouthful. Trading it for 1 wood was cutthroat. But in a water-starved world, that 1 mouthful could save a life. My conscience was clear. Trading 1 wood for a lifeline was absolutely worth it for them. The purchase limit was necessary. If I opened it up, people with lots of wood could sweep it all in an instant, then resell at a high price. Others wouldn't be able to survive, and I'd end up cornered too, unable to trade for what I wanted. Order, more often than not, begins with a single small rule. I listed the beef too. I don't eat raw, and besides, I already had more nourishing salamander meat. Hunting and killing island creatures for meat was the proper path going forward. Ordinary beef was better traded for something useful. I didn't dare open the canned herring, afraid the stench would ruin everything. So I just bundled it off. Foreigners would probably love it. Blue crystal was hard for anyone to produce for now, so I didn't hold out hope. I listed it just as bait, to test whether anyone had already stockpiled scarce resources. If the offer wasn't too low, I could consider trading. Come to think of it, Tang Mating traded a fire emblem for just one coconut. She really got a bargain. The moment the items went up, the channel exploded again. Look, Boss Moo is selling water again. Anyone short on water, hurry and grab it. What are you yelling for? Can't you just buy it quietly? Not enough competition for you. Stop dreaming. The water vanishes seconds after it's listed. You still want to buy now. Water's not even rare anymore. Boss Moo is actually selling coconuts and beef too. And canned herring. Isn't that the stuff that stinks to high heaven? Someone actually eats it. If you won't eat it, give it to me. Anyone with crystals, I'll trade. I'd become the center of attention. Others traded resources for food. I did the reverse, trading food for resources. Souls, crystals, emblems, all welcome. It sounded downright profound. Most people had no idea what these things were even for. I opened the trade channel. The water was snatched up in seconds, and 16 would landed in my inventory. As for the other scarce resources, no one could afford them yet. No rush. I might as well sleep. Maybe there'd be a surprise in the morning. I set it to do not disturb, added some wood to the water collector, and drifted into dreams. The next morning, I woke refreshed. My stamina was full, and my voyage count had reset to 5. The water collector was nearly full. It had accumulated close to 4 liters. I need a container for this. I opened the forge and made a water bucket. Wood -4. Ordinary water bucket, medium, crafted. Capacity, 15 L. I poured the water into the bucket and set off for the next island. The 6th island was a resource island, with no danger on any route. To the south are 2 crates of expired instant noodles. To the north, you can find a bottle of water. To the east grows a patch of banyan root grass, barely edible, of unspeakable taste. To the southeast is a wooden treasure chest, but it's too far, about 4 hours. The northwest island has abundant sand. The west is rich in resources, plus a marvelous ocean plant with edible fruit. A copper treasure chest is buried under the beach. With the water collector, I was no longer short on water. What I lacked most was supplies. The west, resources plus a chest, was my first choice. I rode about an hour and landed. The place was covered in stone, iron ingots, and copper treasure chests, with a grove of trees at the island's heart in the distance. This many chests. Was I today's lucky king, digging up a treasury? Only up close did I realize. They were all abandoned, lids gaping open, empty inside, like they'd washed ashore and sat derelict for years. A bit disappointing. But abandoned chests were resources too, and picking up this many wasn't bad. I swung the hoe and started digging. Stone +1, wood +1, iron ingot +1, sand +1. Abandoned copper treasure chest +9. One abandoned copper treasure chest can be broken down into 3 copper. Break down. Break them all down. No use keeping them. Better turned into copper ingots. Copper ingot +27. After digging out the beach, an intact copper treasure chest was buried underneath. Copper treasure chest contains a mysterious crafting blueprint. No dangered. I lifted the lid, and a yellowed blueprint lay inside. Copper treasure chest +1 can be broken down into 5 copper. Break down. Find beast trap blueprint +1. Learn it. I picked up the blueprint and studied it. It was covered in lines and shapes, densely marked with English, Greek letters, and a pile of characters I didn't recognize, interspersed with advanced function formulas. At the end was a simple sketch, a mouse-like creature falling into a trap and being crushed by the mechanism. I graduated from a prestigious university with a degree in archaeology and still couldn't make sense of it. This wasn't meant for human eyes at all. Break down the chest, learn the blueprint. Learn it first, deal with it later. Find beast trap, an early human production tool consisting of 2 parts, a trap and a beast catcher. The trap can be camouflaged and catch prey alive. The beast catcher can killed. The blueprint turned into light and shot into the space between my brows. Learning successful. I opened the forge page and searched beast trap. The list scrolled to the end. Find beast trap. Iron ingot 4, copper ingot 4, wood 6, stone 2, earth emblem 1, rope 2. Short on earth emblem and rope. Anyway, there were no beasts to hunt on this island, so no rush to build it. I headed toward the island's heart. A kind of fruit grew on the island. No upright stem, yellow vines creeping along the ground, bearing purple-black fruits the size of oranges. I picked them all, 20-some. Sand fruit. Peel to reveal white flesh, sweet tart and delicious, rich in vitamins. 2-star for satiating hungered. I was thirsty, right on cue. I split one open, hard shell, mysterious purple-black, and once cracked, it revealed translucent flesh in 4 segments. One bite and juice gushed out, like sugared lemonade, sweet tartness exploding on my tongue, my whole mouth watering. So good, I couldn't help but shout. I'd never eaten such an invigorating fruit in my life. After picking the fruit, I ripped up the vines too. Sand fruit, +1. Sand fruit vine, +1. Half an hour later, the whole island was stripped clean. Adding what I'd gathered before, my inventory was as follows. Resources: wood 30, sand 50, stone 30, iron ingot 27, copper ingot 39. Food: water 4,020 milliliters, beef 1, canned herring 4, coconut 34, salamander meat 8, sand fruit 23. Runes: soul 2, water emblem 1. Other: scorpion tail grass 10, salamander hide 6, salamander bone 2, flint 1, pasture grass 10, pasture grass seed 3, sand fruit vine 4. Still short on emblems. I was still missing some materials to upgrade the base. Maybe someone else had them by now. Let me check the trade channel. The world channel and regional channel had scrolled several pages. No time to read them. I went straight to my DMs, and messages poured out. Little brother, give me a few coconuts? Moo moo, do you still remember me? I'm your elementary school teacher, starving to death. A bit of food isn't too much to ask, right? A teacher for a day is a father for life. It all comes down to whether you know how to be a decent person. Boss, I have sea-ground pasture grass. Trade for 2 coconuts. Want a workbook blueprint? Want a small whip, candles, high heels? Bizarre stuff, mixed with moral blackmail and sob stories. Reading them one by one was too time-consuming. Luckily, DMs had filtering. I locked onto 4 categories: blueprints, souls, emblems, and crystals. No one mentioned souls or crystals, but there were plenty of blueprints and emblems. After filtering for half an hour, I finally picked out one useful message. Bear Grylls 182.81. Hello, sir. I have 1 earth emblem and 1 fire emblem, plus a fine hunting bow blueprint and an ordinary crystal lamp blueprint. What would you like to trade? The avatar showed a crew-cut, high-nosed Englishman, 3 faint lines on his forehead, vigorous and spirited. The text was auto-translated into Chinese. The chat system probably came with a built-in translator. Mumu 180.76. I'll take it all. I'll give you a piece of raw beef for cans of herring, plus 10 sand fruits. No one had crystals yet, and the canned herring was perfect to pawn off on this foreigner. The stuff came from abroad in the first place, so he'd probably stomach the taste. Bear 182.81. My honor. Thank you so much, my dear Mr. Moo. I'm starving out of my mind. Mumu 180.76. Hold on, let me delist and relist. A few exchanges, and the deal was done. Fire emblem +1, earth emblem +1, fine hunting bow blueprint +1, ordinary crystal lamp blueprint +1. Learn them all. 2 streams of light shot into my mind. Fine hunting bow, a military-grade rune combat device. Its bolts pierce iron plate, and the arrows fly swift as the wind. Ordinary crystal lamp, daily lighting, illuminates 5m/20m. I checked the recipes. Fine hunting bow, wood 30 halves, iron ingot 27 thirds, copper ingot 39 thirds, wind emblem 0/1. Crystal lamp, wood, glass 0, iron ingot, light emblem 0, colorless crystal 0, fluorescent grass 0. Couldn't make either, short on emblems, glass, crystal, and fluorescent grass. No rush. With this many players, someone would eventually dig them up and be willing to trade. I traded more coconuts for 2 earth emblems, and finally the materials to upgrade the base were complete. Upgrade progress, January 8th. Wood 38ths, stone 30/15ths, iron ingot 27/5ths, earth emblem 3 halves, fire emblem 1 first, water emblem 1, soul 2 firsts. Add everything, upgrade. Wood -8, stone -15, iron ingot -5, earth emblem -2, fire emblem -1, water emblem -1, soul -1. I raised the building hammer and struck the base, blow after blow. Rune base upgrade complete. A beam of light surged up from the foundation, sweeping across the roof, and the entire base was transformed. Inside was clean and tidy, the area doubled, no longer cramped. It had become a small square bungalow. The air was fresh, the temperature just right, ventilation and lighting excellent. The runes at work, no doubt. The outer walls were sturdy now too, no longer the collapse adipose wreck from before. A pile of new construction options appeared in the base. Glass window, glass 0/6, wood 22/6. Heating stove, sand 115ths, stone 15/5, iron ingot 22/10, clay 0/10, water 4020/2000. Cooking range, clay 0/5, sand 100/10. Wooden door, wood copper door, wood 22/4, copper ingot 34/3. Most still lacked materials, but the wooden door could be upgraded. My mild OCD flared up, so I upgraded the door first. Better security, better insulation. That beat-up wooden door was truly an eyesore. Upgrade wooden door. Wood -4, copper ingot -3. Wooden door upgraded to wood copper door. Durability +100, soundproofing +50, warmth +100, windproofing +100, theft prevention +50. I had too many supplies. The vessel's load capacity warning had already turned red. I need to clear out the sand, or upgrade the raft, or next time I dig up something good, I won't have room. Open the vessel page. 3 functions: repair, upgrade, modify. Upgrade and modify were both grayed out. To improve performance, I had to fix this beat-up raft first. I open repair. Repair progress, 0/1. Soul 1 first, wood 18/5, iron ingot 22/2, wood emblem 0/1, water emblem 0/1, wind emblem 0/1. Repairing the raft was different from building the base. The materials had to be gathered all at once, no adding one at a time. Right now I was short 3 kinds of emblems, all very scarce. I still had to trade. I listed 2,000 milliliters of water. Item, 500 milliliters water demand. Wind emblem X1 alternative, water/wood emblem stock. 4. Under a heavy reward, there's always a brave soul. Once listed, I headed straight for the next island. To the east, you can find a little food, probably not even enough to fill the gaps in your teeth. On the southeast island, a timid ocean creature is basking in the sun. Utterly harmless, but its hearing and sight are extremely sharp. The slightest disturbance, and it flees. The northern island is crawling with tiny bugs that burrow into your clothes and gnaw your skin. An unbearable, maddening itch, but not deadly. The western island has a grove of trees. The northwest island holds only a single egg, containing mysterious power. 3 directions had resources, 2 had creatures, and 1, an egg? What egg? The kind you can eat. Swallow it and turn into Superman. The hint said no danger, and it contained mysterious power. The other directions weren't tempting enough, so I decided to go take a look. I boarded the raft and could clearly feel it was much heavier now, sitting low in the water, harder to row. About 20 minutes later, I arrived. Once I landed, my view cleared. Another one of those starter islets, less than 50 square feet, with a white egg buried in the barren sand, half its shell exposed. A size bigger than a basketball, shaped like an ostrich egg. I brushed away the loose sand. A marvelous beast egg. No danger nearby. A little life is growing inside it. One that can dispel your loneliness. Treat it well, and your journey will hold much more joy. A pet egg. I scratched my head. I dug the egg out and examined it closely. The fine patterns on its surface were remarkably identical to the carvings on the blueprints and emblems. Emblem egg. Sealed within is an immature island creature. Embrace it against your chest to hatch it. Once hatched, it bonds with you, and you gain a loyal companion. Alternatively, it can be boiled, peeled, and eaten. Extremely nutritious. I wasn't starving badly enough to eat an egg yet. I decided to gamble and see what it would hatch into. I just didn't know how big or useful this creature would be. If it ate a ton, I'd be wasting a food supply for nothing. Let's gamble. I took off my shirt and cradled the egg against my chest. If it hatches into some useless thing, then I'll just fatten it up and eat it. The instant the egg touched my chest, An icy chill pierced straight to my heart. Then, some kind of connection quietly formed. The chill turned warm, and the warmth spread from the shell throughout my body, like hugging an electric blanket. The patterns on the shell gradually lit up, trembling faintly. I could clearly feel life squirming and struggling inside, trying to break free. The runes grew brighter and brighter, the trembling more and more urgent. Crack! The shell split into pieces, and in a flash of silver-white light, a fuzzy little creature wriggled out. Start to finish, less than a minute, quick. The moment it was born, it burrowed into my arms, rubbing hard against me with its little head, and stuck out a soft, wet tongue to lick my chin, clearly taking me for its dad. That tickles, easy now. I instinctively squirmed a bit, but it actually felt kind of nice. I studied the little thing, mainly orange-red, dotted with thick black stripes. Its fur like a tiger's but glossier. A tuft of pale yellow tall fur on the crown of its head, shaped like a rooster's comb, from below the nose to the chest, and even the tail, all the same fuzzy pale yellow. A goofy face, adorable beyond words. Is this a cat? A dog? A tiger? I'd never seen such a bizarre animal. After pondering for a while, I reached a conclusion, none of the above. Woo-woo, arf-arf, the little guy whimpered, as if being coquettish. I held it close, and a wondrous resonance welled up inside me, an intimacy like a bond of blood. It was soft as a Pomeranian. Congratulations on hatching pet, Cuddy Dog. Cuddy Dog, affectionate and honest. When endangered, it bares its teeth and barks furiously to drive off enemies, fearless even against powerful foes. Its sense of smell is extremely keen. A scent smelled once is never forgotten, and it can sense the mood of others through smell. Pet page unlocked. Not a bad blind box. Though I didn't know its combat power, it was at least cute and could ease the loneliness of the journey. I set it on the sand. It strode about on its short little legs, circling me full of swagger, now and then affectionately rubbing its head against my leg. 2.5 feet tall, about 44 pounds, sturdily built all over. Judging by that cocky air, it had to be male. I opened the pet page. Cuddy Dog. Name, unnamed. Attribute, fire. Affection, 70. Status, healthy. Evolution condition, firestone. Skills, intimidate, fire guide. I checked the skills. Intimidate emits a deafening roar, sound waves laced with power that can frighten off or daze an enemy for 5 seconds. Usable 3 times, cooldown 1 hour. Fire guide changes the direction of a fire source, carving out a safe zone within flames, or adds fire damage to a normal attack. Cannot actively start fires. A lifesaver in critical moments, and useful for guarding home too. I crouched and stroked its head. What should I name you? Woof woof, it barked excitedly. Woof woof. I nodded. That name works. From now on I'll call you Woof Woof or Cuddy. Terrible at naming as I was, this was my limit. Just look at my own name and you'd understand. There were no resources to gather on the sand. I looked at the surrounding routes. The East Island has some magazines and snacks, good for easing the boredom of travel. The Northeast Island has plenty of hunger-satiating fruit. The South Island has nutritious wild vegetables. The Southeast Island, completely empty. The North Island is rich in resources, guarded by a giant one-horned walrus, enormous, ferocious, with extremely high attack power. Its weakness is a fear of dog barking. Your Cuddy Dog is its natural bane. Though it can't kill it, it's enough to scare it off. Fleeing creatures return the way they came after 10 minutes. Wild vegetables, fruit, things others would kill for, but I wanted resources more. With Woof Woof, the one-horned walrus was no problem. The only issue was that taking on the pet had used up space. The raft was overloaded. 2 paths before me. Dump the temporarily useless resources, or use them up. Both were tough. Dumping them was a waste. Using them up, I could only manage that by eating, and eating too much at once was just as wasteful. Maybe there's some movement on the trade side. I opened the channel, and DMs instantly poured out. The water had been snatched up, netting me 2 wind emblems, 1 wood emblem, and 1 water emblem. The raft, it could be repaired now. Repair the raft. Soul -1, wood -5, iron ingot -2, wood emblem -1, water emblem -1, wind emblem -1. I raised the hammer and struck, blow after blow. Raft repaired successfully. Raft wooden boat. The repaired raft was the same size, but much sturdier and smoother, no longer ragged. It rode faster and carried more, now a genuine little boat. The upgrade button lit up accordingly. Wooden boat, small fishing boat. With 20, iron ingot 10, copper ingot 2, water emblem 2, wind emblem 1, rope 10, soul 1. Not enough materials, so I held off. It seemed I had to upgrade to a fishing boat first before I could unlock modifications. I scooped up Cuddy and boarded the boat, arriving at the 8th island. The moment I landed, I gripped the short blade tight, wary of the unexpected. No walrus in sight, but I ran into a vast, dense stretch of plants, about as tall as Cuddy, with hard, slender leaves like sword blades, covered in fine thorns. Each whole plant looked like a hedgehog. Agave sisal, hard, long, high-quality fiber, can be made into hemp roped. Everywhere I looked, 4 or 5 dozen plants, some even holding up strings of white flowers. Can make rope. Harvest. I swung the hoe and dug. Still no dangerous animal in sight. But the hint said there was a one-horned walrus on the island, so I was extra careful, with Cuddy right at my heels. Agave sisal +1. Once I finished, I had 52 plants, plus 10 seeds. Just then, a massive creature suddenly shot out from behind a stone to the side. Its whole body was jet black, a hard single horn atop its head, its open mouth revealing 2 menacing fangs, fierce light blazing in its eyes as it fixed its glare on me. One-horned walrus. Extremely territorial, ferocious. You're no match for it. But the Cuddy dog beside you is its natural bane. Let Cuddy take it on and defeat it. Grr. HSSS. The walrus growled low in its throat, closing in slowly, its head swinging up and down, as if warning, you've stepped onto my turf. Woof, woof, grr, woof, woof. Cuddy caught the scent of danger and, without retreating an inch, snarled at the walrus. The walrus was startled, its steps freezing. I took a step back and patted Cuddy's head. Cuddy, go? It's all on you. Woof. It lifted its cocky little head, suddenly accelerated, and pounced. Dog and beast tangled instantly. The walrus was 3 times Cuddy's size, but Cuddy was fast as lightning, leaping up and down, and actually clawed a few bloody streaks on the walrus first. But the walrus's hide was too thick. Cuddy couldn't hurt its vitals and instead enraged it. The walrus reared up, swinging its body and sweeping its sharp horn across. For a moment, they were deadlocked. No good. Dragging it out like this would put us at a disadvantage. Cuddy, use your ultimate. Use your voice. At the command, Cuddy darted out a dozen meters, then wheeled to a sharp stop. Seeing it flee, the walrus charged after it fiercely. At the very instant it lunged close, Cuddy's eyes flashed bright, its fur bristling like a hedgehog's, and its mouth erupted with a sound. Warg. That sound was like a ghost's wail, a wolf's howl, a tiger's roar shaking the mountains. The walrus shuddered violently, turned tail, and bolted for the beach, plunging headfirst into the sea. Cuddy's sound waves were directional. I was completely unharmed. The one-horned walrus has fled. It will return the way it came in 10 minutes. If you don't leave the island, prepare for a second battle. Beautiful. Woof woof, come here. I ruffled its doggy head. Great job. Woof woof. It sprang up excitedly, sticking out its tongue and licking me hard, its way of answering the praise. The walrus had fled, but it would come back. 2 paths before me. Strip the island and abandon it, or wait for it to return and fight again. But this island was too big. 10 minutes wasn't enough to gather everything. And in a rematch, I'd still be no match for it. What to do? Right rope? The agave sisal I'd just harvested could be made into hemp rope. Gather the materials, and I could build a beast trap. I checked the recipe. Fine beast trap. Iron ingot 20/4, copper ingot 36/4, wood 13/6, stone 15/2, earth emblem January 1st, rope 0/2. Just 2 ropes short. Ordinary hemp rope. Hemp plant X5. Make 2 hemp ropes. Agave sisal -10, rope +2. Craft the beast trap. Iron ingot -4, copper ingot -4, wood -6, stone -2, earth emblem -1, rope -2. Fine beast trap crafted. Fine beast trap can catch small to medium reptiles. Ineffective against large or flying animals. Big as the walrus was, among ocean creatures it still counted as medium-sized, catchable. A huge steel contraption appeared in the base, fitted with stone blocks, wooden spikes, and other parts. I picked up the beast trap. Please select a placement location. To catch the walrus, I had to bury it on a path it frequented. The hint said it would return the way it came in 10 minutes, so I'd bury it on the return route. I locked onto its departure path from memory and tapped begin digging. The hoe flew, and in a flash I dug a pit 2 meters deep. That depth would do. The beast catcher sank to the bottom, spikes laid over it, dirt covering it neatly, a boulder pressed beside it. From above, there was no telling anything was off. I studied my handiwork, secretly amazed. This trap was vicious. The steel jaws at the bottom had astonishing spring force. Trigger it, and it'd snap bone. The conical spikes were sharp as needles, able to pierce a beast's body, and prey falling into the pit would trigger the boulder to crash down. A walrus falling in was as good as dead. Add bait. Adding bait increases capture success rate by 90%. Bait 2. Without bait, it was all luck. Prey had to stumble and to fall, which could take forever. With bait, I could catch it precisely and fast. Add it. I didn't have time to wait around. Select bait. Herbivores require pasture grass X2. Carnivores require any meat X1. The walrus should be a carnivore, but in this bizarre world, who could say? To be safe, I put down both meat and grass. Bait added successfully. Seaground pasture grass -2, salamander meat -1. Everything set, and the 10 minutes were nearly up. Cradling Cuddy, I hid behind a rock and watched from afar. Before long, the sound of water came from the beach. With a splash, the walrus broke through the waves. Shoo! Cuddy got excited again, taking a ready-to-fight stance. I quickly made a shushing gesture. Don't move. We wait, rested, for the exhausted. Aroo, it answered softly and burrowed into my arms. The walrus crawled up the beach, glancing left and right, and shuffled toward its territory. Suddenly, it stopped. The piece of meat not far off had hooked its appetite. Its bulky body rushed over, and in a flash it pounced on the meat. Squelch! A dull thud, and the walrus plunged into the trap. Before it could even howl, the spikes had pierced its flesh, and the boulder crashed down with a thunderous crack, delivering the killing blow. Successfully killed the one-horned walrus. Soul +2. 2 souls for 1. I paused slightly. I'd assumed each would give only 1 soul. One-horned walrus meat +15, hide +5, blood +1,500 milliliters, bone +3, beast horn +1. A solid haul, especially the meat. One-horned walrus meat, tender and juicy, excellent flavor. 3-star for satiating hungered. Much better than salamander meat. At least it wasn't hard to eat. One-horned walrus blood, consumed while hot. It removes the gaminess, strengthens skin toughness, and boosts resistance to blows. Beast horn, a mysterious medicinal catalyst, properties unknown to. I'd hold on to the beast horn for now. The walrus blood was good stuff, but I wasn't in a hurry to drink it. When I made lunch over a fire at noon, I could heat it up to remove the gaminess. I stored the beast trap and started digging the rest of the resources. Wood +1 sand +1 stone +1. In total I got wood 20, iron ingot 12, stone 8, sand 50. The sand took up too much space and was everywhere anyway, so I casually dumped 20 of it. This island was much larger than the previous ones, roughly 200 or 300 square meters, with a small earthen mound at the center. I circled around to the other side and found something half buried in the sand, part of it exposed. Up close, it was actually a boat. Discovered an abandoned vessel. The whole wooden boat was half buried in the earth, the other half tilted toward the sky, as if it had run aground here after a storm. The hull was long since weathered and mottled. Abandoned vessel, a sea vessel left behind by early explorers, with internal failures rendering it undrivable. You might find relics of modern civilization inside. Can be dismantled and repaired. No danger. There may be good things hidden in the cabin. I circled the boat once, seeing no human bones. This boat had been abandoned for years. Its owner had either been buried at sea or fed the sea beasts on this island. But I couldn't worry about that right now. Dismantle it first. The abandoned vessel can be broken down. Break it down. Break it down. The hoe gave a token strike, and the wrecked boat visibly shrank at a rapid pace. Its bottom was deeply embedded in wet sand, and when I broke it open, out tumbled a pile of shellfish, with several crabs crawling out. Boat wood +20, old rudder +1, scrapped engine +1, rusty generator +1, glass +8, copper ingot +5, iron ingot +5, waterlogged radio +1, survival supply pack +1, water emblem +1, wood emblem +1, wild raw oyster plus 30, clam plus 20, scallop plus 15, sea conch plus 50, crab plus 6. This much. I was overjoyed. Jackpot. Equipment, supplies, plus a whole table of seafood. Sea conch, clam, raw oyster, all non-toxic, nutritious, and delicious. I dug up a seafood feast, my mouth practically watering. Lunch was looking good, but the equipment on the boat was probably all junk, and whether it could be repaired was anyone's guess. I felt like a scrap collector here. Boat wood can be exchanged for 20 wood. Exchange. The survival supply pack can be broken down. Break it down. Don't exchange the boat wood. Break down the supply pack. I had enough wood, and I'd keep the boat wood. It might come in handy for boat modifications. Canned goods, 200-year shelf life, plus 20, distress flare gun plus 3, handy toolbox plus 1, spare wire plus 20. The flare gun's useless in this deserted island game. Fire it into the sky and no one's coming to save you. At most it'll scare a timid beast. I scanned the list. Canned goods with a 200-year shelf life. Who knows how much preservative they packed in? I don't dare touch them. Toolbox. I opened it. Handy toolbox. Contains wrenches, screwdrivers, hammers, a tape measure, a Swiss Army knife, nail clippers of various types, and lots of screws. The supply pack was waterproof and wear-resistant, so everything inside was well preserved. The nail clippers were actually useful, though it was a shame there was no razor. At this rate, I was afraid I'd turn into a wild man. There was too much stuff. I'd wait until I had free time to figure out which pieces could be repaired. I looked out at the sea, searching for a heading. The east yields nothing. The surrounding islands are just as barren. The western route has a massive ocean storm. Push through it, and you can claim 2 copper treasure chests, but your boat won't survive it. You'll lose half your supplies. The southeast island has a treasure chest, but 2 fire-tailed buzzards nest there. Enormous, aggressive, specializing in hunting small land animals. They're the natural predators of the cutty dog. Beware your beloved pet becoming their meal. Land weapons pose no threat to them, but they're so large they make excellent targets for ranged weapons. The southwest is tropical rainforest, coiled with several one-eyed giant pythons, immensely strong, able to swallow an elephant in one gulp. Enter, and you die. The north is an erupting active volcano. Land there, and you'll be swallowed by lava in an instant. Tough choice. I wouldn't go to islands with no resources, no wasting a chance. Of the remaining islands, only the southeast carried slightly less danger. The west had 2 copper chests, sure, but losing half my supplies was far too costly. Yet the core problem remained. I couldn't handle the fire-tailed buzzards. And Cuddy couldn't be stored in the base. I didn't want to lose this adorable helper. A dilemma. The beast trap couldn't catch birds, and the short blade couldn't reach that high. If I had a bow, maybe I'd stand a chance. I flipped through the panel. The fine hunting bow. Didn't I have the blueprint for it? The only problem was I lacked the wind emblem, so I couldn't make it. Better check the trade market again. I had a surplus of food now, so if I could trade it for good resources, sharing some wouldn't hurt. I listed my goods. Item: 500 milliliters water demand. Wind emblem X1 alternative. Light emblem note. DM me if you have good items like blueprints, souls, etc. Sand, ironwood, don't bother. Item: coconut X1 demand. Soul X1 quantity. 5 note. Same as above. I added notes to spare myself another wave of clueless people bothering me. The moment I listed them, the channel exploded again. Holy crap, Boss Moo is selling water again. Where does he get so much water? We don't understand the world of a big shot. He even noted he won't take resources. Looks like he's got more than he can use. This guy's collecting emblems again. What the heck are those even for? I ignored them, just idle chatter. Then a DM popped up. Anyone who'd successfully traded with me got pinned to the top. Tang mating 172.55. Brother Moo, I saw you're collecting souls. Can you tell me what they are and how to get them? Asking about souls. Should I tell her or not? Actually, it wasn't just her. Many people were asking about souls, and some were curious what island I'd reached. After all, the resources I wanted were mostly things they'd never seen. After thinking it over, I decided to share. I'd been in this world a full day now. Among the billions of people, there was no shortage of wilderness survival experts. I certainly wasn't the only one who could kill island creatures. It was no secret. Besides, hoarding the information would only make me look petty. Since I was collecting souls, telling everyone the method would actually help my supply. If I was going to be the big shot, of a region, I had to carry a big shot's magnanimity, establish prestige, and others would trust me. Down the road, we might well run into each other. I replied right on the public screen. Kill island creatures, and you'll get souls. Tang mating 172.55. The boss is amazing. The channel instantly boiled over. Boss Mu has killed ocean creatures? Are the animals on the islands dangerous? What are souls for, boss? Can I just jump ship and run? What are you thinking? I tried. You have to explore at least 30% of an island before you can leave, or the boat won't move. That last message actually cleared up one of my confusions. I'd always acted on the hints and never thought about running. Turns out you can exploit a bug on the boat. As for what souls were for, I answered nothing. First, there were many functions I hadn't figured out myself. Second, letting people know the uses would be like raising my own trade floor price. I'd been in this world 2 days now. Someone should have stockpiled good things by now. I kept filtering the messages. Jack Wisney 178.76. I have a wind emblem and a barbecue grill blueprint, selling them as a bundle. Interested, boss? Barbecue grill, an essential for quality of life. The wind emblem, exactly what I urgently needed. Mumu 180.76. I'll take it all. What do you want? Jack 178.76. Water and food. Mumu 180.76. I'll give you 500 milliliters of water plus 5 cans. Jack 178.76. Perfect. The deal closed quickly. Jack agreed so readily that it made me second-guess myself. Had I priced it too high? But he didn't dare back out. Right now, no one else could produce spare water and food, and without the trade, he'd starve. He even seemed afraid I'd change my mind halfway. 500 milliliters water plus 5 cans traded successfully. Wind emblem plus 1. Ordinary barbecue grill blueprint plus 1 dot. Learn it. Learn. Light shot into the space between my brows. Ordinary barbecue grill. An essential tool for improving your meals. Craft. Iron ingot 5, copper ingot 2, stone 1, wood 2. The materials for the hunting bow were complete, and I'd added a barbecue grill. No more raw meat from now on. Make the barbecue grill. Craft the hunting bow. Wood -2, iron ingot -3, copper ingot -3, wind emblem -1. Iron ingot -5, copper ingot -2, stone -1, wood -2. Barbecue grill crafted. Fine hunting bow crafted successfully. A finely made bow dropped into my palm. Its body broad. Its patterns intricate. Very cool. Fine hunting bow. Upgradable. A ranged weapon of immense power. Requires arrows. Adding a soul lowers operational difficulty and boosts accuracy. 1 soul allows 100 shots. Arrows. 100 iron ingot 5, with 10. Making arrows costs materials separately too? A bit irksome, but luckily I had more than enough of these resources. I crafted 100 arrows and tried drawing the bow. Whoa, stiff enough. The string had plenty of tension. For a shooting novice like me, forget aiming, just drawing it was a strain. It seemed adding a soul was a must. I put in 1 soul and tried again. It handled much more smoothly. I knocked an arrow, and with a whoosh, it shot out on a gust of cold wind, like playing a shooting game. My aim was a little off, but not by much. A few more rounds of practice, and I'd make up the gap. Then I knocked 3 more. Shing. 3 arrows fired at once, at slightly shorter range. The hunting bow had 2 modes, single shot for distance and accuracy, and triple shot for area coverage, like a shotgun, each with its pros and cons. I looked at the Southeast Island again, and the hint had changed. The Southeast Island has a treasure chest, home to 2 fire-tailed buzzards. Your hunting bow can pose a serious threat to them, but your aim isn't good enough yet. Sure enough, I had to practice. To be safe, I wasn't in a hurry to leave. I decided to conserve my energy. I set out the base, added wood to start the water collector and make water on the side, and, hunting bow in hand, fired at distant targets. Shing, shing, shing. Arrows flew past. Cuddy bounded around me, barking with glee. I suddenly discovered a great way to walk the dog. An arrow stuck into the sand. Cuddy, fetch it. Woof woof. It sprinted off excitedly and brought it back. Nice, saves me from picking them up myself. With a soul boosting it, the bow was quick to master, and I rapidly figured out the mechanics as if playing a shooting game. My aim kept improving, and in about an hour I could hit whatever I pointed at. Of the 100 arrows, only 30 some were left. After accounting for those shot into the sea and broken, I recovered 20-some more from the beach, bringing the total to 56. In this early exploration phase, every little bit saved counted. After practicing for a good while, I was hungry and thirsty. I drew water from the collector and drank it down, then set up the barbecue grill, added firewood, and lit it. Salamander meat, walrus meat, oysters, clams, all manner of seafood and meat went onto the grill. Before long, the aroma spread everywhere. Just missing some seasoning, I said, a little wistful. Grilled meat without cumin and chili. It's like it's lost its soul. I cut off a slice of grilled walrus meat and put it in my mouth, fresh and juicy. The meat was naturally salty, so no salt was needed. Only the chili was missing. I tried a slice of salamander meat, and the taste was indeed identical to bullfrog, like a gamey, fishy little chicken leg, slightly sour and astringent. I couldn't quite handle it, and my stomach churned again. But this was a world where you should count yourself lucky just to have something to eat. A few bites in, I slowly got used to it. Woof woof. Cuddy barked beside me, tongue lolling out, drool pooling on the ground. That greedy look made me laugh. I patted its head. You're hungry too? Woof woof. It understood and answered excitedly. Have a piece. I cut off a slice of salamander meat and tossed it over. It immediately dug in, then lifted its head again in no time, wearing a pitiful, pleading look. Just as Cuddy and I were feasting away, the sound of water suddenly came from the beach not far off. 2 wrecked boats pulled ashore and 2 people jumped down. Uncle Lou, seems like there's something going on over there. Come on, let's go take a look. I was still humming a little tune, feeding Woof Woof, and casually fished out a salamander bone to toss to it, which it gnawed on happily. The 2 had already walked into my line of sight. One old, one young. The older one was 50 at most, the younger around 20, both in coarse cloth clothes, one holding a short spear, the other a short blade. Seeing me, the 2 also froze. Clearly they hadn't expected someone to have beaten them to this island, its resources already stripped clean. After a moment, the young man was the first to exclaim, "You're? Moo moo moo. I nodded. There were avatars in the channel, and I'd recently become a modestly famous big shot in this region, so being recognized was no surprise. Running into players didn't surprise me either. The game had hinted at it from the start, and with this many people, encounters were only a matter of time. Didn't expect to meet our region's big shot so soon. What an honor, an honor. The middle-aged man's eyes rolled with cunning as he flattered me, his gaze roaming around my surroundings. When they got a clear look at everything around me, their eyes went wide. Barbecue? A whole table of seafood? They were still struggling for basic sustenance, while over here, I'd already begun to enjoy life. The 2 swallowed involuntarily, just like Cuddy beside me, except Cuddy was staring at them warily, far from friendly. What was that animal? A dog? An immature little tiger? Was it his food or his pet? They swallowed again. The gap was simply too vast. I saw the flicker of greed in their eyes and spoke flatly. I've dug this island clean. Go check somewhere else. Whatever route you want to take, help yourselves. It was the truth. Searching more would be wasted effort for them. Better to save their strength for what lay ahead. Judging by the hints, the next few islands, any one of them, would give them plenty of trouble. The 2 stood still, showing not the slightest intention of leaving. Coveting my food, I calculated inwardly. Wanting a free meal? No chance. Right now, food was precious. Even a little could trade for a big haul of resources. If they wanted to leave, I wouldn't stop them. But judging by these 2 shabby wretches, they surely had nothing good on them. Not worth the trouble of dealing with them. The middle-aged man smiled and introduced himself. Brother Moo, meeting in this world is fate. My surname is Lou. I'm a few years older, so just call me Uncle Lou. This here is young Zhang. Oh, I nodded, kept eating my grilled meat, too lazy to guess their scheme. Uncle Lou continued. I wonder if Brother Moo might be interested in traveling with us. You too. I looked up. Team up. Precisely. He coaxed patiently. This world is treacherous. One more person is one more source of strength, and we split the resources we dig up. To be honest, young Zhang and I only met last night, and joining forces, we've already found a fair amount of resources, even slaughtered 2 island creatures. That last part was clearly added weight, a display of strength. Uncle Lou shot young Zhang a glance. That's right. Zhang hurried up. Didn't you say in the trade channel you wanted souls, Brother Moo? From now on, all the souls go to you, and the rest to us. I still said nothing. Uncle Lou chuckled. No rush, Brother Mu. Take your time thinking. I'm older, more experienced. In such a treacherous environment, you youngsters need someone to guide you too. I think we're a good match. Why not become sworn brothers? You have resources, young Zhang has strength, I have brains. Under my leadership, we're sure to dominate this region. These two weren't stupid, either. Over 2 days, I'd listed enormous amounts of water and food, seemingly inexhaustible. So following me meant no worries about food in the short term. And if they could take me on as a little brother, wouldn't they surpass me in no time? Pity, they overestimated themselves far too much. Brains are a good thing. This Uncle Lu seemed not to have any. Teaming up wasn't out of the question, but you had to show sincerity, had to let the other person see your value. Yet these two before me were sallow and gaunt, grimy-faced, armed only with a short blade and short spear, in tattered clothes. Clearly not doing well, a world apart from me. Not to mention the tone. Right off the bat, elevating himself a generation and wanting to lead me in conquering territory? No need to think about it. Not interested. I shook my head outright. I had the golden hints. I didn't need to team up to avoid danger at all. Besides, in the early phase, resources were scarce and exploration simple. So going solo was the most cost-effective. 5 expeditions a day, split 3 ways. That's not even 2 islands per person. A terrible deal. Those who'd survive to the end were destined to be the strong ones who fought alone. I advised young Brother Mu to reconsider. After being refused, Uncle Lu's tone turned cold. Strength in numbers. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. A wise man reads the situation and should join us. The threats surfaced. Numbers, the 2 of them, for hands, against my 2 fists. I understood, but I wasn't the least bit afraid. In my eyes, these 2 were nothing but the old, weak, and infirm. Stop wasting time. I shook my head. Different paths don't travel together. Why must young brother be so stubborn? Uncle Lu's face sank completely, a flash of viciousness crossing it. Do you know what I used to do? None of my damn business. Uncle Lu sneered. I used to be the CEO of Walnut, America's largest corporation's China division. No one dared say a word against me. I suddenly found this man laughable, even pitiful. What era did he think this was? Still living in the illusion of his old title. In this world, the strong reigned supreme. Who cared whether you used to be a CEO or a head of state? No wonder he carried an inborn air of superiority, demanding to be called Uncle Lu. The moment he opened his mouth, I raised my head, watching him with amusement, and said mildly, "And if I say no, then don't blame us for being ruthless." Uncle Lu turned his head, and his eyes met young Zhang's. Zhang caught the cue, his own eyes flashing with menace. Clearly, the two had already worked out their approach to other survivors. Recruit if you can, rob if you can't. Anyone could see I was a big fish. Fat meat right at their mouths. How could they let go? Pity, they overestimated themselves. From the first glance at these two, I'd smelled ill intent and kept a safe distance the entire time. With their pathetic gear, ambushing me would be tough. They probably thought numbers alone were an advantage, forgetting that the cutty at my side was no pushover either. Young Zhang closed in step by step, threatening. "Mu, hand over your supplies, and we'll spare your life." I shook my head helplessly. I'm afraid you've misjudged the situation. The fact that I live better than you shows my strength is above yours. Can't you just live decently? Why court death? Still talking tough with death at your door? Uncle Lu's face twisted savagely. Young Zhang, quit the chatter. Together, kill him and grab the resources. Kid, you forced our hand. Zhang shouted too. Before the words even faded, the two rushed forward, baring their teeth. Courting death. I gave a low growl. Cuddy, go? Take care of that, Zhang. Woof, woof, woof. Cuddy roared, shot out in a flash, and lunged straight at Zhang. Oh my god. Zhang was scared stiff on the spot. Just moments ago he'd thought this dog merely cute and paid it no mind. Now its ferocity was fully bared, utterly terrifying. Zhang was afraid of dogs to begin with, and under that furious roar his fighting spirit completely collapsed. He turned and fled. Uncle Lu fared no better. He'd charged halfway when he saw a bow materialize out of thin air in my hands, aimed straight at his chest. Young brother, what are you doing? Uncle Lu froze in place, sweat beading on his forehead. He'd never expected I had a ranged weapon. What am I doing? This idiotic question amused me. Taking your dog life, of course. I told you to get lost, and you wouldn't. Since you want to die, don't blame me for being ruthless. I was about to go hunting on a neighboring island anyway. I'll practice on you first. Don't. Uncle Lou poured sweat. Brother Moo, don't take it seriously. We were joking just now. We only wanted to witness the big shot's true skills. Now that we have, we'd never dare provoke you again. I'll get lost right now, all right. Too late. I loosed the string, and an arrow whooshed past his ear into the sea. Cold sweat burst from Uncle Lou. An inch further, and it would have been his head. He'd heard that whistling wind clearly. Oops, missed. I said carelessly. No matter. I've got plenty of arrows. Let's play slowly. I reached out and knocked another arrow. Boss, I was truly wrong. Uncle Lou's legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees. I begged the boss to spare my life. How boring, caving already. Disappointment surfaced on my face. Then let me send you off early. Whoosh. The sharp arrow struck him square in the chest. Uncle Lou died on the spot. Why bother? I shook my head. Over there, young Zhang had long been scared witless, a rank, fishy stench coming from his crotch. Cuddy excelled at speed. How could an ordinary man who'd starved for days outrun it? Within a few steps, Cuddy darted in front of him. With nowhere left to run, Zhang suddenly crouched down. He'd recalled a saying, dogs fear a person crouching, thinking you're picking up a stone to throw at them. Unfortunately, he was wrong. In the animal kingdom, bending and crouching is precisely the signal to launch an attack. Cuddy was no ordinary house dog. At the sight, its fighting spirit only surged higher, and it pounced more fiercely. Holy crap, are you insane? Zhang grabbed sand in horror and flung it wildly. Stay back, you mad dog. Woof. Cuddy leapt through the air, knocking him down and biting hard. Mom. Mommy. Zhang bled profusely, screaming again and again, regretting it to the depths of his gut now. Why on earth had he provoked this region's big shot when he had nothing better to do? If a big shot's authority could be shaken so easily, would he even deserve the title? He understood too late. Boss Moo, I was wrong. Spare me, Cuddy, step aside. I said from behind. Cuddy obediently retreated to the side. The boss is going to let me off? Thank you, boss. Zhang knelt sobbing. No need to thank me. I'm just letting you find release sooner. Another arrow, and I shot him dead. In under 5 minutes, both were dead. Mercy to enemies is cruelty to oneself. These two bandits who'd wanted to rob my resources were far from good people. Removing them also rid this region of a menace. Pity, killing people yields no souls. It seemed souls couldn't be produced from players. The white glove grab marker appeared on both corpses. Both could be picked up. I walked over and collected the wristbands and the weapons on the ground. Ordinary short spear +1, ordinary short blade +1, drop survival wristband +2. Weapons can be recycled. Recycle. Useless to me. Recycle. Wood +2, iron ingot +2. Recycling yielded only half the materials. I looked at the wristbands. Dropped survival wristband. Can be worn or smelted. Wearing it grants its stored supplies, base, and boat, but voids the resources in your original wristband. Smelting merges its supplies into your original wristband. Lower level can only merge in a higher level. Smelting isn't recycling. My level and resources far exceeded these two dead weights, so I decisively chose to smelt. The wristband lit up, faint patterns surfaced, and a wave of warmth spread up my wrist. Wristband smelting successful, currently level 2. Wood +10, stone +5, iron ingot +3, sand +30. Fluorescent grass +10, sea ground pasture grass +10. Chili powder X2, human powder X1. Treasure map, partial, +1, old grinding mill +1. Damn, I discovered the chili powder and cumin powder way too late. These two clearly saw me grilling meat and said nothing, didn't contribute. So much for their talk of resource sharing. And in their leftovers there were neither souls nor meat. The so-called slaughtered two-island creatures was pure bluff. Good thing I didn't team up with them. Between the two of them, this was all they had. Truly destitute. I scanned the rest of the items. Fluorescent grass. Glows at night. Non-toxic. Inedible. Old grinding mill. Can grind grain into flour. Requires repair. I had no grain, so I'd hold off on repairing the mill. What's the treasure map? I took out a rolled sheepskin drawing with a vintage texture depicting waters and islands with annotations. Northern Region A101 Waters Treasure Map. Incomplete marks the terrain and resource locations of the nearby waters. So my area belonged to the Northern Region A101 Waters. The map only covered a few dozen nearby islands, marking my current position, each island's resources and wild monsters, with treasure chest locations specially highlighted. Not much use to me. I had the golden hints. The one benefit was a broader field of view. The hints only covered my immediate surroundings, but this map let me see over a dozen islands along each route, making it convenient to plan the optimal path in advance and avoid dead ends. Pity the range was too small, useless within a few days once I left a 101. No wonder. If they gave you a map of the whole region, how would anyone else stand a chance? It seemed Uncle Lu and young Zhang had originally come to catch the one-horned walrus, but I'd beaten them to it. With gear like theirs, they'd truly overreached. I touched the wristband, and 3 bases and 3 boats surfaced before me. The other 2 sets were battered and shabby. Obviously the 2 men's, no comparison to my mansion. Main base, when higher level than a sub-base, it can be absorbed. Absorbable sub-bases detected. Absorb. Mother ship, when higher level than a child ship, it can be absorbed. Absorbable child ships detected. Absorb. I went inside and looked around. The sub-bases were empty. Upgrading them cost too many materials. Better to absorb. Bases and boats, absorb them all. Absorption successful. My base suddenly expanded, partitioned into 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a living room, though still empty of furniture. A small courtyard of about 20 square meters appeared out front, surrounded by a simple wooden fence. The boat grew a size larger too, with a rest cabin added that could shelter from wind and rain. Base durability plus 200, boat durability plus 200. Not bad. A little windfall. These 2 came to hand me their heads. I smiled. A strange smell suddenly drifted through the air. I looked down. Woof woof, what did you smell? Woof woof. Cuddy sprang up and dashed toward the barbecue grill. I slapped my forehead. Crap, my barbecue. I raced over. The meat was all charred. Ruined. I winced with heartache. You want it? I cut off a piece and tossed it to Cuddy. It lowered its head, gave it a light sniff, shot me a hard glare, and leisurely strolled off to the side. Even the dog turned its nose up, quite picky. The grill was still running, so I decided to cook some walrus blood to drink. I needed a container. I opened the forge and made a stone bowl. Stone -2. Stone bowl, small, crafted successfully. I poured in the walrus blood, set it on the grill to heat, and gulped down 2 big bowls. Refreshing. A warm current surged through my limbs, refreshing my spirit, filling my whole body with vigor. The southeast island has a treasure chest, home to 2 fire-tailed buzzards. Handle with care. The hunting bow in your hands is a powerful weapon for killing them. No more hints about accuracy. I could set out. I packed up and steered the boat toward the southeast. Not far, 10 minutes and I arrived. The moment I landed, several long cries came from the distance. Following the sound, I saw 2 great golden birds soaring in the sky, their tail feathers a brilliant flame red. Fire-tailed buzzards. They circled at low altitude, and the instant they spotted me and Cuddy, their eyes flared with fierce, excited light. Then one plunged down in a sudden dive. Cuddy, watch out. I shielded it behind me. The buzzard was too fast, no time to shoot. I could only draw my blade to parry. Screech. The buzzard swept in like a glider, talons aimed straight for Cuddy. I swung my blade to meet it, clang, striking its talons, feathers scattering. One strike missed, but it wasn't rattled. Tilting its wings, it pulled up and returned to high altitude, circling leisurely, gazing down from above. These 2 were massive, shaped like giant eagles, eyes gleaming, natural-born hunters. By my rough estimate, their wingspans were at least 4 meters. Their target was Cuddy. In their eyes, it was just a running slab of fat meat. After a brief rest, the 2 actually began a game of cat and mouse, taking turns attacking. One dove to snatch, missing and pulling up. The other swept in from behind right after. I swung my blade left and right, worn ragged under this relentless barrage. The short blade couldn't harm them in the slightest. Cuddy roared madly on the ground, eyes near bursting, but the great birds showed no fear, and its skills were utterly useless against them. The buzzards glided proudly through the air, tracing an S one moment, circling the next, clearly waging a war of attrition, waiting for my stamina to drain before making me their meal. Suddenly, the 2 dove simultaneously from left and right, catching me front and back. Not good. I barked urgently. Cuddy, run. Lure one away, leave the rest to me. Retreat only, no fighting. In a head-on clash, Cuddy was no match. It obeyed the order and sprinted the opposite way. Don't get cocky. Think I'm a pushover? Think flying in the sky means I can't deal with you. I threw the short blade to the ground, and a finely made hunting bow dropped into my palm. The instant I drew the bow, both buzzards' bodies visibly shuddered, their earlier ease vanishing entirely as they suddenly accelerated. Die! One was about to pounce close. I knocked and loosed, whoosh. The arrow streaked like lightning, instantly piercing through its chest. The buzzard gave a mournful cry and dropped like a kite with its string cut. The other, seeing this, was horrified, its speed doubling amid a grievous shriek as it lunged fiercely at Cuddy. The shadow of its spread wings descended like a sky-covering net. Cuddy fled desperately, not daring to look back. Looking back would slow it down and mean being snatched away. This was the crushing dominance of a sky hunter over ground prey. Cuddy, go right. I saw its tendency to veer left and quickly directed it. Cuddy braked hard and cut right, barely dodging the fatal blow. The buzzard turned sideways and wheeled around, fury blazing in its eyes, and dove again. Want to eat my pet? Courting death. Seizing the moment the two pulled apart, I drew the bow, whoosh. The arrow howled past on a cold wind. The buzzard tilted its body and actually dodged it. Its agility far surpassed the previous ones. Though I missed, I forced it off course and slowed it, opening up distance from Cuddy again. I quickly reloaded and shot again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows in a row, all missing. Each grazed by a hair, off by just that little bit. Damn, I don't believe this. You can dodge, huh? Taste some buckshot. I switched modes, and as it closed in, I knocked 3 arrows at once. Shing. 3 arrows fired together. Squelch. The buzzard lurched sideways, an arrow in its wing, and crashed to the ground, tumbling. Screech. It flapped desperately, but with one wing crippled, it could no longer take flight. Want to eat my pet? Die. I picked up the short blade and walked over, thrusting it into its neck. Both dead. Soul +4. 2 souls each. These flying ones were indeed troublesome, mainly disadvantaged by my gear and marksmanship. These two were the trickiest wild monsters I'd encountered so far. I dragged the 2 eagle-like birds to one spot and broke them down. Fire-tailed buzzard meat +6, bone +4, feather +12, blood +500 milliliters, tail +2. So huge, yet so little meat. Pluck the feathers off these things, and there's probably almost nothing left. Walrus blood and meat were both great tonics. What about these buzzards? I checked the blood and meat first. Fire-tailed buzzard meat. Coarse, tough, fishy and foul, with little nutrition, only fit to stave off hunger. 2 starred. Actually not tasty. Somewhat disappointed, I stored it. I try listing it on the trade market. Fire-tailed buzzard blood. Non-toxic, drinkable, no nutrition, no effect. The blood was junk too. As it turned out, there wasn't a single tasty part on this bird. I scanned the remaining spoils. There were actually feathers and tails. Fire-tailed buzzard feather. Excellent material for warmth and decoration. Can be made into clothing and ornaments. Fire-tailed buzzard tail. An enormous, marvelous feather, function unknown. The feathers were useful. The tail's use was unclear. Whatever, take it all. After swallowing the 2 men's wristbands, my carrying capacity had doubled, so pack away freely. I walked toward the island's heart. The island was small, a few withered trees, a pile of jumbled rocks. I raised the hoe and cut them all down. Wood +1, stone +1. Digging behind the rock pile, I actually found a hidden bird's nest, holding several goose egg-sized, pale yellow, smooth eggs. I dragged out the nest. Fire-tailed buzzard's nest +1. Can be broken down. Break down. Break it down. Nest +1. Fire-tailed buzzard's egg +5. Nest. An essential item for hatching and raising birds. Fire-tailed buzzard's egg. Edible, rich in protein. A kind of mysterious medicinal catalyst. No longer hatchable. The nest I could keep to hatch another bird, and the eggs seemed to be medicinal. Keep them all. With the rocks dug clean, a silver treasure chest was revealed. Silver treasure chest, 1 tier above the copper chest. Opening it often brings surprises, but may also hide danger. This silver chest holds good things inside, no danger. Confirming there was no danger, I opened the chest. Silver treasure chest +1. Can be broken down into 3 silver. Break down. Perfect bronze sword blueprint +1. Learn it. Fine anesthetic blueprint +1. Learn it. Colorless crystal +10. Light emblem +1. It actually yielded perfect blueprints, plus crystals. A silver chest indeed. The light emblem was round, one side like stone, the other like metal, glowing light flowing throughout, faint patterns visible. The colorless crystals were prism-shaped and clear, like gemstones. I stored them. Perfect bronze sword, a rune-type combat device. Its blade cuts iron like mud, easily cleaving beast armored. Fine anesthetic. Can be injected into the blood or added to food. A tiny amount can drop an elephant in 3 seconds. With these two, my combat power would soar. The anesthetic paired with the hunting bow or bronze sword. As long as it broke skin and drew blood, the target was done for. The bronze sword was even perfect grade, far more powerful than the short blade. Suppressing my excitement. Break down the silver chest. Learn all the blueprints. Silver ingot +3. Blueprints learned successfully. I opened the forge to check the recipes. Perfect bronze sword. Copper 32/10, iron 25/2, silver 3/2, blade emblem 0/1. Fine anesthetic. Alfalfa 0/2, Sichuan peppercorn 0/50, purple hemp vine 0/3, cold breath flower 0/5, fire source. Neither had enough materials. The sword lacked an emblem, the drug lacked plants. The anesthetic's ingredients were easy to gather. In the early phase, almost no one recognized the value of plants, and the trade market was piled with them selling cheap. But the blade emblem would come down to luck. After searching the whole island, I gathered 2 blueprints, 10 stone, 3 wood, 3 silver ingots, 10 colorless crystals, 1 light emblem, 1 nest, 5 buzzard eggs. The trade market might turn up good goods, but I wasn't in a hurry to list. I had the treasure map. First, I'd plan an optimal route, figure out what I lacked most, and then trade. I spread out the sheepskin map and weighed each option. The small eastern island had a decent copper chest, but the surrounding resources were depleted. I'd have to sail a long time to get out of the barren zone. The north was occupied by a tribe of cannibals, untouchable. Even with the bronze sword in hand, I might not be their match. The west was rich in food and supplies, but the next stop had only one way out, and that stop was surrounded by ferocious beasts on all sides. The 2 silver chests to the southwest were the most tempting, but hemmed in by fierce winds and a whirlpool. From the earlier hints, I already understood their danger. No matter which way I went, I'd lose over half my supplies. A player like Uncle Lou might gamble on it, but I now had elite forces and ample provisions. No need to take the risk. To grow strong quickly, I had to take the optimal route. After long deliberation, I set my direction, head south first. The South Island had only a crate of instant noodles, but 2 copper chests were hidden to its east. Further northwest, there were a few easy low-level island beasts. Finally, turning south, there was a silver chest there. A few stops later, I'd reached the edge of the treasure map, beyond which I could see nothing. The South Island was close. 5 minutes, and I was there. The place was cramped, less than 10 square meters, with a broken wooden box tossed on it. I gave it one chop, and neatly stacked instant noodles tumbled all over the ground. Kong Shui Fu braised beef noodles +1. Chong E aged pickled cabbage beef noodles +1. Tang Kong Rin Japanese tonkatsu ramen +1. Ling Mai Lang scallion pork rib noodles +1. Whoa, quite a range of flavors. Counting them up, a full 30 packs. Not much nutrition, but filling and tasty. Having a bowl of instant noodles while drifting across the sea was pure bliss. I stored the noodles. My voyage count for the day had already hit 0, so I could only rest in place and wait to set out tomorrow. After a whole day of being tossed about, I'd long since worn out and lost my appetite. I randomly stuffed down 5 sand fruits and 2 coconuts, dropped into the base, and fell into a deep sleep. I woke just as day broke. I'd slept deeply, but not comfortably. The floor was too hard. I splashed water on my face and set off immediately, arriving smoothly at the next island. The East Island had nothing but 2 copper treasure chests. The system said no danger, so I opened them. Copper treasure chest +2. Marvelous magic cup blueprint +1. Marvelous magic wand blueprint +1. Cotton +20. Rough toilet paper blueprint +1. Copper treasure chests can be broken down into 10 copper. Breakdown. Toilet paper I could understand. But what were a magic cup and magic wand? Curious, I opened them. Couldn't make sense of the text and formulas, and the pictures were incomprehensible too. Marvelous Magic Cup, a good companion for your journey, helping men relieve the loneliness of the islands and free up their hands. Marvelous Magic Wand, a good companion for your journey, helping women relieve the loneliness of the islands and free up their hands. There were even artifacts like this. Was this still a proper survival game? Was I that kind of person? I had no use for it at all. Better to sell it for a good price. Blueprints. Learn them all. 2 streams of light shot into the space between my brows. Learning successful. Purely out of curiosity, nothing more. I opened the recipes. Magic Cup, silicone 0/5, high elastic sponge 0/2, iron 25:1. Magic Wand, silicone 0/4, high elastic sponge 0/3, wood 21:1. Couldn't make either. No rush. They weren't necessities anyway. I looked at the other chest. Rough toilet paper, a household item, protecting hygiene on the journey. Learn. Break down the copper chests. Copper ingot +10. Learning successful. Toilet paper was actually quite useful. I'd eaten a fair amount of unclean stuff recently and had long wanted to solve the problem. Without paper, I'd have to resort to the treasure map in my hand. Rough toilet paper, per roll wood 21/3, agave sisal 42/1, cotton 21st, water 2,020 milliliters per 1,000 milliliters. Making paper actually wasted this much water. How many good things could 1,000 milliliters of water trade for? And now it was all poured into paper. It hurt. But a man has urgent needs, and I couldn't fuss over that much. I could collect more water at night anyway. Make it. Wood -3, sisal -1, cotton -1, water -1,000 milliliters. Crafting successful. A big roll of earthy yellow toilet paper dropped into my hand. I really couldn't bear to use it. Had to conserve. The base didn't have a toilet installed yet, so I had to find a random spot to relieve myself. The beach was so large, sealed by white fog all around. No one could see. I crouched in a corner of the beach. So relieving. Cuddy came bounding over excitedly, circling around me, which made me quite awkward. Cuddy, this isn't for eating. Go over there. Stop staring at me. Once done, I very responsibly dug a hole and buried it, then decided to list resources for sale. Not for the magic cup and magic wand, but because the Northwest Island had a few shield-snout ancient crocodiles. Those things had hides as rough as armor. A steel blade couldn't break them. The hunting bow could break the skin, but couldn't kill. I had only 2 paths: anesthetize them, or forge a perfect bronze sword. I opened the trade channel and listed. Seller, Mumu 180.76 30 milliliters water, need 1 alfalfa stock 10. Seller, Mumu 180.76 30 milliliters water, need 100 Sichuan peppercorn stock 2. Seller, Mumu 180.76 30 milliliters water, need 1 purple hemp vine stock 6. Seller, Mumu 180.76 30 milliliters water, need 1 cold breath flower stock 10. Seller, Mumu 180.76 5 fire-tailed buzzard meat, need 1 blade emblem stock 1. Note, DM me for other emblems and blueprints. The moment the first 4 went up, they were snatched clean in seconds. Look, Boss Moo released water again. Damn, too slow. That kind of hand speed comes from how many years of being single. Blame yourself for being bad. Even the girls got some. Girls can't have fast hands. The trade succeeded, and a pile of materials appeared in my pack. Even I hadn't expected to gather the anesthetics ingredients so quickly. I could get started. I took out 2 batches of materials, dropped them into the stone bowl to mash into juice, and lit it with flint. Alfalfa -4, Sichuan peppercorn -100, purple hemp vine -6, cold breath flower -10. Purple-red flames leapt up, then went out in an instant, the bowl turning into a puddle of muck, a grassy, fishy stench filling the air. Ugh, this smell. Like burning rosin mixed with fish mint. Pinching my nose, I stirred it evenly with a wooden stick and quickly darted aside. Too pungent. 1 whiff and I felt dizzy enough to suffocate. I had to keep my distance and not knock myself out. Fine anesthetic, 8/8, crafted successfully. The number behind was the usable count, 4 per batch, and I'd made 2. The drug was done. Time to see what messages were in my DMs. Brother Moo, give me a sip of water. I'm so thirsty. The avatar was clearly a scruffy-bearded, burly man. Did he take me for a fool? System notice. Congratulations, you've been gifted an emblem gift pack, one each of light, fire, wind, water emblems. Simply send any food to this account to claim. If it doesn't arrive, please try multiple times. Scammers were still this active. I quietly noted this avatar. Everyone competes on their own merits, but scamming was going too far. If they fell into my hands, I'd never let them off. I flipped through for a good while, all nonsense and ads. The dishonest ones and the spammers, I blacklisted them all. Just then, one DM caught my attention. Bear Grylls 182.81. Hi, my dear Mr. Moo. Long time no see. Do you still remember me? We're old friends. I have a blade emblem and 2 souls here. Want them? Sure enough, someone had gotten souls. 2 at once, no less. His strength was no joke. Good stuff. I always welcomed it. Moo moo. I'll take it all. Bear, can we change the terms? I just slaughtered a creature, so I'm not hungry for now, but I urgently need water. Moo moo. No spare water, only beast blood and coconuts. Take those if you want to trade. Bear, hold on, let me think. A moment later. Never mind. We're old friends. I'll trade with the boss. Make a friend of you. This guy had probably toured the market and couldn't find suitable water. Besides me, who else had spare water? Those who did either charged sky-high prices or wouldn't take emblems. Right now, everyone was hoarding water, saving it to trade for resources later. I went against the grain. Sooner or later, someone would find a water source or a water collector, and water prices would crash. The current water market was nothing but a bubble. While the bubble held, the more I traded, the more I earned. Moo moo. 500 milliliters buzzard blood plus 5 pieces of buzzard meat for your souls and emblem. How about it? Actually, neither was good stuff. Purely a cutthroat deal. It came down to whether he'd take it. Bear, Mr. Moo, that's too little. Is this the sincerity you show an old customer? A blade emblem is hard to come by. If I weren't so thirsty and had no use for it right now, I truly wouldn't part with it. Not easy to fool. But I was determined to get the blade emblem. Gritting my teeth, I added 2 coconuts. Moo moo. Since you're an old customer, here's my best offer. 500 milliliters buzzard blood plus 10 buzzard meat plus 100 milliliters walrus blood plus 2 coconuts. In the future, if you have good blueprints, emblems, or souls, DM me to trade. This move was to secure a repeat customer. This bear seemed to be a survival expert. If he found good goods later and came to trade, it'd greatly benefit me. The buzzard wasn't tasty anyway, so I sold him a favor. This guy seemed to never be picky about food. Bear, wonderful, my dear Mr. Moo. You truly are a great and kind man. Trade successful. Blade emblem +1, soul +2. The emblem was made of some unknown metal, extremely thin, with a sharp edge and an arrow-like symbol at its center. With it, the perfect bronze sword could be forged. I couldn't wait. I opened the forge and clicked craft. Copper ingot -10, iron ingot -2, silver ingot -2, blade emblem -1. Perfect bronze sword forged successfully. An antique bronze sword dropped into my palm. The blade was deep-toned, its edge frigid, a long chain-like pattern winding across its surface. A light swing, and the sound of wind whistled past my ears. I casually tossed a piece of iron on the ground and swung the sword down hard. Clang hum. Amid the dull metallic sound, the iron block split in 2. Great sword, cutting iron like mud, severed in an instant. The power of a perfect weapon was on full display. Using it on a shield snout crocodile's armor would surely be like cutting tofu. I glanced at the back of the blade. It can be inlaid too. It turned out perfect-grade weapons could be inlaid with attribute emblems, adding attribute damage to attacks. Weapon panel unlocked. I opened the panel. All weapons arranged from highest to lowest grade. Perfect bronze sword, fine hunting bow, short blade, hoe. I selected the bronze sword, and a deep blue model surfaced, popping up an inlay prompt. Consuming 1 attribute or inlays 1 attribute emblem. Removing it consumes 1 as well. Fire emblem adds burning, water emblem adds freezing, wind emblem boosts attack speed. A wide variety. Set it aside for now. I had no attribute and removing 1 would cost another. This thing had to be a scarce resource, so it must be obtained and used with care. The Northwest Island has 5 shield snout ancient crocodiles, thick armor, strong bursts, extremely ferocious, skilled at camouflage. Be very careful. The shield snout crocodile was probably a kind of crocodile. I'd never seen one in person, but I'd learned of their prowess from films. They seemed to lie there lazily, then suddenly strike, clamping onto prey and dragging it into the water. Once in the water, even lions and tigers were helpless. Even with the bronze sword in hand, I couldn't afford carelessness. Just in case, I made another 100 arrows and loaded one soul. The hunting bow couldn't kill, so I took a batch of anesthetic and coated a dozen some arrows with it. Even if they didn't die, it'd knock them out for days. Everything ready, I steered the boat northwest. About an hour later, I reached the island. The thick fog sealed everything tight. I could only make out half a square meter of beach at the boat's bow. 5 shield-snout crocodiles. With trepidation, I jumped off the boat. My view suddenly opened up. This island was like a small mountain, jagged with reefs, a few reef stones scattered on the beach in the distance. But something about the atmosphere felt off. I instinctively scanned my immediate surroundings, and just then, the stone at my feet moved and serenely opened its eyes. Right after, 2 more stones beside it snapped their eyes open too. HSSS. A chill ran down my spine, cold surging from the soles of my feet straight to the crown of my head. I slowly backed away, terrified of alarming these several ferocious beasts. That stone gave a slight shudder. Warning: the shield-snout crocodile is preparing to attack. The golden text popped up. I abruptly leapt backward onto the boat, and in that instant, from where I'd just stood, 3 blood-red maws lunged and snapped shut viciously. A crisp crack that broke me into a cold sweat. Holy crap, so vicious. Without the hint, wouldn't I have become crocodile food? The island wasn't explored yet, so the boat couldn't move for now. I could only jump ship to take refuge. But I'd barely caught my breath for a few seconds when, splash, the 3 crocodiles actually dove into the water. They were by no means fleeing. I carefully retreated into the cabin to avoid being attacked front and back. The bronze sword was already in my grip. Thud, thud, 2 dull sounds, and 2 crocodiles crawled up onto the bow first. But they didn't rush to attack, only slowly fixing their gaze on me, gathering momentum. Woof woof. Cuddy sensed the danger and barked incessantly. Cuddy, back off. Be careful. I gripped the sword, eyes locked on the 2 crocodiles before me. Roar, gurgle, gurgle. One let out a muffled low growl in its throat, suddenly accelerating and lunging like a cannonball. Woof. Cuddy, fiercely protective, slammed headlong into it. Bam! The crocodile hadn't expected this little one to be so quick and was knocked over on the spot, tumbling head over heels. I didn't dare grow complacent. While it struggled to get up, I aimed the bronze sword at its maw and thrust hard. Squelch! The blade pierced through its skull, and 1 crocodile was dead. Soul +1. The shield-snout crocodile can be broken down. Break down. No mind to bother with breaking down. I kept my eyes fixed on the other one. Just then, a strange sound came from the stern. Another crocodile had crawled up, pincered front and back. My heart quailed. After all, I was no special forces soldier, and facing beasts like these I truly had no confidence. Cuddy, can you take the one behind? Aroo, Aroo, Cuddy answered lowly. Good. When they come, we go together. The 2 crocodiles closed in with heavy steps. The oppressive force was like a mountain. I dared not act rashly and could only pin my rear defense on Cuddy. Handling 2 at once meant certain death for me. The distance was already under 2 meters. If I let them get any closer, when they attacked I'd have no time to react at all. Cuddy, go! I bellowed, lunging out together with it. The 2 crocodiles moved too, meeting us ferociously. Bam! Cuddy knocked over a crocodile and pounced on it, biting hard, but the armor didn't budge in the slightest. The crocodile swung its tail like a whip, sweeping across. Cuddy nimbly dodged and, riding the momentum, knocked it over again. The crocodile whipped its head around to bite, only to be dodged once more. For a moment the 2 were locked in a tangle. The hide armor was thick, but Cuddy was faster. It couldn't bite through, but it could hold it fast, neither gaining the upper hand. On my side, I brought the bronze sword down at the other crocodile's head, but it rolled and dodged. Its companion's grisly death had put it on guard, unwilling to underestimate the sharp blade in my hand. Roar! It let out a furious growl and suddenly lunged, so fast the hairs on my body stood on end. I brought my sword horizontally to parry. Clang! The crocodile leapt nimbly aside, crashing into the boat's rail. That strike seemed to test my mettle. The boat lurched, my footing unsteady, and I stumbled. The crocodile seized the opening, wheeled around, and bit viciously behind me. Not good. I secretly regretted my earlier decision. The cabin was cramped and awkward, and we were on the water, all the crocodile's home turf. Now my balance was lost, and I couldn't pull my foot back in time. It looked like my ankle was about to be bitten off. Aru. At the critical instant, Cuddy turned back with a furious roar and slammed the crocodile over. Without hesitation, I raised my sword and brought it down, cleaving the beast in two. Gurgle. The last one, seeing this, let out a terrified sound in its throat, turned tail, and fled. Wanna run? Too late. Too late to chase and slash. I drew the hunting bow and loosed an arrow straight at that armor. Squelch. The arrowhead sank beneath the skin, the crocodile struggling in pain, but its movements quickly slowed. The anesthetic has taken effect, unconsciousness imminent. 3 seconds later, the crocodile clinging to the boat's edge fell into the water with a plop. Merely unconscious, it'd still be a menace when it woke. I dragged it ashore with effort and finished it with one sword stroke. The crisis was temporarily resolved. Woof! Cuddy whimpered weakly and collapsed to the ground. Cuddy! I rushed over and scooped it up into my arms, aching with worry. After several life-and-death battles side by side, it had long become my closest companion. My palm came away slick. I turned over its hind leg. Blood had already pooled. You're hurt. My heart twisted like a knife. I could only use toilet paper to give it a hasty cleaning, then carried it aside with a grave expression. That scene just now had been so perilous. Without Cuddy, I'd probably be facing an uncertain fate. But now it was hurt, one helper down. Against the remaining crocodiles, I absolutely couldn't act rashly. I stood on the beach gazing into the distance, and golden text surfaced before my eyes again. The dark shape at your 3 o'clock is a crocodile, gathering momentum for a sneak attack. To your left are 3 stones. The middle one is a camouflage crocodile, its body and tail buried under the sand, waiting to pounce on passing prey. Well now, quite the convincing disguise. Following the hints and looking closely, those 2 dark shapes were indeed slightly different from their surroundings. The crocodile's black hide blended too easily into the environment, making people mistake them for scattered reef stones. Little did anyone know they were cunning, ferocious beasts. But right now they lay motionless, more like food delivered to my door. Too lazy to clash head-on, I drew the bow and shot. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 arrows, both crocodiles anesthetized. I advanced with my sword, cut open their chests, dead. Crisis resolved. Soul +5, break them down. Shield snout crocodile, meat +30, hide +25, blood +5,000 milliliters, bone +20, paw +20. A bumper harvest. Perilous as it was, this blood and meat was enough to feed Cuddy and me for several days, with extra to trade. I opened the item panel. Though I'd never eaten crocodile meat, I'd heard some countries often roast it, so the taste should be decent. Shield snout crocodile meat. Low fat, low cholesterol, delicious, nourishes the heart and moistens the lungs, replenishes blood and strengthens bones. 3-star, overall rating 68. Not bad, no wonder some people love it. Turns out it's a nourishing delicacy. Shield snout crocodile blood. Anti-inflammatory, detoxifying, reduces swelling, can kill pathogens within the body and cure poisoning. It had such wondrous uses. I didn't rush to drink it and kept it. In case I got poisoned someday, it'd be perfect for detoxing and saving my life. Shield snout crocodile paw. Rich in collagen, nourishes yin and strengthens yang, protects skin and enhances complexion. Consuming it greatly boosts charm. Air this one. Without hesitation, I fished out 2 crocodile paws and stuffed them into my mouth. This stuff? What man wouldn't love it? Swallowing the crocodile paws raw, I actually felt no discomfort. The texture was like pickled pepper chicken feet, and quite chewy. After swallowing, my whole body brimmed with energy, blood surging. My skin, darkened by days of wind and sun, actually turned fair again, no longer rough, but instead supple and tender like a baby's. Good stuff. I looked at the bone and hide. Shield snout crocodile hide. Unblocks the meridians, anti-inflammatory, and pain-relieving. Consuming it greatly boosts skin's resistance to blows, can block simple weapon attacks, can also be made into leather goods. Shield snout crocodile bone. Strengthens tendons and bones, harmonizes the blood vessels, treats rheumatic bone pain. Consuming it greatly boosts bone hardness, can withstand blows from clubs. Best stewed with Chinese yam, carrot, ginger, and pork ribs, sweet and fragrant. The bone and hide could actually be eaten too. This crocodile was a treasure from head to tail. This trip was extremely worthwhile. I especially valued the bone and hide's effects and had to stew a pot of crocodile soup when I had time. I settled Cuddy beside a rock. Rest here, don't wander off. I'm going to gather some resources. I raised the hoe. Stone plus one, stone plus one. This island had abundant, high-quality stone, and in moments I'd added 30 units. There was a small grove of trees at the mountaintop, tall trees laden with orange-yellow fruit, like shrunken tangerines. I picked one. Nux vomica fruit. Extremely poisonous, contains various alkaloids. Processed for medicine, it's cold in nature and bitter in taste. Unblocks the meridians and dissipates masses, reduces swelling and relieves pain. Accidental ingestion causes nerve disorder and a sudden spike in heart rate. Severe cases cause sudden death. Can't eat it. I felled all the trees. The trunks were hard. Good building material. Nux vomica fruit plus 300, wood plus 20. Can be broken down into seeds. Break down. The seeds were useless, so no breaking down. Behind the rock pile, I dug out another silver treasure chest. The hint said no danger, so I opened it. Island creature compendium plus 1. Fine wound healing medicine blueprint plus 1. Learn it. The silver chest can be broken down into 3 silver. Break down. Just 1 compendium and 1 blueprint? I frowned slightly. Wound healing medicine treats bruises and heals wounds. On islands crawling with wild monsters, such medicine was invaluable. Getting hurt was routine. Cuddy was injured right now, and I urgently needed it. If I can make it, I'll take it to market and sell it, surely for a good price. Fine wound healing medicine, a topical herbal remedy. Applied to a wound, it heals rapidly. Break down the silver chest, learn the blueprint. Silver ingot plus 3. Learning successful. I opened the recipe. Wound healing medicine, Angelica 0/5, Dragon's blood herb 0/8, Nux vomica fruit 3/15, Hemostatic herb 0/30, water 50 milliliters. I just dug up a pile of Nux vomica, but the other 3 were all lacking. I'd tour the market later. First, study this compendium. I opened it. The handwriting was blurry, the edges jagged, like a discarded page torn from somewhere. Incomplete island creature compendium. Damaged a remnant page of an ancient text, recording data on some island creatures. Must be repaired before used. Repair requires 1 soul. Repair. I hesitated slightly. Repair. 1 fine blueprint couldn't justify a whole silver chest. This compendium must have great use, perhaps hiding key intel. This trip netted 5 souls. Spending 1 was no loss. Soul minus 1. Repair successful. Learn it. Learn it. The compendium turned into a beam of light and merged into my body. I opened the panel, and sure enough a round button appeared on the right. Compendium. Clicking it, there was a 9-grid list. Shield snout ancient crocodile, fire-tailed buzzard, spotted salamander, rotting corpse fiend dog, duck-billed ant bug, 3-eyed poison octopus, brood mother spider. Each had a thumbnail. Clicking opened a detailed explanation. Some I'd seen, more I hadn't. I clicked on the shield snout crocodile I'd just slain. Shield snout ancient crocodile. Carnivorous, egg-laying reptile, skilled at camouflage. Often buries in sand to petrify or blends with stones to match the scenery, striking suddenly through openings. Rarely travels alone. Ability, camouflage. Weakness, cannot attack continuously. Easily falls asleep sunbathing. May lie motionless on the ground. Danger level, 28. Then I clicked on the one-horned walrus. One-horned walrus, a strength-type mammal. The single horn atop its head a sharp weapon. Its flesh is dense, hard for ordinary weapons to kill. Extremely territorial. One island tolerates no second beast. Ability, single horn slam. Weakness, fears dog barking. Danger level, 31. The compendium's intel differed little from what I already knew. Each creature came with a rotatable 3D image, letting you see every detail clearly. The same approach as the treasure map. Say it's useless, and others would treasure it upon obtaining it. Say it's useful, and for someone with hints like me, its value was discounted. But it also let me become familiar with danger levels and weaknesses, enabling me to kill by wit and cunning. I flipped through a few more I'd encountered. Spotted salamander 15, fire-tailed buzzard 30. Both matched. However, I couldn't judge crudely by danger level alone. The one-horned walrus had a higher level than the crocodile and stronger attacks, but I had Cuddy, its natural bane, to help, plus a trap I'd set, so I caught it easily. Whereas when I met the crocodiles, there was no time to set anything up at all. 3 attacking at once nearly cornered me to a dead end. The fire-tailed buzzard had a high level, but it preferred attacking small to medium animals, going for Cuddy first, so with my hunting bow I was fine. All things have weaknesses, and mutual restraints too. Each must be treated with careful discretion. Flipping further down, the creatures I hadn't seen were mostly under level 70. These must be remnant pages of low-tier starting creatures. The sea surely wasn't limited to just these. I hadn't obtained the higher-tier compendia yet. For now, this was enough. Cuddy counts as an island creature too. Will there be pet data? I searched for Cuddy, and a grayed-out subpage popped up on the right. Spirit Compendium. Requires owning 2 or more pets and holding the Spirit Compendium to unlocked. Conditions not met. Having finished gathering resources, I walked over to Cuddy. It lay weakly, head drooping on the sand, ears down, listless and dispirited, not even gnawing the bone I'd tossed, having pawed it aside. I turned over its injured leg. The wound had begun to fester and urgently needed treatment. I decided to rest in place and wait for it to heal before sailing. Losing this reliable companion for the sake of an adventure would be a bad bargain. The water was nearly gone. First, I set up the water collector and added wood to make water, then figured out how to get the medicine. I opened the trade channel and selected the plants category. There really were quite a few people listing herbs, several pages, but the prices were inflated. Most didn't know what these things were for, so they just named outrageous prices. 1 stalk of angelica for a piece of meat or 300 milliliters of water. Why don't you just go rob someone? I clicked my tongue. In the real world, herbs were precious, but this was the island world, and right now water was the hard currency. Finding no suitable price, I decided to auction my own. Highest bidder wins. Auctions were limited to 1 listing per day. The wound healing medicine needed 5 angelica, 8 dragon's blood herb, 15 nux vomica, 30 hemostatic herb. From experience, the smaller the required quantity, the rarer the item. Angelica was hardest to get, and hemostatic herb, by its name, should be everywhere. The term appeared far too frequently in games. Since it was an auction, naturally I'd auction for rare goods. I put together a bundle and listed it. Seller, Moo 180.76, auction. Auction item, 30 milliliters water plus 1 coconut plus 100 milliliters walrus blood plus 1 salamander meat plus 1 walrus meat plus 2 cans. Demand, 30 hemostatic herb plus angelica. Bidding. Rules, starting bid 30 hemostatic herb. Each bid adds 1 angelica. Buy now, 50 hemostatic herb plus 20 angelica for instant purchase. Once angelica bids exceed 20, buy now unavailable. Time limit, 30 minutes. Auctions had bidding and buy now beyond ordinary trades. If there were too many bidders and I wasn't confident, buy now could instantly secure an urgent item. The cost was steep, but for quality resources it was more worthwhile, sparing the bidding from spiraling upward. This time I was confident. The offer was generous enough to feed a grown man for a day or 2. The reason I went all out was my anxiety to save the dog. Having gone through life and death together, Cuddy was long more than a comrade in arms. It was my spiritual anchor on this vast sea. Auctions could run up to 3 days, but I only gave half an hour. Waiting 3 days meant Cuddy would suffer torment, and I'd fall 3 days behind in exploration for nothing. Not worth it. Besides the auction item, I still lacked dragon's blood herb. I didn't bundle it into the auction, afraid no one would hold hemostatic herb, angelica, and dragon's blood herb all at once. The more you bundle, the higher the chance of the auction failing. Seller, Moo 180.76. 1 shield snout crocodile meat stock. 2 need 10 dragon's blood herb. Note, only want dragon's blood herb. Jokers keep out. Listing done, I lazily lay back in the sand, cradling Cuddy to sunbathe. The chat channel instantly blew up. Look, Boss Moo started an auction. Anyone with goods, grab it fast. Can the guy above shut up? You're not buying, so what are you shouting for? I still want to snag a bargain. Right, this guy's super cheap, hollering at the trade board every day. I really want to slap him a few times. Holy crap, how many creatures did the boss slaughter? Blood, meat, and water. I only have hemostatic herb. Anyone with Angelica, DM me. What's dragon's blood herb again? Can you eat it? I glanced over. Sure enough, Angelica was scarce, and hemostatic herb was already dirt cheap and everywhere. What if no one is both Angelica and hemostatic herb? I opened the auction page and realized I'd worried needlessly. People had already bid. Zhang Wei, 30 hemostatic herb plus 1 Angelica. Zheng Xian, 30 hemostatic herb plus 2 Angelica. Hu Fei, 30 hemostatic herb plus 3 Angelica. Zhan Bo, 30 hemostatic herb plus 4 Angelica. Lu Qiao, 30 hemostatic herb plus 5 Angelica. In the blink of an eye, it exceeded my expectations and kept climbing. I was completely reassured. 5 Angelica guaranteed at minimum, and once time was up, I could make the medicine. Before long, the Angelica bid rose to 10. Damn, whoever's outbidding me, show yourself. Are you crazy? Mine got outbid too, already at 13 and still fighting. It's just a few pieces of meat. Haven't you eaten before? Big bros, stop outbidding. 15 Angelica is my limit. I haven't eaten in a day, let me have it. 15's nothing, my 17 got outbid too. Stop arguing, it's gone. The second I wanted to bid, the boss snatched it with buy now. Amid everyone's shock, someone had already used 50 hemostatic herb plus 20 Angelica for the instant buy. The scheduled half hour ended in under 10 minutes. Who bought it out? I was just about to buy now, hesitated, and it was gone. Blame your slow hands. Someone's really that rich? So many resources and still competing with us. Utterly inhumane. Life is just like this. While you hesitate, others have already acted. Before you even react, what you wanted is long gone. I hadn't expected it to be snatched clean so fast. Seems I priced it too low. First auction, no experience. Next time I should raise the price or offer less. I opened the trade channel. Auction successful. Buyer, Bear Grylls. Hemostatic herb plus 50, Angelica plus 20. Shield snout crocodile meat traded successfully. Dragon's blood herb plus 20. This bear again. I'm used. This guy is no ordinary player. The materials were complete, with extra to spare. I could make the medicine. Angelica minus 5, Dragon's blood herb minus 8, Nux vomica minus 15, Hemostatic herb minus 30, water minus 50 milliliters. I took the stone bowl and crushed all the ingredients, added water and stirred evenly, then kneaded them into 5 equal-sized mud balls. Fine wound healing medicine, May 5th. Applied to a wound. It heals rapidly and replenishes vitality. I immediately took one ball and spread it on Cuddy's wound. The moment the medicine touched, it howled, its frail body shuddering, and pulled its leg back, the sting of disinfection. Good boy, Cuddy, be good, it'll be over soon. I soothed it like a child. It rolled its eyes and stretched its leg back out. After about 3 minutes, the mud ball was evenly applied, and Cuddy stopped struggling. A coolness spread through the wound, and it actually began whimpering comfortably. Half an hour later, its spirits had greatly recovered, and it was happily gnawing the salamander bone I'd tossed. It was fine now. The heart I'd held suspended settled back down. The water collector had stored up a fair amount of water. I gulped down several big mouthfuls, recovered my stamina, and prepared to head south. This route had the most resources, and the South Island still had a silver treasure chest. The South Island has a silver treasure chest, but many traps are buried in the beach. Avoid them, and you can take it easily. Traps too? Not marked on the map. It seemed the island still hid many dangers. But I wasn't worried. Traps were deadly to others, but to me they were as good as free. And this island required no combat. Perfect for sparing Cuddy from a second injury. I went straight to the South Island. A beach of about 100 square meters, with a silver treasure chest sitting dead center, the sand surface even and showing no anomaly. An ordinary person couldn't tell at all. Find the traps first. The golden text surfaced. A sharp rat trap is buried in the sand here. It will instantly injure your ankle. A sharp rat trap is buried in the sand here. It will instantly injure your ankle. Phew. Looking around, there really were quite a few traps. Without the hints, wouldn't I drag a string of traps behind me as I walked? They were densely arranged. Trigger the first, and you'd fall in pain. Then trigger the second, the third, and if you rolled a few more times, the consequences would be unthinkable. I scanned the other end of the beach. Beneath the sand here is a hidden quicksand pit. Step in, and you'll be swallowed. Beneath the sand here is a hidden quicksand pit. Step in, and you'll be swallowed. Plenty of sand pits too. Unless my luck is off the charts, it'd be hard to avoid them all. Afraid Cuddy would run around and trigger the traps, I scooped it into my arms and carefully skirted around each pitfall, arriving before the chest, but I didn't rush to open it. This silver chest is coated with deadly poison. Touching it causes your palm to rot and knocks you unconscious for a day. I pulled out a piece of salamander hide to wrap my hand before lifting the chest lid. Silver treasure chest, +1. Perfect rocket backpack flight device blueprint, +1. Wind emblem, +2. A rocket backpack flight device? Sounds like good stuff. The kind that can carry a person and fly. I immediately opened the blueprint. Rocket backpack flight device, a daily use/combat flight rune device, worn like a backpack. Once activated, it jets strong air downward, allowing the user to hover and fly. Isn't this the legendary Rocket Trooper? I recalled a real-time strategy game I used to play. It had advantages and drawbacks, all depending on speed and opponent. Against reptiles like crocodiles, I could fly up and away, then pair it with the hunting bow to mow them down on the ground. But against flying enemies like the fire-tailed buzzard, or those with ranged attacks, it'd be trouble. Too slow, I'd only become a living target. That's how it was in the game back then. Ground anti-air would blast flying troopers down in 2 hits. Learn it. Make one first and see how it performs. The blueprint turned to light and shot into my mind. Rocket backpack flight device. Copper 32/15, iron 18/15, silver 4/5, wind emblem 3/2, fire emblem 0/1. The 2 wind emblems I'd just gotten were enough, but I was still short a fire emblem and 1 silver. Breaking down the chest would give enough silver. I'd just need to collect 1 more fire emblem. Break down the silver chest. Once broken down, it automatically became non-toxic and harmless. Silver ingot +3. I opened the chat channel. I hadn't sent a message today. 3 small horns left. Moo moo. Buying 1 fire emblem. DM me if interested. After sending it, I set Cuddy down and grabbed the hoe. This beach had no resources but sand, and I didn't want to take up space carrying it. I don't believe it. Let me dig up a trap and see. I kept the game's core principle in mind. Never let any usable resource slip by. There's no shame in being a locust. Cuddy, don't move around. I dug hard right at the trap's location. Crack. A snapping sound came from beneath the sand, and that trap's hint promptly vanished. Is it safe now? I stepped on it and brushed away the sand. A rat trap snapped clean in 2 was revealed. Ordinary rat trap. Damaged a small rat-catching tool. Also usable against small animals or humans. Damaged. Cannot be repaired. Unrepairable. As good as junk. Did I use too much force? I found the next one and gave it a gentle tap. No reaction. A bit more force. Crack. Broken again. I tried several in a row, and no matter how careful, not one survived. Seems that's just the mechanic. The island's original traps can't be picked up. I swung the hoe at a quicksand pit. A massive suction transmitted up the wooden handle, the sand surface swirling into a vortex. I quickly yanked the hoe back. Sand all around whirled in, settling within a few seconds, and a wisp of black smoke rose. The golden hint vanished. It seemed I couldn't gain anything from these traps either. Once destroyed, stepping on them was like walking on flat ground. No more danger. I just went and smashed all the remaining sand pits. In case the next player came, they'd step on a few less mines. Bam, bam, bam. Black smoke rose one after another across the beach, the golden text winking out one by one. I wiped away sweat, feeling I'd done an incredibly noble deed. In truth, there was nothing so lofty about it. I was purely bored. It felt just like whack-a-mole, especially for someone with OCD, who wouldn't feel satisfied until every last golden text sand pit on the screen was gone. At this point, my 3 voyages were used up. Battling the crocodiles had drained most of my stamina too, and I was long since starving, my belly stuck to my back, weak all over. Make a meal first, eat my fill, then go. I set up the barbecue grill, added 1 wood and lit it, laid on a few pieces of crocodile hide and meat, sizzling away. These 2 could strengthen the body, especially the hide, which was very useful to me. I cut off a slice for Cuddy, then sprinkled the rest with cumin and chili. The spoils looted from Old Lou finally came in handy. I clicked my tongue, always feeling something was missing. If only I had some salt. I opened the trade channel, and there really were quite a few people selling seasonings. Salt, cumin, chili, MSG, all available, just single varieties and prices not to my liking. Should I trade? I had cans and meat. After pondering a moment, I sent a small horn to try. Food was far more valuable than seasonings, and right now most people couldn't even secure basic sustenance, making seasonings nearly useless. A whole pile was listed on the trade channel, yet almost no one showed interest. There were also people starving enough to gnaw on seasonings, but that would invite even deadlier trouble. Salty as hell, and you'd have to drink water. I opened the chat channel and tapped a small horn. Moo 180.76. World DM me if you have seasonings, one can per item. Don't want chili powder or cumin, buying everything else. Priority to more varieties and better prices. Cans with a 200-year shelf life were still more worthwhile than seasonings. In times like these, who could afford to be picky? Having something to eat was already good. The World channel scrolled fast, but this message was caught by countless people. Holy crap, Rich Boss Moo has a new demand. Comrades charge. By now my name carried weight on the World channel. Not only did I frequently list all kinds of water and food, I always wanted odd, curious things, uses no one could guess, giving off an air of mystery. The moment the message went out, within a dozen seconds thousands of DMs flooded in. Money Lord Moo, want pepper powder? Trade for a can. I have a bag of fine salt. Trade for a can. Boss, do you eat wasabi? I've got 2 tubes here. Just open chili sauce. Only ate 1 bite. The boss won't mind, right? Brother Moo, I want to eat some meat. Give me a piece. I can chat with you. Requests like this too? I had no mind for idle chat, only filtering for the resources I needed to reply. Of course, if someone came with emblems or blueprints to trade, I wouldn't mind either. By now I had elite forces and ample provisions. And the fact that I was buying seasonings instantly blew up the channel. What's going on? People actually want seasonings? So many on the trade channel, and no one bid. Wanting seasonings. Does that mean Moo Moo has started cooking? You don't understand the boss's world. We can't even get a meal, while he's already improving his quality of life. I'm crying. According to reliable sources, the boss traded for a barbecue grill a few days ago. Anyone with spare food? Give me some. Any quality's fine. I haven't eaten in ages. Their tones were full of envy. They were still fretting over sustenance while I was already trading for those useless things. The gap between people was just too vast. I flipped through the messages and finally picked a satisfactory one. Sakia 185.81. Hi, Mr. Moo. I have a bag of rose salt, a bottle of black pepper, a bottle of soy sauce, and a pound of white sugar. Trade them for your cans. I clicked my tongue. Most people had only 1 seasoning. A few had 2, but this fellow actually had 4. Moo Moo, sure. By the way, where do you get so many seasonings? Just curious. Sakia, ugh. He heaved a heavy sigh. I've been to 5 islands and opened for treasure chests. 3 were full of seasonings, and the last one was cooking tools. I was speechless. What kind of fate was that? He must have been a cook in a past life. Pity that even a skilled cook can't make a meal without rice, a pile of seasonings, and nothing to eat. These 4 items were enough for the basics of cooking. Sakia, Mr. Moo, I also have 2 brushes. I'll throw them in if you want. But 1 can isn't enough. I haven't eaten in a day. Moo Moo. Deal. I'll give you 1 extra can, plus a pack of instant noodles. Sakia. Thank you. Mr. Moo is truly a great and kind person. I didn't deliberately drive the price down. Rose salt was high-end goods, worth several cans at a supermarket. This island world should have a relatively fair value system too. Looking out for others while satisfying yourself is how business lasts. A moment later, all 4 seasonings were in hand. The salt and sugar had no packaging, so I made 3 more stone bowls, 2 to hold seasonings, 1 to mix sauce. The sauce was simple. Half a bowl of soy sauce, an appropriate amount of sugar, a little salt, my tried and true secret recipe from before. Stir it evenly, use a brush to coat the crocodile meat, and the grill instantly gave off strands of aroma. So fragrant. My mouth watered. A crude homemade barbecue sauce, yet it had a special flavor on the island. Flip and brush another layer, sprinkle on cumin and pepper, done. Cuddy had long been a ruruing, with its tongue out. I sliced off a piece and tossed it over. What a little greedy dog. The rest I cut into chunks and ate. Exquisitely delicious, far beyond imagination. They were both amphibians, and I'd assumed it'd be fishy and greasy like bullfrog, but the meat was tender and juicy, like fish mixed with fatty beef. I swear it was the best grilled meat I'd ever eaten. I took another piece of crocodile hide, blew it cool, and chewed. Crispy and dripping oil. the hide even more fragrant than the meat. Chewing hide and meat together was another layer of enjoyment. This life is far better than before, all delicacies of land and sea. A pity there was no wine. I broke down a coconut, getting coconut water, coconut meat, and coconut shell. I used the shell to hold the water as a drink, coconut meat as a snack with my wine, delightful. Man and dog ate a hearty meal. I lay back in the sand to sunbathe, burping, and Cuddy's spirits had mostly recovered too. I scooped it into my arms, ruffled its fur to amuse it, and turned over its wound to look, already mostly healed. The medicine works fast. I gently rubbed its leg. It should be fully healed tomorrow. Its vitality hadn't recovered, so for today's remaining 2 voyages, I had to pick the low-risk ones. Next, I'd still head south. That was the last both safe and resourceful island in the A101 waters on the treasure map. Beyond it lay the unknown, and the map lost its use. The warm sun bathed my body, so comfortable I unknowingly dozed off, waking near dusk. A tickle came at the tip of my nose. Opening my eyes, I saw Cuddy obediently lying in my arms, staring at me. Yawn. Cuddy rested enough. Woof woof. It nodded. Then let's go. I got up and patted off the dust. The South Island has thorny brambles. Skirt around them, and you'll find 2 chests you've never seen before. Attributes unknown. Contents uncleared. Unknown attributes. Half an hour later, I reached the island. The moment I got off the boat, I was surrounded by dense, low shrubs, thorny vines nearly brushing my face, brambles filling my view, barely a place to set foot. Careful, don't get scratched by the vines. The thorn tips are poisonous and can cause allergies or even poisoning. These things didn't attack proactively, but their defense was extremely high. Forcing through would leave me covered in cuts. I swung the hoe to chop them, but it was strenuous. One vine drained most of my strength. I need to switch tools. I drew the bronze sword. Swish. The vine snapped, as cleanly as cutting vegetables. Now that's satisfying. Before long, I'd carved out a clearing. Once the obstacles were cleared, I switched back to the hoe to gather. The sword was a weapon, the hoe the gathering tool. Thorn bramble vine +1, +1, +1. Those cut by the sword yielded half the gathering amount. The whole bramble patch was about 200 square meters. Chopping and digging, I worked for an hour, drenched in sweat, and gathered 110 thorn bramble vines, plus 2 iron treasure chests I unearthed in the thicket. Thorn bramble vine, a common root-growing plant, can boost building defense. Just avoid the poison thorns. I looked at the chests. Iron treasure chest. Unknown tier, contents of unknown grade. With luck, it yields rare resources, or it may yield nothing. This chest holds unknown items, most likely useful, no danger. So it was a luck box, profit or loss, all down to fortune. This time the hint couldn't detect the specific contents, only reporting safety. Whatever, no danger's good enough. Open the first. Iron treasure chest +1. Fine sleeping bag +1. Toothbrush +2. Toothpaste +1. Soap +3. Towel +1. Can be broken down into 5 iron. Breakdown. Phew, a pile of daily necessities. Not resources, slightly disappointing, but the sleeping bag and soap were practical. From tonight on, I could finally bid farewell to the hard floor. Open the second. This chest holds unknown resources, small chance of rare supplies, no danger. Open. Iron treasure chest +1. Blue crystal +5, attribute or +1. Advancement stone +1. Rare supplies. I was secretly startled. The quantities weren't large, but extremely precious. Blue crystal was hard to come by. No one had sold any on the trade market yet, showing how scarce it was. Attribute or was for inlaying. And the advancement stone, I didn't know its use. Advancement stone, an item for upgrading emblems. After advancement, emblem effects greatly increase. Must be used with an appraisal hammered. Good stuff. But I had no appraisal hammer and didn't need to advance emblems for now, so I stored it. Both chests were decent overall, blind boxes open within my acceptable range. Break them down. Iron ingot +10. 2 hours of physical labor left me parched. I gulped down 200 milliliters of walrus blood and collapsed, gasping. The sky had gone fully dark. The tide rose and fell, the sound of waves ceaseless. An inexplicable desolation suddenly welled up from deep within. We came from the sea, and now we must return to the sea, just like this surging, ebbing tide. This bizarre survival challenge. When would it ever end? And the billions of people forcibly abducted here. Where would they go from here? I patted Cuddy's head. Let's go. Time to set out. To the west are 3 silver treasure chests, but you'll encounter a swarm of cat-headed hornets, enormous in size. One sting is fatal. The northwest island has fresh air. One breath refreshes body and mind. To the east, you can watch the sunrise on the boat, and landing tomorrow, you can find plenty of wild vegetables. The northeast island has beautiful scenery, with many natural landscapes you've never seen. The south island has a wooden treasure chest, no danger. The southeast island has 3 eagle-eyed jackals guarding a marvelous shellfish field. These beasts fear light greatly, resting by day and coming out at night. At night, their vision is superb, and they're extremely aggressive. The southwest island has only beach left, likely all resources already taken by someone. Running into an empty island wasn't strange. I'd encountered players myself. I had a premonition. After leaving the starting islands, as the game progressed, everyone would only get closer and closer, the odds of running into players higher and higher, and many quality islands were probably already claimed by others. The West had the best resources, 3 silver chests, but they weren't easy to get. Cat-headed hornets? Just be careful not to get stung, right? I flipped open the compendium to check and shuddered. I'd overthought it. These hornets weren't shaped like cat heads. Their heads were as big as a cat's head, their bodies a size larger still. Hornets this big, and a whole swarm. Danger level 68. Not to be trifled with. Men die for wealth. Birds die for food. I decisively gave up. Only south or southeast remained. It was night now, precisely when the 3 eagle-eyed jackals were buffed. Forcing a fight risked my life. And that wooden chest in the south held no appeal for me as I was now. Wait until tomorrow to go to the shellfish field? But that would waste another precious voyage. I grew conflicted. Let me check the jackal's attributes first. Eagle-eyed jackal. Fears light, rests by day, and comes out at night. Its eyes have a light-focusing function, superb night vision, seeing several kilometers away. The darker the light, the stronger its vision and attacks. By day it's listless and can barely open its eyes, nearly losing attack power, mostly hiding in damp caves. Ability: night vision. Attacks strengthen with darkness. Weakness: fears bright light. Danger level: 5/33, day/night. Something that fears light. No wonder I always heard wolf howls at night. Daytime was the prime chance to kill them. Was there another way? What if there's light at night? A thought suddenly struck me. Set a fire on the island? I quickly dismissed it. I didn't know the island's conditions. If it were barren with no fuel, even flint would be useless. Too risky. I couldn't even flee, since leaving an unexplored island was forbidden. And I didn't know if the shellfish field was fireproof. Burning it would mean a wasted trip. If there were another light source, right? I still had a crystal lamp blueprint in hand. I hurriedly flipped to craft. Crystal lamp. Ordinary wood 22 halves. Glass 8/4. Iron 28/1. Light emblem 1/1. Colorless crystal 10/5. Fluorescent grass 10/5. Conditions met. I could make it. Wood -2. Glass -4. Iron -1. Light emblem -1. Crystal -10. Fluorescent grass -5. Ordinary crystal lamp, crafted successfully. A lantern-like wooden object dropped into my palm. About 30 centimeters tall, a third as wide. Its 4 trapezoidal sides all transparent, the bottom also translucent. Inside a yellow-white crystal, atop a wooden handle that could be held or inserted. Inserted into the top hole. It was like gripping a hammer. Ordinary crystal lamp, glows at night. Add 1 light energy orb to run for 1 hour, or 1 soul to run for 5 hours. 2 lighting modes. I had no light energy orb, so I could only use a soul. Add 1 soul. A light turn of the top switch, and the crystal lamp suddenly blazed, comparable to a high-wattage incandescent bulb, a 5-meter radius bright as day. Good effect. Let me try switching modes. I inserted the wooden handle into the top hole, and the mode automatically switched. The surroundings dimmed, and a ring of light appeared at my feet. Lifting the handle, a beam of light shot straight ahead, clearly visible 20 meters out. I understood. The first was like a bulb, wide range but short distance. The second like a flashlight, long distance but narrow range, illuminating only within the beam. There was also a standby mode, its surface glowing a faint yellow-green. It couldn't illuminate but used almost no energy, convenient for locating it in the dark. With this, I should be able to overawe the eagle-eyed jackals. I looked at the southeast direction again, and the hint had changed. 3 eagle-eyed jackals guard a marvelous shellfish field. They fear light greatly. Your crystal lamp can effectively deter them. Fight cleverly, and you may win. The corner of my mouth curved up. Eagle-eyed jackals, here I come. Onward to the southeast. Upon reaching the island, I got off the boat with the lamp already on, guarding precisely against another crocodile incident like last time. If these 3 were waiting on the beach, I'd be swarmed the moment I landed, instantly on the back foot. Cuddy hadn't fully healed, and I didn't want it in the fight. Lighting the lamp in advance was perfect for self-protection. Lamp in my left hand, sword in my right, I leapt down. The white light lit up the surroundings, no jackals in sight. Cuddy, stay close to me. This island wasn't small, about the size of a soccer field, with a grove of trees and an earthen mound of a small hill, no more than 5 meters tall, like a park rockery. I advanced with the lamp, Cuddy following step for step, gradually reaching the foot of the hill. In the distance, 6 gem-like eyes suddenly lit up in the dark night. Eagle-eyed jackals. I steadied my nerves and gripped the bronze sword. They spotted me too, shaking their bodies as they slowly closed in, stopping 10 meters out, letting out furious wolf howls in their throats. The lamp in my hand agitated them greatly. The 3 circled back and forth on one side of me, running and howling, as if protesting fiercely. I seemed to understand their inner voices. Take that damn thing away. You're disturbing my rest. At this moment, I dared not leave the ring of light by even half a step. Without the bright light, they'd tear me apart. Aroo, aroo, the howls grew more shrill. I instinctively swung my sword. They were about to strike. Sure enough, one backed up a few steps and shot forward. The instant it leapt into the ring of light, it shrieked in pain and shut its eyes. The bright light stung it, its head swinging left and right. Off course, its speed slowed. A slight dodge and I evaded it. It landed and fled out of the light. Indeed afraid of light. Once inside my protection range, its power was greatly reduced, leaving it helpless. My confidence grew. Whoosh, whoosh. The other 2 lunged in succession, both easily dodged. Nothing much to them. I suddenly accelerated with the lamp and countercharged. The 3 scattered in howling retreat. They attacked again, and I dodged each one. After several rounds, we were deadlocked. I advanced, and they scattered. They attacked, and I dodged, neither gaining the upper hand. My heart tightened. This was exactly the situation I feared most. Seemingly evenly matched, but I couldn't afford the drain. My speed didn't match theirs, and my attacks couldn't hurt them. Dragging on like this, I'd only be slowly worn down. I had to find a way. A thought suddenly flashed. The stronger the light, the weaker they got. If I focused the lamplight into a single beam, maybe I could kill them easily. The second mode. But that meant switching to a beam, exposing my back. I could only use cunning. I drove them back with the lamp while retreating to the foot of the hill, forcing all 3 jackals to the same side, then opened up distance. At that instant, I inserted the wooden handle, switching the crystal lamp to flashlight, then shut off the light source. The island plunged into pitch black, only 6 green glowing eye lights remaining, like luminous gems. Whoosh! 2 green lights lunged at me, several times faster. In the dark, they were indeed fiercer. I stayed calm. At the moment they leapt through the air, I abruptly lit the crystal lamp. A beam of bright light shooting straight at the airborne flying wolves. Aroo, bathed in the bright light, its body stalled, trembling violently, its limbs flailing in the air, howling in pain, and by the time it reached me, it was a spent force in utter panic. At that instant, die! I roared and swung my sword. 1 jackal died on the spot. Soul +1. Seeing this, the other 2 flew into a rage and lunged recklessly. Whoosh! 1 reached my face. I dodged before I could draw my sword, and the second lunged in too, courting death. The bright beam shot straight at its head. It had no mind to attack anymore, immediately covering its eyes with its paws and howling. And by the time it reached me, I cut it down with 1 sword stroke. There was still danger behind me. Without hesitation, I turned and pinned the beam on the last one. It instantly became as immobile as a deflated ball. I strode forward and finished it with 1 stroke. Collected 3 souls in total. The eagle-eyed jackal can be broken down. Break down. Break it down. Meat +15. Blood +1,800 milliliters. Hide. With fur +12. bone +9, eye +6. The meat was naturally for eating, but what was this eye for? Eagle-eyed jackal eye. Consuming it greatly boosts night vision, letting you see clearly in the dark. The more you consume, the stronger the effect. Good stuff, and I was hungry. Without hesitation, I swallowed all 6 wolf eyes. A wave of heat immediately wound around my eyes, tears seeping from the corners, the depths of my eyes gradually reddening. I closed my eyes and gently rubbed them. After about 5 minutes, the burning subsided. When I opened them again, the distant scenery was suddenly crystal clear. My vision had improved unprecedentedly. With the crystal lamp off, the grains of sand, gravel on the ground, and distant branches were still distinctly visible. Turning the lamp back on, I actually saw less clearly under the light. Good stuff. Pity it only buffs in the dark. I looked at the rest of the spoils. Eagle-eyed jackal hide. With fur can be made into warm clothing. Eagle-eyed jackal bone. Ordinary beast bone, useless. Eagle-eyed jackal meat. Salty in taste, warm in nature, non-toxic and edible. Nourishes the 5 organs, dispels cold, eliminates rheumatism. 2 start. Eagle-eyed jackal blood. Contains amino acids and glucose, replenishes stamina. Consuming it boosts nighttime agility, movement speed, and jumping. Another nighttime buff. I took the stone bowl, filled it with blood, and drank half. Phew, a surge of blood and vitality rushed through my body. A light leap, and I actually shot out 2 meters, double the distance. I sprinted around the island, movement speed, reactions, and jumping all greatly enhanced. From now on, I can take on tricky beasts at night. The wolf hide was useful too. The climate was still warm now, but who knew if this world would enter winter? Store it first, make some clothes when it got cold. I climbed a small hill, swung the hoe and felled all the trees, gathering 50 wood, quite a lot. But the shellfish field mentioned in the hint was nowhere to be seen. Circling to the other side of the hill, a low-lying cave gave off a rank, fishy stench. This must be where they sleep during the day. Maybe there's good stuff hidden inside. With the jackals gone, I stooped and entered the cave. The cave wasn't deep, just over 6 meters. Reaching the end, I saw a stone pillar hanging upside down from the cave ceiling. Evenly proportioned top and bottom, about a meter tall, a little over a palm wide, its surface pitted like the rock face of a karst cave. What is this? I touched it, moist and slippery. Ordinary shellfish field. Placed in a sand pit and filled with seawater, it grows delicious shellfish. Natural cultivation. Add flowing seawater to grow random shellfish. Artificial cultivation. Add existing shellfish to grow the same kinda. So this is a shellfish field. With a slight effort, I took it down. Ordinary shellfish field +1. It looked like stone but wasn't, material unknown, and not too heavy either. There was nothing else good around, so I shouldered the shellfish field and walked out of the wolf den, sitting on the beach to study its use. Cultivation instructions. Cycle about 10 to 12 hours. Cannot be interrupted before maturity, or it fails. Artificial cultivation requires changing/adding seawater. Must be cultivated in a sand pit or flowing seawater. Artificial cultivation yields more, with a fixed variety. Natural cultivation yields less, with a random variety. A low-tier shellfish field can only grow one kind. I understood. I couldn't just make a water tank, fill it with seawater, and toss it in. I had to put it directly in the sea, or dig a pit on the beach, fill it with seawater, and then place it. It had to grow in a natural environment and couldn't be removed before maturity. At my current pace, I could only cultivate after exploring 5 islands each day, harvesting the next morning. Today's voyages were used up, perfect for a test. I set out the ruined base by the sea, dug a deep pit in the courtyard, and stood the shellfish field in it, and used the bucket to pour in seawater. I chose artificial cultivation. I had 4 kinds of shellfish, enough. Natural cultivation might yield new kinds, but in small quantities. In the early phase, winning by volume was still best. I tossed in 2 wild raw oysters and returned to the base. Time to improve my living conditions. Gazing at the empty room, plenty of things could be upgraded. I opened the ruined base and selected Add Flooring. Wood -10. Blocks of solid wood flooring appeared in the room. I laid a few symbolically, and the whole room was covered in rosewood-colored flooring. As simple as assembling building blocks. Much more comfortable. The shellfish field couldn't be moved for 12 hours, and I couldn't waste this time. I set up the water collector and added 36 wood to make water, so I could harvest a big batch in the morning. The remaining wood was running low. Trade for more resources. I opened the trade channel. Seller, Moo 180.76 30 milliliters water need 1, with stock 21 purchase per person. Seller, Moo 180.76 10 wild raw oysters plus 10 scallops plus 40 sea conch, need 1, any emblem stock 1. Note, DM me for good blueprints too. Clear out the seafood. With the shellfish field, I kept a few samples of each kind to cultivate and sold the rest. Seafood had big shells and little meat. These might not be enough for a grown man's single dinner, but I trusted someone would be willing to trade. Woof woof, Cuddy rubbed its head against my thigh, wearing a cheeky look with its tongue out. Hungry? Want something to eat? Woof woof. It sprang up excitedly. It was mealtime too, and Cuddy had performed well today, deserving a reward. I tossed it a beast bone to gnaw, then took out walrus meat and crocodile meat, slicing them thin as sashimi to eat raw dipped in soy sauce, giving the rest to Cuddy. Only then did I realize, if I had a few jars of wasabi, how great that'd be. But no rush. Once I had more resources later, what good thing couldn't I trade for? Visibility was poor at night, and with humans' innate fear of the dark, far fewer people went out to sea, most camping in place. The bored ones flocked to the trade market, hoping to find some good goods. The moment my water went up, it was snatched up in a frenzy. Comrades, Boss Moo's water is here, tons of it, charge. Damn, this guy again. Every time the boss sells water, he jumps out to holler. Someone tell me where he is. I'll go kill him. This guy's probably a shill. Shill +1. I've never gotten any after he shouts. The water was gone in seconds as always, those who missed out flooding the screen with envy and resentment. No one had seen me, but my standard of living had long become everyone's aspiration. Just then, a DM box popped up. Tang mating 172.55. Brother Moo, I have a fire emblem. Trade for water? I'd sent a small horn today buying fire emblems and set a keyword, so it popped right up. This woman had actually gotten another fire emblem. Good luck. I glanced at the water collector. It had just produced 500 milliliters. Moo, sure. 500 milliliters water for 1. Tang mating. How come you raised the price, brother? Give me 1,000 milliliters? I still haven't found water, and I finally got a fire emblem. If I weren't so unbearably thirsty, I really wouldn't part with it. Moo, don't even think about it. Do you take my place for a waterworks? Besides what I keep for myself, this is all I have. That was the truth. After exchanging for wood, I only had 200 milliliters left, which I'd planned to drink shortly. Even if I had a surplus, it wouldn't be her place to make outrageous demands. Tang mating. Anything else works too. A water substitute is fine. I haven't found water in 3 days. I'll dehydrate at this rate. I thought it over. 500 milliliters for 1 emblem was indeed pricey, but everyone was short on water. That was the market rate. Might as well earn a bit more while I could. Moo, for an old customer's sake, 500 milliliters water plus 100 milliliters walrus blood. This blood strengthens the body. You won't lose out. If you don't want it, forget it. Tang mating. I want it. Thank you, Brother Moo. A moment later, I tossed over the trade link, and the fire emblem was in hand. The rocket backpack flight device could be crafted. Tang mating. Brother Moo, can you tell me where you get so much water? Some say you already have water-producing equipment or found a large island with an underground river. The outside world wanted to pump me for intel. I didn't answer and exited directly. At this moment, I should stay silent. Some trump cards can't be casually revealed. She didn't press either, probably guessing a bit from my attitude. If someone doesn't want to talk, why press? No need to make enemies. Before long, the seafood feast I'd listed was also bought out, netting a strength emblem, a pentagonal metal piece, hard, with a simple fist carved in the center. This was the first such emblem I'd seen, already beyond the 5 elements scope. I didn't know its use, but this deal was an absolute steal. Storing the emblem, I started doing push-ups in the room. Though I was already a resource big shot, I knew well, there's always someone stronger, always a higher heaven. This world was a forest of the strong. I absolutely couldn't let momentary achievements blind me. Going forward, I'd face not only ferocious beasts but all sorts of players. Without improving my strength, I could easily be one-shot by someone stronger. So I had to keep training. After several sets, I was drenched in sweat. When tired, I ruffled Cuddy for a bit, then kept training. After the push-ups, I drew the bronze sword again, chopping, thrusting, swinging. Though without technique, it trained my arms' flexibility and my feel for gripping the sword, mastering it through practice. I didn't stop until late at night. I spread out the sleeping bag and crawled in. So cozy. The sky blue sleeping bag was stuffed with high elastic cotton and feathers, warm and comfortable. I'd finally bid farewell to the days of sleeping on the floor. Seeing my blissful state, Cuddy actually took the initiative to nose into the bag, wriggling in with a couple of moves, and magically turned around in the cramped space, leaving its head and front paws sticking out. Hey, Cuddy, this is my one-person sleeping bag. We can't sleep together. Besides, you seem to be male. Ugh, forget it. Seeing its blissful face, I couldn't bear to disturb it, so I just held it and slept. Honestly, it was quite comfortable, soft and fluffy like hugging a body pillow. Was this Cuddy male or female after all? Pity the pet panel didn't say. The next day, I slept until the sun was high. After days of roughing it, suddenly having such a comfortable sleeping bag, plus a dog to warm the bed, I slept exceptionally soundly. Getting up, I checked the water collector. The container was full. 5,500 milliliters, quite a haul. I took out the toothbrush, toothpaste, and towel, and washed up with 500 milliliters of water. My breath was fresh and my mood soared. I didn't use soap. That stuff wasted too much water, and for now I still had to conserve. I wiped my face and came out to the courtyard to check the shellfish field. Whoa! Over a dozen wild oysters of various sizes had already grown on the thick pillar. I took out the shellfish field and pried all the oysters off. Fine wild oyster plus 11. Fine wild oyster. One tier above ordinary, richer in nutrients. Long-term consumption reduces fat and builds muscle. Shellfish field cultivation could actually upgrade quality. I pried one open and ate it raw. The meat was fresh, tender, and plump, twice the size of an ordinary one, and even tastier. The only issue was the low quantity, only 11 overnight, and that was with artificial cultivation. With natural cultivation, I'd probably get just 2 or 3. It was, after all, a low-tier shellfish field. If it could upgrade quality, the yield would surely surge. Since I hadn't had breakfast, I broke down all the remaining fine oysters, dipped them in soy sauce, and ate a hearty meal. Awesome. A bit of wasabi would make it perfect. The market could definitely trade for it. There was no need to keep the remaining ordinary shellfish. I'd keep one of each kind for breeding and trade all the rest. With fine goods in hand, who'd still want ordinary wild ones? Seller, Moo 180.768 oysters plus 4 scallops plus 9, sea conch need 3 tubes of wasabi stock 1. Note, limited quantity, first come first served. The cost performance was terrible, but I wasn't worried about the exchange. Wasabi wasn't a necessity, and right now being able to trade it for a bite to eat was something so many people would give anything for. Sure enough, in under a minute the deal closed, and 3 tubes of wasabi were mine. I deployed the boat. To the east are 2 silver treasure chests, but there's a gale along this route today. You'll lose half your supplies. For a safe arrival, go tomorrow instead. The South Island is rich in supplies but shrouded in toxic gas. Without anti-poison items, you'll collapse instantly. Go to the West Island and you'll surely regret it. It's enormous, taking half a day to explore, yet it has nothing to. The North Island has plentiful supplies, with a red-bellied greenleaf snake and a giant rodent locked in a standoff. Just now the snake ambushed successfully, swallowed the giant rodent, and stuffed itself so full it can't move. To the southwest are 4 wooden treasure chests, requiring 15 hours to reach. The Northeast Island has plenty of silicone and sponges, useful for making some strange things. East, ruled out. Losing supplies or delaying wasn't worth it. Southwest was too far. North it is. That snake has no combat power right now. Let me check the compendium first. Red-bellied greenleaf snake. Emerald green body. Reddish-brown belly. Highly venomous. The natural enemy of the giant rodent. The two are locked in a love-hate cycle, and where there are snakes, there are usually rodents. Swift, aggressive, and skilled at hiding in forests. Not a large python. Limited digestion. After feeding it needs 3 to 5 hours before it can move. Ability, venom spray. Weakness, the vital point, 7 inches below the head. Danger level, 26. It had just fed, the perfect timing. And I needn't worry that the giant rodent would already be digested by the time I got there. If the journey were long, the system would surely warn me. No warning meant not much time had passed, and I'd make it. What was venom spray? Venom spray sprays venom, causing the target to convulse, lose consciousness, or even die. Blinds if it enters the eyes. Cooldown 30 minutes. A bit dangerous. I had to guard against getting sprayed. But this little peril couldn't shake my resolve to slay it. Over 20 minutes later, I reached the island, and a wave of tropical rainforest humidity hit my face, vegetation flourishing. A few steps in, and I was swallowed by tall grass, no snake in sight. I parted the grass blades and headed toward the depths of the rainforest. Nearing the island's center, a hint surfaced. Careful, 5 meters ahead is a red-bellied green-leaf snake that's just eaten its fill and can't move for now, but watch out for the venom in its mouth. 5 meters. I stared for a while, but couldn't find it. Getting closer and blinking, I finally made it out. A 5-meter-long green snake lying in the grass. Its body was a glossy green, nearly the same color as the vegetation, its belly blended with the soil. If not for that bulging stomach standing out like a huge lump, it'd have been hard to spot. The more vivid the snake, the more potent its venom. Keeping a safe distance, I lightly swung the bronze sword. It stared back at me warily, but its eyes carried a hint of helplessness. That giant rodent had stretched its belly several times over, leaving it lying on the ground, unable to move, a pitiful sight. Hiss hiss, its tongue flicked out, as if warning. Don't come closer if you've got the guts. Wait till I've digested, then we'll settle this. Unfortunately, I wouldn't oblige. I circled around it, seeking the best angle. If I charged now, I'd probably hack it to death. But once it got desperate and sprayed venom, if I didn't dodge, I'd be in deep trouble. I had to bait out its skill first, then strike. Speed was key to dodging the skill. I looked at Cuddy. Are you healed? No problem moving. Woof woof. It held its head high and chest out, looking spirited and dashing. Seemed fine. I laid out the tactics. This snake spits venom, extremely dangerous. In a moment, I'll circle to the flank. You howl at it from the front and use your ultimate. When it spits venom, you flee, and I'll seize the chance to cut it down. Woof, Aru, it nodded. Cuddy and I split left and right, and the green-leaf snake immediately panicked, unable to guard both its head and tail. Woof, woof, woof. Cuddy roared furiously, holding its attention. Now, I got into position and gave the order. Aru. A powerful sound wave burst from Cuddy's throat. The intimidation skill erupted. The green-leaf snake shuddered violently, taking a few seconds to react. Its eyes flashed with menace, and its gaping maw sprayed out a stream of greenish liquid. Cuddy was ready. The moment the skill ended, it turned and ran, nimbly dodging aside. In that instant, I struck from behind, swinging my sword straight at its vital point, cleaving it in two. Soul plus 2. 2 souls. Perhaps the giant rodent in its stomach counted for me too. Break it down. Snake meat plus 3, snake blood plus 500 milliliters, snake gallbladder plus 1, snake bone plus 1, snake skin plus 2, giant rodent eroded by stomach acid plus 1. Snake meat was tough and dry, low in nutrients, 2-star at 21 points. Snake blood was toxic, drinkable only in small amounts. Too much and you'd go deranged. The gallbladder was bitter and toxic, usable only as a medicinal ingredient. The bone was useless. The skin could make backpacks and clothing. That stomach acid-soaked rodent was technically edible, but utterly revolting. Forget the soaked one. I wouldn't touch even pristine rodent meat. Cuddy didn't mind, but I didn't want to feed it that. I nearly threw it away, then thought better of it. Rodent meat could serve as hunting bait and would save a piece of meat, so I kept it. Rainforest climate. The island was small, but the plants were lush. Searching as I walked, I parted branches and leaves to see a large tree hung full of durians. A fragrant aroma wafted over, high-end goods I normally couldn't afford. I walked over and picked them all, a full 12 of them. Muzang King Durian. The king of durians, prime quality with sweetness edged by bitterness. Turmeric yellow flesh smooth as congealed fat. Extremely low yield, exceedingly rare, its taste and texture utterly surpassing the golden pillow variety. Top grade Muzang King. I knew this stuff originated in Malaysia with export restrictions, the world's finest durian, and getting 12 at once was insane luck. I couldn't wait to slice one open and eat the flesh. The system could have broken it down directly, but that would have robbed me of the joy of feasting. Sweet fragrance filled my mouth, the flesh juicy and creamy. To outsiders the smell might be foul, But to me, it was pure delight. The more I ate, the more addicted I got. After finishing half, I immediately scooped up the other half to devour. Cuddy watched silently at my side. I casually handed it a piece of flesh. Here. It brought its nose close and cautiously sniffed, then let out a revolted dry heave from its throat. Irk, who irk? A mouthful of sour water dribbled out, and it glared at me with a strange look. Was the master eating crap, and eating it so relishingly? It rolled its eyes, full of contempt. Hey, it's delicious. Don't look at me like that. Don't believe me? Try it. I grabbed another piece and held it out. It bolted away. Ugh, a dog with no appreciation for the finer things. After finishing the durian, I licked my hands clean, then swung the hoe and chopped down the tree along with a small tree beside it. Wood +2. Musang King Durian Sapling +1. Durian sapling. Requires specific conditions to cultivate. Grows durians when matured. There was also a small yellow flower in the grass, slender and curved, a bit garish at first glance. The hint said it could be gathered. Yellow snake flower. Toxic. Where you see it, a snake is likely nearby. The flower is rich in toxins, a basic material for making poison dye. The snake was gone, so no need to worry. I crouched and pulled them all up, 20 in total. Moving on, I found a small pineapple patch and got 8 pineapples. The island wasn't big. I chopped down all the trees, took everything I could carry, and finally dug up a wooden treasure chest from the grass. No danger, open it. Bread +2, fish sausage +5, cola +5, milk +5, potato chips +10. Plenty of food, and the key was the cola and chips, happy fat guy fuel, to kill the loneliness. The cola was in an unbranded contoured bottle, the chips of some unknown brand, and the milk was ordinary boxed 300 milliliters, no added calcium. Though there were no blueprints or emblems, this island had lots of food, so no loss. I gathered another 30 wood and 15 stone, then left the island. The West Island has a hot spring, water temperature 43 degrees, perfect for a comfortable soaked. That's right, I was heading for the West Island. I hadn't bathed in days. My whole body reeked and my clothes were filthy. Having finally found a place to wash, I take a wellness hot spring soak, get a natural SPA, and shake off the island fatigue. Upon reaching the island, I was shocked. Just as the hint said, there was one and only one hot spring on the island. No, wait. There was also a half-meter-tall bluestone standing by the spring, carved with 2 red characters, hot spring, and below it a line of small text like an annotation. This is the hot spring. What the heck was that arrow? I suspected Hot Spring was a place name. This island was called Hot Spring. The whole island was about 15 square meters, the hot spring alone taking up 10, the rest bluestone and fine sand, nothing else. The spring bubbled and steamed, crystal clear to the bottom. The moment I leaned in, it reflected my image. Wellness hot spring. Bathing relieves fatigue, may improve constitution, but could also cause bacterial infection or perilda. This spring contains trace elements the human body needs, detoxifies, strengthens the body, tempers the skin, boosting strength and muscle. No dangered. An acidic sulfur spring containing metal elements, unsuitable for drinking. Drinking large amounts disrupts acid-base balance, causing neurological derangement, dizziness, and cerebral hypoxia. Only for soaking, not drinking. Someone like me, not short on water, wouldn't drink it, but others were another matter. Peril in a hot spring too? I was slightly doubtful. Then let it go. The island world differed from reality, so crocodiles, turtles, or even weird fish that bite little willies popping out of the water wouldn't be strange. I stripped off my clothes, tossed them on the sand, and plunged in. Splash. The instant I entered the water, a magical force enveloped me, countless warm currents seeping in through my pores, nourishing body and mind, an indescribable comfort. So cozy. Cuddy, you come in too. Woof woof. It hesitated a moment, then leapt in, struggled a couple of times, and its forelegs naturally started paddling, a textbook doggy paddle. Dogs really do swim by instinct. The spring wasn't deep, chest high at most. I sat by the pool's edge with only my head above water, my body and mind more relaxed than ever, and amid the hazy drowsiness, I actually fell asleep. About an hour later I woke, my head sweating. Phew, awesome. My skin was soaked soft. I began scrubbing off grime, layer after layer of dirt coming off, the spring water gradually turning murky. After scrubbing, I climbed out, washed my body with soap, lathered up, then jumped back in to rinse clean. Seeing Cuddy lounging blissfully in the water, I grabbed it and gave it a thorough soaping too. Once done, I scrubbed my clothes clean in the water and hung them on the bluestone. At noon, the stone was hot and the air warm. They dried in half an hour. Dressed again, not only was I not drained from the soak, my limbs felt powerful, my belly noticeably smaller, my muscles firmer. Is this the legendary cleansing marrow and tempering bones? This bath was worth it. The corner of my mouth curved up. Just as I was about to leave, I discovered the hot spring water could even be collected, so I took it all, and while at it, dug up the bluestone too. Contaminated hot spring water plus 5 cubic meters. Premium large bluestone plus 1. There was far more water in the spring than this. Collecting it all only yielded 5 cubic meters. The gathered amount didn't match the actual volume. Contaminated hot spring water. Secondhand hot spring water, mildly contaminated. No effects. Not drinkable. Drink at your own risk. Seemed the body strengthening effect vanished after gathering, or perhaps because I dirted it by soaking in it. Since it was useless, I might as well sell it, secondhand bath water, but with the water market so tight, it should sell like hotcakes. After breaking it down, I listed it on the trade channel. Seller, Mumu 180.76 0.5 cubic meters, 500L, secondhand bath water need 30, would alternative 15 iron ingots stock 10. Note, just use secondhand hot spring water, still 43 degrees, not drinkable, great for bathing and laundry, grab it fast. Boom. The moment the bath water went up, the channel blew up again. Damn, the boss found a hot spring? That extravagant? Using a hot spring to bathe, luxurious. The hot spring water itself isn't recommended for drinking, I think. I think it's drinkable. Let me bid one and try. 500L, great value. Won't kill anyone. Tempted, though it's the boss's secondhand bath water, the quantity's huge, one sip won't hurt, right? You guys are actually debating whether to drink bath water? So cheap, only 30 wood. Cheap for nothing. It's gone by the time I go to bid. I hadn't expected secondhand bath water to be this hot. While everyone was still debating whether to drink it, it was already snapped up in seconds. As for whether they took it home to drink, bathe, or do laundry, that was none of my business. The market these days, premium resources were just too scarce. Poor quality, but winning on quantity. Some traded wood, some stone, without batting an eye. Some even started drinking it on the spot after winning, and boasted on the public screen that the water tasted pretty good. The boss's bath water, so fragrant. Most sneered at this. There were also envious ones who DM'd asking whether the few who'd tasted it could resell third-hand bath water. But no one ever replied, for reasons unknown. I went straight to exploring the island, ignoring those comments in the channel. The note said not to drink it. What they did with it back home was none of my concern. On the 18th island, I dug up 3 fragrant rice saplings. Fragrant rice sapling. Requires specific conditions to cultivate. Grows fragrant rice when matured. Grain was a necessity. Hunting and eating meat every day made for unbalanced nutrition, and growing grain was urgent. And I firmly believed, once this stuff matured, it'd fetch a good price. Though I couldn't plant it directly, I'd keep it in reserve. There was also a copper treasure chest on the island, yielding 2 items. Unactivated strength bracer, a relic of ancient hunters, boosts strength when worn, deactivated over the ages, requires activation. Activation. Strength emblem ×1, soul ×1. Damaged agility bracer. A relic of ancient hunters, damaged over the ages, boosts speed after repair. Repair. Speed emblem ×1, soul ×1, silver ×1, green crystal ×2. I lacked materials for the agility bracer, but the strength bracer could be activated. Deserted islands were perilous. I chose activation without hesitation. Strength emblem -1, soul -1. Ordinary strength bracer, advanceable, activated. It could be advanced twice. The first required 1 soul, 1 strength emblem, and 1 red crystal. Conditions unmet. I took out the bracer. Strength bracer, strength +50 when worn. The bracer was broad, thick, and elastic, alternating in red, yellow, and black, retro and dark, exuding mystery. Slipping it onto my left arm, a surge of strength instantly coursed through my body. There was no foreign sensation on my wrist, no stuffiness or heat, as if it had merged with me. Nice, no wearing sensation, much more comfortable. I'd worried it'd add weight and get in the way. Turned out I'd overthought it. On the next island ahead, I ran into trouble. A player has already landed on the small southwest island, and, before they could explore, was captured and controlled by a green vine man-eating flower demon. It's not hungry right now and plans to enjoy the feast later. If you handle it carefully, you may rescue the trapped one and slay the flower demon. A hero saving a beauty, likely winning the fair maiden's favored. Another player, rescue or not. I mulled it over. Looks like it's a woman. Rescuing someone also depended on whether it was worth it. If I could make a connection and gain a contact, it'd be a worthwhile deal. If the other party was ill-intentioned and had wicked designs, I'd only waste my goodwill. The tale of the farmer and the snake wasn't rare in this world. Some players died for saving others or trusting people carelessly, leaving unwilling final words in the channel at their deaths. Some indignant, some sympathetic, but most could only shake their heads. Seeing enough of it, one grew numb. But the Southwest Island had resources. It was the only place worth going. Why not wait for the flower demon to eat the player, then go loot the corpse? That would keep me safe and spare me the disgrace of leaving someone to die. But after mulling it over a long while, I still gave up. I didn't know when its next meal would be, and waiting idly would waste time, with unforeseen changes possibly making things worse. Better to go look first and decide on the spot, keeping the initiative in my own hands. Check the compendium first. Green vine man-eating flower demon, a land-rooted animal, shaped like a flower, but actually a highly intelligent creature. It has plant-like roots that dig into soil to absorb nutrients, and can also move slowly. Its head is a giant man-eating flower. When disguised, it looks like a harmless, gorgeous bloom, revealing its fangs only when feeding. Its nerves can attach to green vines as they grow, making the vines part of its body to control. It likes to hoard food, digesting it only when its roots run low on nutrients. Ability: Vine Control Weakness, Fears Fire Danger Level, 38. Seemed it had eaten well recently, so it wasn't in a hurry to digest that beauty, letting her cling to life. Lucky. This thing was hideous and menacing, dark green tinged with dull red, drool dripping from the corners of its mouth, enough to make one's scalp crawl. Vine Control turns vines into tentacles, controlling them to move, attack, and bind. Range 5 meters. Each control lasts 5 minutes. Cooldown 30 minutes. This skill seemed unremarkable, but was actually perilous. If the island were dense with vines, it could ambush under cover. Afraid of fire? If there were lots of trees, I'd burn the damn thing. Strategy set. I rode straight for the Southwest Island. The terrain matched my expectations. Tall trees soaring skyward, at least 20 meters, weeds everywhere, insects buzzing, all sorts of vines climbing trees and coiling on the ground. One careless step and you tread on one. Really tough to deal with, a natural ambush ground. Without the hints, there'd be no way to play this. If the flower demon bound my hands and feet right now, my situation would turn dire instantly. Prepare for danger in times of peace. I took 2 pieces of wood and made a torch, lit it with flint, and headed into the depths of the forest. Cuddy, stay close. Watch the surroundings. Alert me immediately if you spot danger or branches moving oddly. Woof woof. Its senses far surpassed mine, better for early warning. I lightly waved the torch to examine carefully, and after rounding a few thick trees, 3 enormous, human-shaped rice dumplings appeared abruptly. Those are other survivors. There were actually 3 people. I instantly tensed. The flower demon was nearby. The 3 were tightly wrapped in green vines, hung upside down from a tree, mouths gagged, only eyes and noses exposed, breathing with difficulty. The woman hanging upside down was named Zhang Qingqing. Beside her was her boyfriend Yin Wei, and on the other side was the mistress in her eyes, Wu Peipei. Just thinking of that woman made her seethe with jealousy. To be precise, Yin Wei had only become her boyfriend yesterday. They'd met on the same island and hooked up fast after several unspeakable encounters. She had no choice. This world was too terrifying, and she could only survive by leaning on a man's arm. Before that, her boyfriend was Lu Jun, thin and small. To swindle his food and water, she'd shamelessly flaunted her charms and traveled with him. Though that guy was good for nothing, having someone to take care of her and handing over all his resources did make her days easier. Until she ran into Yin Wei, a jock, and though his looks were an affront to the audience, he was tall and mighty. He'd taken out Lu Jun in one move and seized his supplies. Zhang Qingqing immediately felt she'd found her safe harbor, threw herself into his arms, and naturally became his woman. The good times didn't last. This morning they'd run into Wu Peipei, 100 times prettier than her, with a pair of soul-snatching eyes that bewitched Yin Wei so thoroughly, he actually forced her to split half her food with the woman, beating her when she refused. She could only swallow her anger, cursing inwardly. This woman deserves to die. Just now she'd said go east, but Wu Peipei insisted on west, and Yin Wei obeyed his new sweetheart's every word. That's how they'd come to this terrifying island. The moment they entered the woods, they saw mushrooms all over the ground and a treasure chest. She'd cheered and run over, but before she could reach out, something tightened around her feet and hoisted her whole body up. Amid her startled scream, Yin Wei and Wu Peipei were yanked up the tree too. Yin Wei fought back desperately, but couldn't sever the vines no matter what, and in less than half a minute another vine wrapped around his weapon and wrenched it away. All three ended up hanging upside down from the treetops. Right after, a bloody maw rose from the grass and drew near, not to mention Zhang Qingqing. Even Yin Wei wet himself on the spot. 3 streams of stinking liquid dripped down their heads. The monster sniffed, spat out drool in disgust, and lay back down on the ground. It didn't eat, probably saving them to eat later. It's over, we're going to die here today. If not for that little vixen Wu Peipei, how would it have come to this? The 3 couldn't speak and could only broadcast a distress call to the whole zone in the channel. But no one paid any attention. There were too many such pleas every day. Who knew which island they were on? And even knowing whether rushing over would just make you cannon fodder was anyone's guess. Most people only expressed sympathy. Some fished for intel, putting on a charitable air and asking this and that. Then, once done, tossing out a "there's nothing I can do, good luck." At the depths of their despair, a familiar figure strode steadily over. Moo Moo. All 3 recognized this avatar, a zone big shot, now famous across the whole server. Zhang Qingqing had even DM'd him once, only to hear nothing back. Had it been anyone else, they'd have assumed he'd come to die. But the moment Moo Moo appeared, the 3 rekindled hope for survival. If even he couldn't save them, then they really would meet their end here today. But Moo Moo seemed unaware of that monster. The 3 had their mouths tightly gagged, especially Zhang Qingqing. When caught, she'd opened her mouth to scream, and something had actually slipped in. A thick vine was still stuck there now. She could only make MMPH sounds, twisting her body along with Yin Wei and Wu Peipei, her eyes desperately rolling toward the monster's hiding spot. MMPH. Zhang Qingqing threw her head back and forth, tears streaming, desperately trying to warn me with her eyes. I'd already walked up to the tree, looking at the 3 in their sorry state. 3 people no match for 1 flower demon, useless trash. A cold smirk surfaced at the corner of my mouth. MMPH. Zhang Qingqing was so anxious she nearly cried, terrified I'd get hoisted up too if I wasn't careful. Quiet down, I snapped impatiently. If you don't want to die, keep it down for me, and I'll let you down in a bit. The 3 immediately fell silent, eyes brimming with tears fixed on that vine. Boss, be careful, don't get caught like us. Woof, Cuddy barked softly. At the same time, I heard a rustle by my ear. Here it comes. I abruptly raised my right foot, and a vine snapped around it. It pulled hard but couldn't budge me. Break! The bronze sword swung down, and the green vine lost a chunk on the spot. My strength had indeed grown quite a bit. I felt confident now. 1 miss, and the flower demon switched from ambush to all-out assault, 4 or 5 thicker vines coiling in at once. Petty tricks. I swung my sword and hacked them all off. Aroo! A pained howl rose from the grass, and that patch of prostrate green moss suddenly swelled up like it was being inflated, transforming into a man-high bloody maw. Finally couldn't hold back? I stared at this menacing monster, utterly fearless. The flower demon opened its mouth to bite. Thrust. 1 sword ran through its mouth, thick dark green pus gushing out, utterly revolting. But it merely shook its head, unharmed, and continued lunging to bite. Retreat. Ordinary attacks are ineffective against it. Couldn't be stabbed to death. I was secretly alarmed. So the flower demon's sympathetic nerves were densely spread, each controlled independently, just like a plant. Cut off a few branches, and it lives on. That sword had only sliced through a layer of its bark. Its core was in the roots, and if the roots didn't die, neither would it. I frowned slightly. This island's trees, ingredients, and medicinal herbs could have left me some resources, but now it seemed that was out. To cut the grass, you must pull the roots. I stepped back and lit the weeds on the ground with the torch. The flower demon suddenly went berserk, its giant head lunging. Go to hell. Seizing the instant it opened its mouth, I flung the torch inside. Ugh, hissa. It smacked its lips, dumbfounded, then thrashed its head in agony, thick smoke billowing from its mouth. Aru. When it opened its mouth again, its throat was already a sea of flames. The fire spread along its head, rushing toward the vine tentacles all around. It flailed the vines like fire whips lashing wildly, the vegetation all ablaze, flames soaring skyward. MMPH. Seeing the forest fire, the three in the tree struggled desperately, but I ignored them entirely. It's over. The three despaired utterly. The monster was burned to death, but they couldn't escape either, likely to perish in the sea of flames. Cuddy, avoid the fire. Unhurried, I led it over near the three. Aru. Cuddy let out a long howl, and the skill Fire Repel activated. In an instant, the raging flames all around rapidly receded, yielding a large safe zone, like a lone island in a sea of fire, sparks unable to intrude. The three were stunned, and before they could figure out what had happened, they took it as heaven's mercy. Moments later, the entire island save for the ground beneath my feet was scorched earth, and the flower demon was burned clean. What a waste, I sighed, gazing at the charred woods. That green vine man-eater left nothing behind. Not meat, not bone, not skin, not a single hair. I didn't rush to free them, but hoisted the hoe and searched the whole island. I refuse to believe there's not a single resource left. At the very least, this clearing beneath my feet should have something. Orchid grass mushroom, an edible fungus, rich in nutrients, delicious in soup, boosts antiviral immunity. I picked all the mushrooms, 20 in total. Ahead was another silver treasure chest, no danger, yielding a fine iron wok, a set of ordinary kitchenware, plus a cookbook. The iron wok was no different from a household one, but the cookbook. I opened it, text and images plus complex symbols, obscure and hard to understand, leaving me utterly baffled. Basic cookbook. Records over 100 ocean cuisines and hundreds of cooking methods, with precise proportions, capable of producing fine dishes that may yield unexpected effects when eaten. With this book, easily become a master chef. Learn the basic cookbook. Man is iron. Food is steel. Skip a meal and you'll starve. Learn it. Island ingredients differed from reality. I had no idea how to cook them and could only grill, boil, or eat raw. Though high-end ingredients often used the simplest preparations, I wasn't sure I was doing it right. A beam of light melded into my body. The cookbook vanished, and a cooking button appeared on the panel. Tapping it, whoosh. Several pages popped out, over 100 delicacies, main images with names and descriptions, and selecting one entered its details, including the full method, ingredients, and nourishing effects. Dishes came in two states, lit and grayed. Those I could make were lit. Those missing ingredients were dim. There weren't many I could make right now. I could also reverse select, casually taking out a piece of meat. My mind would automatically display which dishes it could make. It really is good stuff. What I valued wasn't just the deliciousness, but those effects. Cooking various ingredients together could produce magical results. After learning the cookbook, I continued scavenging. The charred trees could be gathered, and I dug them all up, actually getting 80 units of charcoal. I picked up scattered resources one by one too, scavenging the place clean. The three had been hanging so long they were dizzy, and Zhang Qingqing kept making odd sounds to draw my attention. I ignored it. No one could stop me from scavenging resources. Only after confirming 3 times that not a single scrap was left on the island did I walk toward them. Stop shouting, you're not in danger for now. I'm still considering whether to save you. I said flatly. I just fought a big battle and was thirsty, so I pulled out a bottle of cola and gulped it down. The three's eyes went green with envy. The boss actually had cola, so lavish. Letting out a satisfied burp, I coldly stared at the three, weighing whether to kill and take their loot or rescue them. Killing and looting was easy, but there were 3 of them. Once they recognized me and posted in the channel that Moo Moo was a robber, my reputation would turn foul. No matter how strong, becoming the target of public wrath wouldn't feel good. I wasn't sure whether I'd need to form a team to contend for dominance later. and being swarmed would be a huge hassle. At this stage, I'd rather make widespread good connections. Besides, these three hadn't wronged me, and I wasn't short on food and drink, so there was no need to kill. I'd probe their intentions first. If they hadn't recognized me, it'd be easy to handle. I took a Swiss Army knife from my toolbox, cut open the vines over the three's mouths, and pulled out the saliva-soaked vine from Zhang Qingqing's mouth. Phew! The three gasped for breath as if reborn, then poured out pleas and thanks without stopping. Thank you, boss, for saving our lives. Please let us down, boss. Brother Mu is our savior, our second father and mother. Recognized after all, in terms of sheer strength, there probably wasn't a second person right now who could save them. The three immediately began fawning. Shut up. I impatiently cut off these phony flatteries. My words were harsh, but I disliked servile, groveling people. Since they'd recognized me, lending a hand was fine, but I couldn't save them for nothing. I took out a piece of bread and bit into it, speaking as I ate. You can come down, but I have a condition. A condition? Yin Wei was stunned. What condition? The boss wouldn't be after these two women, would he? My harem's only been going a few days. Do you have good stuff on you like blueprints, crystals, souls, or emblems? I'll trade with you. So it's things you want. Yin Wei breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't the women, anything was negotiable. But his face turned awkward. Boss, where would small fry like us get emblems? We can barely even eat. None. I cast a skeptical look. Days in and not a single emblem found. I didn't believe it. Really none. Zhang Qingqing looked at me with tearful eyes. But I have another treasure. Does the boss want it? Another treasure? My eyes lit up. If she really had a special item, I could consider it. What treasure? Me, she said with a tender, affectionate look, running her tongue around her lips and giving them a light bite. I'm the treasure. Does the boss like it? Your F*** ing messing with me. My gaze turned cold, the bronze sword already pressed against her chest. If you want to die, say so now. I couldn't be bothered with this sword at all, short, dark, and fat, yet daring to flaunt herself in front of me. I was wrong, Brother Mu, spare me. She was nearly crying. I just genuinely admire you, boss. Take me in. I'm absolutely worth more than the price. I can do lots of things, you know what I mean. Zhang Qingqing wasn't dumb. Mu Mu was worlds better than Yin Wei, with looks, strength, and resources all in hand. Following him meant a worry-free life. Before I could speak, a discordant voice piped up beside her. Uffed, shameless, you have a boyfriend, and you're seducing the boss. Wu Pei cursed. Just as I was about to seize the chance to respond, she added, What kind of treasure are you? I'm Brother Mu's treasure. You shameless slut. Snatching other people's boyfriends everywhere, and you still have the nerve to talk about me. Zhang Qingqing shot back. Didn't you say this morning you liked Yin Wei? Now that he's yours, I've broken up with him. I'm single. Why can't I pursue Boss Mu? You? Go take a good look at yourself in a puddle of your own piss, a walking gas tank. You think the boss would fancy that? Brother Mu, look at me. I'm a treasure all over. Let me down and I'll show you properly. Wu Pei really was quite a bit better than Zhang Qingqing. Better figure, delicate features, above average among the survivors. Struck at her sore spot, Zhang Qingqing completely blew up. Skinny as a monkey, no assets at all. No one look even if you stripped. You're the shameless one, Brother Mu is mine. The two bickered back and forth, and Yin Wei's face turned as ugly as could be. The two women who'd been so obedient and jealous over him this morning had all flipped to Mu Mu in a blink, making him look like discarded trash. I frowned impatiently. These two freaks, only an idiot would take them exploring. Had I known, I'd have shot them one arrow each from the shadows and made a nice profit. But things had come to this, and it wouldn't do to show it. Let me hear you argue one more time, and you can forget about coming down, I said coldly. It worked. The two immediately fell silent. The world became a good deal more peaceful. I'll give you 3 minutes. Each of you hands over one emblem, or a soul, or a blueprint, and I'll let you down. Otherwise, hang there and pray you run into the next survivor before you starve to death. One more word, and watch me turn on you. None of the three had a single emblem. I'd never believe that even if you beat me to death. Sure enough, it worked. Wu Pei said urgently. Wait, I have some. Brother Mu, I'll give you the emblem and the soul. Can you let me down? Fine. I walked over and, without hesitation, cut the vines to free her. I was in a hurry, and didn't want to waste words. She cautiously offered up a metal plate and a soul. Brother Mu, is this okay? As she spoke, she deliberately leaned forward and tugged her collar low, but I didn't even glance at it. This seemingly frail girl actually had a soul on her. My impression of her rose slightly. Taking a look, one soul, one speed emblem, with a lightning symbol in the center. Not bad. I put them in my backpack. I said I'd trade with you. I won't take them for free. At market price, one emblem is worth about 500 milliliters of water or 2 pieces of meat. You choose. What? Wu Pei thought she'd misheard. Brother Mu, you're giving me food too? I'm a man who keeps his word. Since we've agreed on a trade, it'll naturally be fair. Actually, with the market recovering and the water shortage easing a bit, an emblem could now fetch over 700 milliliters of water, and a speed emblem was even scarcer, worth more. But I'd save their lives, so it was only right for them to take a bit of a loss, and the difference counted as my reward. Hearing this, Wu Pei beamed with joy and cautiously asked, "Can I have water plus food?" "Sure. For the speed emblem, I'll give you 200 milliliters of water plus 1 meat, and for the soul, I'll throw in a loaf of bread." I sent a gift pack directly through the system, 200 milliliters water, 1 spotted salamander meat, 1 bread. Thank you, Brother Mo. Her eyes were full of gratitude. She'd thought she'd be extorted, but instead not only was she rescued, she also got water and food. This trade was no loss for her. She'd even come out slightly ahead. Her impression of me soared, and she posted a string of thanks in the Zone channel. We were just trapped, and Brother Mu saved us, and even traded water and food for our resources. Thank you, Brother Mu. Damn, the boss is awesome. Boss Mu is mighty. Having you is a blessing to our zone. Do you look like your avatar? I want to meet Brother Mu. For a moment the screen filled with flattery. I sighed inwardly. Ah, this empty fame with nowhere to rest. But looked at another way. This Wu Pei was quite capable at handling things. Not only pleasant to hear, she'd also helped establish my reputation in the channel, letting people know I'd become a big shot through strength, not by killing and robbing. That was important. Boss, can you let us down now? Yin Wei asked cautiously. You didn't trade with me. I shook my head and pointed at Wu Pei. Only if she agrees. Pei, you know I love you. Yin Wei turned to plead with her instead. Wu Pei knew pestering me would get her nowhere and nodded. I swung my sword and cut the green vines, and Yin Wei dropped to the ground. Only Zhang Qingqing was left. Her eyes were full of terror. She knew that woman would never let her down. Sure enough, Wu Pei walked over with a cold sneer. Cheap woman, just hang there in the tree. Before she'd even finished, smack, a few slaps, and red marks rose on Zhang Qingqing's face. Help, boss, save me. Zhang Qingqing wailed like a slaughtered pig, and seeing no reaction from me, said anxiously, Boss, I have good stuff to trade with you. I beg you, Brother Mu, let me down, please. You have something? I frowned. This had better be real this time. Dare to trick me again, and you know the consequences. I drew my sword and gave it a shake. I really do, she said in a fluster. I have a blueprint. Trade it with you, brother, okay? What blueprint? I was interested in blueprints, but it had to be good goods. The blueprint for 5 years of college entrance exams, 3 years of simulations. She stole a glance at me and, seeing my expression turn colder, hastily changed her tune. No, it's a perfect gas mask blueprint. Not learned yet. Seemed she really did have good goods. Without a bit of pressure, she wouldn't tell the truth. I cut the vine with one stroke and let her down, as a trade, of course. I was quite satisfied with this blueprint. Now I could explore toxic gas islands too. I gave her 200 milliliters of water and 1 spotted salamander meat. Deal done. Boss. Yin Wei sidled over with a fawning grin. I was in no mood to chat. I've saved all 3 of you. I have one request. Please speak, boss. He bowed and scraped. I don't care where you go, but I'll leave first, and none of you 3 may follow me or pick the same route, or I'll kill you. Yes, we'd never disturb you, boss. Yin Wei hastily agreed, but a thought suddenly popped into his head. This Mumu isn't as tall as me, and his muscles aren't as good either. Could I kill and rob him? If it worked, huge profit. A cunning flash. Then he suppressed it. The guy had single-handedly taken down a whole man-eating flower demon, his strength too great. A rash move that failed would end horribly. If he was going to act, it'd have to be a sneak attack. His face immediately piled up with utter respect. That fake smile made me thoroughly uncomfortable. And that trace of a sinister expression from a moment ago, I'd sharply caught it. This guy doesn't seem like a good sort. Dragging around two freak women is one thing, but he's got plenty of crooked ideas too. Thinking of ambushing me, I mused inwardly. Even if he made a move, I wasn't afraid. That crudest, ordinary short knife of his, I was long since immune to. If he really dared, all the better. I'd have a reason to deal with him, and turn a profit besides. Of course, if he had no ill intent, then I'd just been too harsh in judging him. No need to say more. I paid the three no further mind and scanned the surrounding waters, seeking a quality route. Boss Mu, can I go with you, just me? Zhang Qingqing sidled over, her clothes disheveled now, her assets exposed. She really did have more than Wu Peipei. It's so lonely on the sea alone. I can keep the boss entertained. No need. I refused outright. I like small animals, and I already have a dog. I can be your dog too. She actually knelt on the ground and started barking like a dog. Woof, woof, woof. Look, boss, isn't it convincing? Take me in. I'll do whatever you say. Fight whoever you tell me to. Woof, woof, woof. I'm telling you to scram. Disappear from my sight forever. I forced down the urge to kick her. Dealing with this sort of person was purely a waste of time. To the southeast are some tools used by a famous movie star. The northwest route has a small tornado. You'll lose a third of your supplies and reach a tropical island rich in fruit. The West Island has some popular records, but a pity you have no equipment to play them. The North Island has a murky freshwater pond. Drinkable, but beware of diarrhea. Lots of bacteria in the water. The East Island has an iron treasure chest and a stupid bulldog. It loves gnawing tree bark and turf, and just stuffed itself to death. Stuffed itself to death? I was delighted. Such a good thing, a free kill. Saved me a lot of effort. To the East Island, and check up on the bulldog while at it. Bulldog, an omnivorous mammal, loves gnawing bones and tree trunks. Nimble tongue and sharp teeth, can tear apart tough things. Runs extremely fast, strong attack power, deep hostility toward humans. Horns atop its head, can toss creatures flying in an instant. Enormous in size, habitually rams with its head, easily goes berserk at the sight of blood. Tenacious vitality, won't die even after repeated grievous wounds or being run through. Ability, indomitable weakness, insufficient intelligence danger level, 40. An offensive tank, charging and smashing. Only a pity it was too dumb. Its ability piqued my curiosity. Indomitable, being struck in a vital point by a weapon doesn't cause instant death and stacks a damage coefficient once. The higher the coefficient, the stronger the attack. After stacking 10 times, triggers random death, randomly between 10 to 20 times. Truly strong. A fighter who grows braver with battle. With worse luck, you'd have to hit its vital point 20 times before it kicked the bucket. And how terrifying that stacked attack power would be. Pity it just stuffed itself to death like this. Otherwise, it'd have been quite the handful. I nearly laughed out loud. Before setting out, I glanced back at the three still standing there and thought to myself, you'd best not pull any tricks, or your end will be miserable. Deploying the boat, I gathered my strength and lifted my foot to step onto the wooden boat, when suddenly, clang, something struck my spine from behind. Oh ho, couldn't hold back after all. I turned, coldly staring at Yin Wei, who held a cleaver. What are you doing? No, nothing. He trembled. Boss, if I said the knife just slipped out of my hand by accident, would you believe me? Guess whether I believe you? Wearing a harmless smile, I calmly walked closer. If I'm not mistaken, this thing just bounced off my body, didn't it? Boss, it wasn't me. Yin Wei's eyes were panicked. I didn't get a grip on the knife. No offense intended. Don't be angry. Angry. The killing intent in my eyes grew thicker. I'd kindly saved the three of them, yet he'd ambushed me from behind. What's more, by rights he should still be hanging in the tree. Both Zhang Qingqing and Wu Peipei had traded resources with me, only he hadn't. A freeloader who'd come to mooch off connections, and he still wasn't satisfied. You deserve to die. I drew the bronze sword. Boss, spare me. Seeing the gleaming blade, he thudded to his knees, trembling all over. Believe me, I really had no ill intent. Why should I believe you? I sneered. Because I really am a law-abiding citizen, and because a vicious light suddenly rose in his eyes, and the short knife abruptly hacked down again. Because I'll kill you. I'm a jock. Why the hell should I fear a weakling like you? Thud. The blade struck my thigh, the ambush landing, yet I was completely unharmed. How could this be? He was dumbfounded. The first strike he'd taken as a miss, a matter of not controlling his force, but this one was with all his might, meant to be decisive. He'd clearly felt he was half a step faster and had begun to secretly gloat. Yet I was totally unharmed. An intense sense of crisis instantly seized his whole body, and he finally understood just how terrifying the boss before him was. Overestimating yourself with a lousy knife. I said it's useless against me. I couldn't be bothered to dodge, not that I couldn't, but that I simply disdained to, and kicked him flying. I'd never feared his ambush. When slaying the man-eating flower demon, I'd noticed the knife he dropped on the ground. It was the crudest, ordinary short knife in the system. I'd consumed Shield Kiss ancient crocodile hide, drunk unicorn walrus blood, soaked in a hot spring, and put on a strength bracer. My attribute bonuses had long since made me immune to ordinary weapons. A lousy knife that couldn't even cut green vines, and it thought to hurt me? Dream on. To go blade to blade with me now, you'd need at least a fine-grade weapon or better. Repaying kindness with enmity. I'd already let you go, and you courted your own death. My booming voice pressed down from above, scaring him out of his wits. Boss, spare me. I'll never dare again. Never provoke you again. Please let me go. He knelt and kowtowed nonstop. Save those lies for the king of hell, die. I ran my sword through his chest. Puffed. Blood spurted from his mouth and chest, and Yin Wei died in an instant. Zhang Qingqing and Wu Peipei were dumbstruck on the spot, trembling all over. Normally, they rarely even touched a knife, let alone witnessed such a scene. Having just barely escaped the flower demon's jaws, this man had insisted on courting death, and now the support they'd worked so hard to latch onto was gone too. I removed the bracelet from his hand and looked at the two who were stunned. What are you standing there for? Scram now. Yes, 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 we're going. The two hurriedly complied, terrified I'd slaughter them too in a fit of rage, but I ultimately didn't act. They stood by the sea, at a loss for where to go. I gathered my things and turned to say, I'm heading east. The other directions are yours. If you're truly clueless, I suggest checking out that southeast island. There might be something you like there. Thank you, boss. The southeast island had tools used by a movie star. These two would surely find them useful, Zhang Qingqing especially fond of that sort of thing. I didn't rush to absorb Yin Wei's bracelet, planning to shake off these two burdens first and deal with it at the next island. Before boarding, I emphasized once more, don't even dream of following me. If I run into you on the East Island, you die for sure. With that, I headed east without looking back. The East Island was the last explorable island for the day, lush green lawns with scattered trees. Many trees had lost all their bark at the base and were visibly thinner, top-heavy. Only up close could I see they were covered in pitted tooth marks, as if gnawed by a dog. Quite the destructive force. Large patches of lawn had been gnawed bare, and quite a few trees had been gnawed down to the ground, utterly ravaged. Behind a large tree, I found that bulldog that had stuffed itself to death, its belly bulging like a pregnant woman's, black-skinned all over, bigger than a dog but smaller than a cow. 2 horns on its head, resembling both ox and dog, yet with dog paws. Prying open its mouth revealed 2 rows of fangs. It must be canine. Stuffing yourself to death eating, truly dumb enough. Bulldog that stuffed itself to death, already dead. Died from ingesting excessive plant fiber, stuffed to death an hour ago. No danger, recently dead. The meat is fresh and edible. I cut open its belly, and a large amount of which shavings poured out. Break it down. Bulldog blood plus 1,000 milliliters, horn plus 2, meat plus 5, bone plus 4, hide plus 4. No soul. I was a bit disappointed. Seemed since I hadn't killed it with my own hand, I got no soul. Check the blood and meat first. Food was what I cared about most. Bulldog blood, magical blood. Consuming it activates potential, boosting combat power when enraged or wounded. The effect tied to blood volume. Bulldog meat. Tasty, boosts perseverance, reduces pain from wounds. 3-star for sating hunger, overall 72 points. Both blood and meat were good stuff, not for sale. The bone was useless, the hide could make leather goods, and the horns were a medicinal ingredient. Use unknown. I took out the bulldog blood, pinched my nose, and drank it all in one breath. Conveniently, I was thirsty too, so boost attributes first. I wasn't short on water now, no need to conserve. It was fiery and choking going down, like gulping chili oil. In my stomach it burned, and my muscles all over suddenly tensed. In a moment, the burning subsided, and a sense of surging blood and vitality welled up in my mind. I actually felt a strong urge. If some idiot came to provoke me right now, I'd definitely beat him to a pulp. There was still wood and stone on the island, but the base and boat were full. Their capacity turned dark red, warning of insufficient space. Time to upgrade the rune base again. I took out Yinwei's bracelet and chose to smelt it. Hiss! The bracelet trembled slightly, adding another pattern. Bracelet smelted successfully, level 2. Wood plus 30, stone plus 20, iron ingot plus 10, copper ingot plus 10, sand plus 50, bread plus 2, milk plus 2, mineral water plus 1, water emblem plus 1, light emblem plus 1, earth emblem plus 2, soul plus 1, passion fruit seed plus 5, fluorescent grass seed plus 3. Damn, this guy actually had 4 emblems on him and still cried poverty. He deserved to die? This Yin Wei was too scheming. The two women thought they'd latched onto a moneybags. Little did they know that in the end they'd find they were nothing but his playthings and blood-sucking tools. Touching the bracelet, 2 bases and 2 boats surfaced. Yin Wei's was a stone house, and his boat was slightly larger too, upgraded. Quite a bit of good stuff. Absorb it all. Base absorption failed. Current level has reached the cap. Boat absorption failed. Current level has reached the cap. The absorption cap for an ordinary rune base and boat is 2. Upgrade to continue absorbing. I understood. I'd previously absorbed Uncle Lu's and Little Zhang's, and now I was at the cap. After upgrading, I could absorb 5 more. Checking the upgrade conditions. Rune base expand. Sand 80, wood 60, stone 30, iron ingot 15, earth emblem 1, light emblem 1, water emblem 1, soul 3. Rune boat upgrade. Boat wood 10, wood 5, water emblem 1, wind emblem 1, iron ingot 10, copper ingot 5, soul 2. The conditions were all met. Add all the expansion materials. I hoisted the building hammer and struck the base. Wooden frames and dust rose all around, dispersing in a moment. The base transformed into a 2-story cottage. Fine rune base upgrade complete. Not bad, it's a villa now. I didn't rush inside, but turned to upgrade the boat. 1 strike of the hammer. Boat upgraded to a small fishing boat. Fishing boat. What new functions does it have? Opening the panel, many improvement options were added. Hand-cranked or electric propeller thruster. Engine 1, rudder 1, iron 4, copper 1. Boost sail, wood 5, canvas 3. Small fishing net, nylon rope 10, hemp rope 10. Boat stabilizer, iron ingot 5, copper ingot 5. Electric thruster, electric-powered sailing, faster and less strenuous, with autopilot. Small fishing net, randomly catches small fish while sailing, cap 30. Boost sail, increases speed with the wind, used with caution in hurricanes. Stabilizer, can evade small storms. Added a fishing function, letting me haul in a catch while sailing without wasting time. Only I didn't have nylon rope yet. Evading storms was practical too, sparing me the worry of losing supplies. I added the stabilizer first, then my gaze fell on the electric thruster. Need an engine and a rudder? I recalled picking up one on that wrecked boat. Only the engine was junk and the rudder damaged. Maybe with some repairs they'd still work. Scrapped ship engine, reparable. Materials, iron ingot 10, copper ingot 10, silver ingot 2, wire 10, soul 1. Requires toolboxed. Not rare. And I'd gotten a toolbox on the wrecked boat too. Reparable. Taking out the toolbox, I selected materials and began repairing the engine. Iron ingot -10, copper ingot -10, silver ingot -2, wire -10, soul -1. The process was extremely simple. Every screw to remove had a highlighted prompt, and I operated in full foolproof mode. Once the screws were off, materials were automatically supplied. A few symbolic fiddles, and in under 10 minutes it was fixed. I took out the worn rudder next. Usable but risky. Repairing ensured safety, requiring 5 wood, 2 iron, 2 copper. Resources were plentiful, so I wasn't stingy with this bit. Repair. Done in 3 minutes. Then I installed the electric thruster on the fishing boat. A flash of golden light. The fishing boat swayed slightly. A rudder appeared in the cockpit, and the oar vanished. I couldn't sail today, so I couldn't test drive it. I boarded and took a tour. The cockpit was spacious, far grander than the wrecked wooden boat. The rear cabin could fit a whole bed for resting on long trips, and the hold below was large too, able to store plenty. Not bad. I'll gather nylon rope as soon as possible so I can catch fish to eat while at sea from now on. Disembarking, I absorbed the sub-base and the sub-boat. The rune base and fishing boat rapidly expanded a size larger. Coming before the base, an extra European-style attic on top, for climbing high to gaze afar, usable as a small watchtower. The courtyard expanded from 20 square meters to 40, embracing the base on 3 sides. Stepping into the courtyard, development options surfaced on the ground. Usable land, after reclamation, becomes an island farm where you can plant seeds, saplings, vegetables, etc. Proper fertilizing can accelerate maturity. Reclaim. I swung the hoe and dug the ground. The beach turned to soil, and 6 neat vegetable plots appeared. Currently 6 plots can be reclaimed for free. Unlocking the next requires Earth Emblem 1, Sand 1. 6 was enough for now, and I was short on Earth Emblems, so I didn't rush to unlock more and continued scavenging on the island. Most of the solid wood had been gnawed to ruin by the bulldog, and there wasn't much usable, only 5 units, plus a small amount of stone, copper ingots, and sand. Done gathering, I came before the iron treasure chest. No danger, open it. Iron treasure chest +1, fine fertilizer blueprint +1, blue crystal +7, light emblem +1, perfect chainmail blueprint +1, fine beast feed seed +5. Lux exploding, 2 blueprints, crystals, an emblem, plus seeds. A few more blue crystals, and I could upgrade the water collector. Then my water source would be entirely worry-free. Fine beast feed seed, grows beast feed, edible for both pets and wild animals, nutritionally balanced, promotes healthy growth. For the dog to eat. Though this beloved pup of mine probably preferred gnawing bones. Learn the blueprints first, break down the chest. Perfect chainmail, sturdy armor forged from chain links, boosts defense, blocks 1 combo attack per round. Fine fertilizer, made from blood, meat, and pasture, when applied, halves maturity time and doubles growth. Chainmail didn't need making for now. I looked at the fertilizer. Perfect, I had a few plots that could use it. Fine fertilizer recipe, any meat 1, any blood 100 milliliters, seagrass pasture 1, scorpion tail grass 1. Ingredients complete. Snake meat and snake blood were unpalatable. Perfect for making fertilizer. Other blood had special effects. Worth keeping to drink. Too wasteful for fertilizer. Select materials, synthesize. Snake meat -3, salamander meat -2, snake blood -500 milliliters, seagrass pasture -5, scorpion tail, grass -5. 5 portions of fine fertilizer synthesized successfully. I made another wooden bucket to hold the fertilizer. The fertilizer looked as revolting as vomit and gave off a rotten stench, but thankfully you basically couldn't smell it 2 meters away. Even so, I didn't plan to keep it in the house, and just tossed it in a corner of the courtyard. Each portion fertilized 1 plot, effective for 7 days. I synthesized a small iron trowel and first fertilized 2 plots to test the effect, letting the rest grow naturally. After fertilizing, I began planting. The first 2 were fragrant rice saplings. Using the fertilized plots, rice was a daily necessity. After planting, an island farm was added to the panel. Tapping it showed the plants, estimated maturity time, and yield. With deviations, actual results prevail. Fertilized fragrant rice needed 72 hours to mature. Without fertilizer, it doubled. After planting the fragrant rice, I put down 1 durian sapling, 1 seagrass pasture, 1 agave sisal, and 1 passion fruit seed, filling all 6 plots. Phew. With the farm work done, I let out a long breath. Planting actually wasn't much trouble. Stick saplings in the soil, scatter seeds on the ground. The farm page also displayed each crop's health and watering prompts. I took out the water collector, added firewood to keep producing water, and dug a pit in the courtyard to set up the shellfish field. Daily gathering couldn't lapse. This time I cultivated scallops. Yesterday's oysters had been quite delicious, and I wondered what effect scallops had. I tossed the 1 scallop I'd reserved into the shellfish field. Today's voyage count was used up, and it was mealtime. What to eat? The bulldog meat seems decent. I called Cuddy over. How about dog meat for dinner tonight? Woof, woof, woof. Cuddy barked fiercely, its face full of contempt, as if looking at a fool. You dare eat me, and I dare bite you. I cleared my throat. Ahem, I mean canine meat, not your meat. Forget it. Let's just eat crocodile. I set up the barbecue grill and grilled crocodile and crocodile hide. Eating more was beneficial. There were still plenty of bones, so I tossed 2 to Cuddy, who gnawed away happily, and I filled a bowl of water to feed it too. I opened the trade channel. I still needed to trade for some things. Stone and wood were no longer scarce. Now my focus was on rare resources like blueprints, crystals, and emblems. Just as I opened it, I saw someone listing a perfect smart toilet blueprint for sale. Seller: Nan Baogang perfect smart toilet blueprint. Need 500 milliliters water plus 3 any meat plus 1 breadstock 1. Note: I can't use this thing. Some boss buy it and go relieve yourself. That price sure took nerve. But it was within my acceptable range. It was a perfect blueprint, after all. I'd play the sucker this once. I tossed over a few food items. Salamander meat -2, jackal meat -1, water -500 milliliters, bread -1. Perfect smart toilet blueprint trade successful. Blueprint in hand, the toilet pattern on it paired with a bunch of function symbols. This thing was practical. Before, going to the toilet meant just finding some spot on the beach to relieve myself out in the open, having to endure Cuddy's attentive gaze, my butt suffering wind and sun. Worse still, if I ran into an ill-intentioned player while relieving myself, trouble could easily follow. Now it was all solved. Conveniently, my stomach was aching a bit, so I couldn't wait to learn it. Perfect smart toilet. Wood 2, stone 5, large bluestone 1, iron 3, copper 2, water emblem 1, fire emblem 1, soul 1. Damn, making a toilet needs an emblem too? I'd already taken off my pants, and of all things I had no water emblem. Quickly off to the market to ask. Seller: Moo 1 Muzang King Durian plus 1 coconut plus 200 milliliters water, need 1 water emblem stock 3. Note: urgent. Delisting in 30 minutes. Snooze you lose. I hadn't wanted to throw in the durian, but this couldn't wait, so I had to raise the price and collect 2 extra as backup. It was snapped up in under 5 minutes. Look, the boss has durian too. Muzang King, top-grade goods. I'm dying of craving. Whoever won it, resell it to me. Durian lovers are already crying with craving on their deserted islands. Durian's so smelly, what's good about it? Tch, sour grapes cause you can't get any. The channel chattered, but I had no mind to entertain it and hurriedly synthesized the toilet. I'd gotten a large bluestone at the hot spring island the other day. Too big, but cutting it in half was just right. Perfect smart toilet synthesized successfully. I dashed to the bathroom, picked a spot, and placed it. A flash of golden light, and the toilet appeared, dark gray and heavy, with a marble surface of excellent texture, blending old and new while exuding a sense of technology, like a work of art. I couldn't wait to sit on it. Awesome. My skin pressed against the smooth stone surface, and a warmth spread from the seat to between my legs, like sitting on the floor of a hot spring or sauna. The stone's temperature was adjusted by the system to the optimal for the human body and could be set manually too. Sitting on it wasn't taking a dump. It was practically a butt massage. And this bathroom had not a trace of odor, not the slightest stench to be smelled. I actually felt an urge to doze off. Once done, I wiped clean and flushed. Whoosh, it flushed down, using seawater, sparing fresh water. The toilet had many more functions. I silently commanded, activate cleaning. A stream of warm water sprayed out and washed my private area, incredibly refreshing. Ah. Oh ho. I wore a blissful look. This was no cleaning, it was clearly a massage. Then it auto-dried, blow-drying my butt comfortable. Standing up, I felt I'd fallen in love with this activity. This toilet was a truly worthwhile trade. Leaving the cottage, Cuddy was frolicking and walking itself in the courtyard. It was still early for rest. Maybe I should synthesize the rocket backpack and gas mask, just in case. I hadn't dared go to toxic gas islands before, and the flight device was urgently needed as combat support too. Learn the gas mask first. Perfect gas mask. Wood emblem 1, water emblem 1, fire emblem 1, iron 2, copper 1, fresh grass 20, plastic 5, glass 1, soul 1. Quite a lot of materials. It needed 3 emblems alone, plus fresh grass and plastic I'd never seen. Then I looked at the flight device. Rocket backpack flight device. Copper ingot 15, iron ingot 15, silver ingot 5, wind emblem 2, fire emblem 1. Comparing them, what I mainly lacked was emblems. I still needed to gather 2 more wind emblems and 2 fire emblems. Whether the market could provide them, let me try. I listed a few trades. 1 coconut plus 400 milliliters water, 1 wind emblem stock 2 note. DM me for perfect blueprints. 1 milk plus 500 milliliters water, 1 fire emblem stock 2 note. DM me for perfect blueprints. 50 milliliters water, 1 fresh grass stock 25 per person. 1 pineapple, 1 plastic plus 1 glass stock 5 1 per person. After posting, I entered the chat page. The zone channel count had dropped to 680. In the past few days, quite a few more players had met their end. I had to take this seriously, or I really could die. The steadily shrinking list was a boulder pressing on the heads of the living. The pineapple and water were snapped up instantly. Seemed everyone had plenty of grass and plastic. Emblem trades were slower. This time I traded at market equivalent value, no premium. A few days into the game, more and more people had recognized the importance of emblems and started hoarding them, prices rising with the tide. Unless urgently needed, people didn't part with them easily. After waiting an hour, I finally completed 1 set of emblems. I wasn't in a hurry. It was late at night. Most people's voyage counts were about to run out, and those short on water would come to trade on their own. This gap was perfect for training. I chewed 2 more crocodile claws to replenish my vital essence, sliced walrus meat, drank walrus blood, and started exercising. My physique had greatly improved, and training now yielded double the results with half the effort. My pecs sharply defined, an 8-pack gradually emerging. Not bad. After training an hour, I sat on the ground to rest, and glancing at the channel. All the trades had gone through. I could synthesize now. Rocket backpack flight device synthesized successfully. Perfect gas mask synthesized successfully. Before me appeared a blue flight device and a dark gray mask. The flight device was shaped like a school backpack, and though it took many materials, it wasn't heavy. The mask was like a biochemical respirator, with a filter at the mouth and nose, and 2 transparent glass lenses at the eyes. Rocket backpack flight device. Activate with the switch on the back, controlled by thought, with a control stick for assistance. Each charge takes 1 soul, allowing 30 minutes of flight. Perfect gas mask. Filters most toxic gases, self-degrading, no charging needed. Maximum continuous use of 15 minutes. After use, place in sunlight to degrade, and it can be reused after 24 hours. Only 15 minutes of use. Islands with too thick toxic gas were still off limits, or getting stuck inside would be dangerous. Test the flight device first. Get familiar with the controls, so I wouldn't become a living target in combat. Add 1 soul. I put on the flight device and touched the switch. Whoosh! I shot into the air. What excited me was that the speed wasn't slow, nearly rivaling the fire-tailed giant buzzard, and I could control speed with my thoughts. If too slow, I could engage a sprint, doubling the speed. Only each sprint lasted at most 10 seconds, followed by a 1-minute cooldown, and it shortened the total flight time. I circled happily over the island, gradually getting the hang of it. After a while of practice, I roughly grasped the essentials. Lean forward to accelerate, lean back to decelerate, stand upright to brake hard, lunge forward abruptly for a sprint. Of course, this was only rough. The specifics required coordination of body and mind, whole body integration, achieving man and machine as one. I flew freely in the air, Cuddy following and leaping along on the ground. You want to fly too? Woof woof. I landed and scooped it up, then rose again. Come, taste the thrill of flight. Now fast, now slow, occasionally sprinting, man and dog had a great time. After flying a while, I left land and entered the waters, but didn't dare fly far. Not far out, I was wrapped in white fog, unable to see anything, easily lost. If I got lost at sea and couldn't find the base, that'd be the end. A few times I nearly lost my direction, and only Cuddy's keen nose guided me safely back. Over 20 minutes later, I slowly descended before the base and set Cuddy down. This thing's great. I'm used. Paired with a hunting bow, the effect would be superb. Wild monsters I can't beat. I'll just fly up and take them out. Having practiced enough, and with the night deep, I spread out the sleeping bag and slept with Cuddy in my arms. Ever since we'd crawled into the bag together last time, it had fallen in love with the feeling. But the sleeping bag was too small, and 2 living creatures squeezed together could barely even roll over. I'd need to make a dog house. Whenever I found the blueprint, I'd set one up for it in the courtyard. Thinking about it, I drifted off to sleep. Waking in the early morning, the first thing was still collecting water and checking the shellfish field. The scallops had grown over 20, more than the oysters, and harvesting yielded fine wild scallops, still an upgrade in quality. I kept one for breeding, ate the rest raw dipped in horseradish, then drank 100 milliliters of walrus blood, ate a slice of crocodile meat, and fed Cuddy a root bone before washing up and setting out. The South Island is crawling with rats. Weak in combat, edible. If you don't mind, you can catch some. The East Island is short on supplies, with a little fresh water, riddled with traps and snares. Proceed with caution. The North Island is an erupting active volcano, molten lava all over, but there are 2 silver treasure chests on the crater's rock wall. The Southwest Island has already been explored. A famous movie star just left, leaving only a small amount of undried liquid and a torn stocking. The Northwest Island has a flock of song-loving seagulls. None but the North Island were dangerous, but I had no interest in rat meat, and the other places had no resources I wanted. The North Island's 2 silver chests, my heart stirred, but the lava was a dead end. Thinking it over, I had the flight device. Flying a loop around might let me grab the chests. And even if I couldn't get them, the exploration would count as complete, and I could leave the island. Worth a try? The only issue was that holding Cuddy made it hard to move. I used the agave sisal to synthesize 1 hemp rope, put on the flight device, and strapped Cuddy to my chest, repeatedly confirming it wouldn't fall off before packing up the base and heading to the North Island. Mustn't turn my beloved pet into grilled dog meat. Reaching the island, I charged the flight device with 1 soul and rose straight into the air. A meter ahead was beach. Everywhere else was rolling red magma. Heat steaming up, the temperature high but still bearable. I carefully avoided the lava that might surge at any moment, keeping to the black low-temperature zones as I flew. Over 10 minutes later, I reached the crater, 50 to 100 meters in diameter, with a gap on one side spilling lava, and on the other side the terrain rose high, with rocks on the peak and large amounts of heat steaming up. Circling once, I spotted a flat stone on the inner wall of the high peak side, with 2 gleaming objects on it. Those 2 are the silver treasure chests. I dropped down and swooped over, landing on the stone platform. My whole body felt roasted, like being in a sauna, sweat pouring from my forehead, Cuddy panting with its tongue out from the heat too. Sure enough, 2 silver treasure chests. I had no time to open them, just tucked them into my backpack to examine once I'd left this hellish place. Unopened silver treasure chest +2. After collecting them, I rose again, still unwilling to give up. Is there really nothing else to gather here? I swung the hoe at my landing spot. Volcanic rock, +1. There were more gathering points nearby, 30 volcanic rocks in all. With nowhere left to dig, I hurried to evacuate this troublesome place and flew toward the fishing boat. Along the way, I actually spotted several spots of gatherable lava, and without hesitation swung my hoe. Mysterious molten lava, +1. 12 pieces in total. Who knew what use this stuff had? If I could take it, dig it out first. Back at the fishing boat, this trip had taken 50 minutes, and I'd recharged the flight device once midway. I set Cuddy down and steered the boat toward the southwest. The hint said there was a harmless dairy cow there. I kept shaking my clothes, my chest soaked with sweat. The crater was too hot, and I'd been holding this little heater in my arms. The fur on Cuddy's back had matted into clumps with sweat too. I drank some water to maintain my acid-base balance, then filled a bowl for Cuddy. It was parched, its tongue lapping rapidly. A bold idea suddenly struck me. If I shaved off all of Cuddy's fur, would it be cool and happy, and also spare me the misery of shedding fur when we shared the sleeping bag? This matter could be discussed later. The Southwest Island was arc-shaped, like an overturned gourd ladle, green grass everywhere, and on the shore there actually stood a stone tablet, carved with the 3 characters, Wong Family Island. There's a landmark now. I walked closer, much the same as that hot spring from last time. I dug up the stone tablet and tossed it into the boat's hold. In the distance, a dairy cow grazed leisurely, black and white spotted, adorably dopey, only a size larger than usual. The moment I approached, it automatically dodged away as if being driven off. Island dairy cow, gentle by nature, doesn't attack proactively nor approach people, flees when startled. Produces milk, rich in nutrients. Can be killed for meat, delicious, or tamed for milk, but you must first capture it alive to tame it. Catch it alive? Indeed, dead it would give no milk. I could also kill it for meat right now, but I was rich in meat while milk was hard to come by. Better to tame it. Get the hemp rope. I gave chase, rope in hand. Unfortunately, I'd overestimated myself. I wasn't a cowboy and couldn't lasso it. The cow was fast and I couldn't catch up, and just as I closed in, it nimbly dodged aside. I had to send Cuddy to help, but hit another snag. Though Cuddy was fast, to catch the cow alive I could only hurt it, not hurt it, and by the time it drove the cow to my side the cow had dodged again. The cow was growing a bit impatient. This approach was a dead end. I had to give up at once. The lower its affection, the harder to tame, and dragging on would only rile it up. Is there another way? My eyes lit up. Set a trap. The fine beast trapping mechanism had two functions: dig a pit or set a beast trap. The beast trap was for killing. If I only dug the pit and didn't set the trap, I could easily capture it alive. No sooner said than done. The cow was large, so I dug a pit 3 meters long and 2 meters deep. Not too deep, lest it fall to its death. Covered it with soil for camouflage, and set out bait. Beast trap construction complete. I hid off to the side and sat down happily. 10 minutes passed, but the cow didn't take the bait. My expression darkened. This place was covered in green grass, so the cow simply didn't come this way. It could eat anywhere, so why step on a trap? I had to dig up all the grass. I swung the hoe and dug like mad. Seagrass pasture +1. Seagrass pasture seed +1. A large amount of pasture went into the hold. Digging wasn't strenuous, just a large area, time-consuming. Finally, I cleared the whole island, leaving only a bit of bait at the trap. I hid to the side, and the cow, strolling along, slowly ambled toward the trap. Splash. Successfully captured one island dairy cow. I opened the panel and found the cow tethering harness. Cow tethering harness. Tames a live animal, 50% success rate. Recipe: hemp rope 1, tough beast hide 2, copper 1, iron 1. For the beast hide, I used walrus hide. Hard enough. Materials complete. Synthesize. Cow tethering harness crafted successfully. Only 50%. What happens if taming fails? I wondered. But the cow's not dangerous. It should be easy to tame. I took out the harness, aimed at the cow's neck, and tossed it. It looped on automatically. Tame dairy cow +1. Just like that. I gave the rope a light tug, and the cow vanished from the pit and appeared beside me. I stroked its head, gentle and docile. Moo. Tame dairy cow. Produces milk daily. If not milked, it accumulates to the next day, storing up to 5 days max. An island ranch was added to the right side of the panel. Island ranch. Please select a ranch location within the rune base. Open the base. I touched the bracelet, and the base appeared. I walked into the small courtyard and saw several empty spots light up, prompting that a ranch could be built. Taking a tour. The front yard should be left for the farm, and seeing a bunch of livestock right at the entrance would look messy and dirty. The side was nice, and the base could even provide shade, giving the cow a cool spot. Though small, it was enough to raise a few. I selected it and added the ranch. The land leveled, and a water trough, shed, and hitching post automatically appeared, the system deducting wood and stone. I led the cow into the ranch, tied the rope to the post, and added some feed to the trough. My ranch, added successfully. Livestock, tame dairy cow ×1 status healthy feed ample, edible for about 12 hours. Tapping the cow's details. Tame dairy cow, milk yield 100 milliliters per day, 0 remaining. Improving feed quality can increase yield. A cow this big, only 100 milliliters a day? Unscientific. But on reflection, this world couldn't be explained scientifically anyway. If it really produced 40 or 50 gene a day, wouldn't I become a tycoon? And how would other players feel then? What happens if I stow the base? I touched the bracelet, a flash of golden light, and the cow and base vanished together. Touching again, they reappeared simultaneously. The cow could be stored in the base, sparing me from leading it around like Cuddy. Pets and livestock were different after all. Having settled the cow, I took out the 2 silver treasure chests from the crater. Opening them, each yielded 6 silver. Perfect surf bathtub blueprint. Perfect rice cooker blueprint. Perfect heating furnace blueprint. Basic agility scroll. Basic offensive technique book. Perfect pet ball. Fire emblem ×2. Water emblem ×2. Agility emblem ×1. Whoa, 3 blueprints, 5 emblems. Pet ball for training dogs. I looked at it first. Pet ball. Stores a pet. No feeding needed. Friendly reminder. Don't store for long periods. I'd overthought it. It was a portable doghouse for holding Cuddy. Pets couldn't be stored in the base, but the pet ball could. Stow Cuddy in the ball, then toss the ball into the base, and problem solved, right? Take out the pet ball. A palm-sized round ball appeared in my hand, red and white halves with a button in the center. I aimed at Cuddy and pressed. Whoosh! A flash of golden light, and Cuddy vanished. Pet ball stow. The ball went into the base. Nice, convenient storage. Next time I hit a place like the volcano, I won't have to carry it. Take it out. I released Cuddy. Woof! Aroo! It cocked its head and stared at me, dumbfounded, in a bad mood. Seemed living in the ball was uncomfortable. I hadn't planned to keep it in there anyway. Just testing, afraid the confinement would sour its mood. The 3 blueprints were useless for now. No rice to cook, nothing to heat, and the bathtub would consume a huge amount of water, unaffordable for the moment. I looked at the 2 special items first. Basic Agility Scroll. After absorption, can condense an agility rune within any creature, greatly boosting reflexes and nimbleness. Basic Offensive Technique Book. After learning, masters the basic use of weapons and combat techniques. No materials needed. Learn the offensive technique, so I'm no longer a martial arts-less weakling. The book was covered in postures, acupoints, and formulas I couldn't understand, so I learned it directly in the panel. Basic Offensive Technique learned successfully. The book turned to ash and melded into my chest, a spiritual light spreading to my limbs. I suddenly felt I'd learned something. Drawing the bronze sword and giving it a swing, far more handy than before, wielded with ease. An imaginary enemy appeared before me, and I thrust at its various vital points, every stroke precise. Not bad. If there were higher-tier offensive techniques, wouldn't I become a martial arts master? Then I looked at the agility scroll, covered in bizarre symbols, like a corpse-suppressing talisman. Absorb, target me. The scroll burned out, transforming into a streak of golden rune that melded into my skin. My body instantly grew much nimbler. Cuddy, let's play bullfighting. I'm the matador. You're the bull. Back up 10 meters and charge at me. Woof woof. It backed up a few steps and crouched, gathering momentum. Come. Whoosh. Cuddy charged, fast as lightning. I focused and actually saw its movement clearly, twisting my body aside to dodge. Again. The second round it accelerated and leapt. I leaned back and once again dodged perfectly. Cuddy, a bit slow today, huh? I wagged my index finger at it. Aroo. It let out a long howl, as if to say, I haven't gone all out yet. It raised its proud head, gathered momentum anew, and suddenly shot at me. This time at double the previous speed. Thud. I'd only half-dodged when I was knocked to the ground, rolling once. Cough, cough. I got up and dusted myself off. Cuddy wagged its tail smugly. Not bad. Though I hadn't dodged that last one, I was quite satisfied. Dogs were far faster than humans to begin with. Just from absorbing one basic scroll, I could hold my own against it. If I absorbed a few more or found higher-tier ones, dodging wild monsters' attacks would be no problem. I drank 2 packs of milk to replenish energy, chewed 2 slices of walrus meat with bread, and gave Cuddy a pack of milk too. With the cow, I'd have ample milk from now on, no need to conserve. Fed and full, I prepared to head east. There was a small or mountain there. The other directions were safe, but had no resources I wanted. Splash. Just as I was about to deploy the boat, a sound of water, and a person walked out of the fog. Grass skirt of woven grass, scarcely covered, bronze skin exuding a wild beauty. It was a woman, a bow and arrows slung on her back, a quiver at her waist. But that bow was crude and simple, far inferior to my hunting bow. With every step she took, her clothing jiggled, as if it might fall off at any moment. She drew closer, her puzzlement turning to delight. You? Moo moo. You know me? Who doesn't know the zone big shot? She jumped up excitedly. To run into you here, what fate? Oh, I shook my head. Sorry, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Running into me isn't a good thing. I've dug this island clean. If you don't mind, I'll point you to the next island to dig. No resources left. She shrugged, seemingly without regret. That's really too bad. But running into the boss is happy enough. What's a bit of resources? Let's chat. She wriggled her body closer, and I seemed to have already seen what I shouldn't. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. I turned my head away. No time to chat. DM me if there's anything. Boss, don't be so aloof. She swayed her figure. Here I am alone on a deserted island. Just the 2 of us, and you're in such a rush to go gather resources. Are the wildflowers out there really that fragrant? Fragrant or not, I don't know, but wait too long and they're gone. Like right now, you came a step late and left empty-handed. Not quite empty. Didn't I run into the boss? She asked. Where should I go next? I looked around and thought. Head south. There are some women's items there. I can't use them, but they might suit you. How do you know what's to the south? I just came from that way, and I found a partial nautical chart too. I made it up on the spot. I couldn't very well say I had hints. Oh, she didn't press further, gazing tenderly. And you, boss? Do you want to? I'm heading east, I answered at once. Different routes. She looked disappointed and pleaded. Boss, let's explore together, okay? I'm really capable. Together? I frowned. We're not close. I don't even know your name. Her face lit with joy, thinking I was about to agree, and she hurriedly said, This humble maiden. Hudake. Hudake? Nice name. I shook my head. Dakubiyu bai. No need at all. Dakubiyu bai. She was dumbfounded. Right. I nodded. I mean, there's no need at all for us to team up. Boss, I won't hold you back. I'm really capable. Don't believe me? Try me. No need at all. I refused flatly. You cross your single log bridge. I'll walk my broad sunlit road. Let's part ways here. With that, I turned and boarded the boat, unwilling to waste more words. Boss, she chased after me unwillingly. Even if you're leaving, we should do something before parting, right? Do something? Good idea. I turned back and said earnestly, Dake, do you know what one wave of loot means? One wave of loot. Her eyes were full of excited anticipation. Boss, you mean? I sneered. It means killing you gets me one wave of loot. Boss, you're not joking, are you? Her movements froze, her face uglier than crying. Do I look like I'm joking? A trace of wickedness curled at the corner of my mouth. 3 seconds. Roll smoothly out of my sight, or face the consequences. If I catch you following me, I gave my weapon a shake, my blades already thirsting for it. I turned and boarded. The honey trap fell through, and Hudake fainted crying on the spot. The 23rd island was black, not large, like a small mound. One swing of the hoe, and it went clang-clang. Copper ingot +1. The island was rich in copper ore, 50 units gathered in all, quite a haul. Once dug out, the island became a flat expanse. I looked up to find the next stop. The Southwest Island has a few academic papers. The Northwest Island has 2 King Kong apes eating peaches. Enormous, highly intelligent, hard to handle. The Southeast Island has a beast egg, but it's shrouded in toxic gas, requiring anti-poison measures. Heading northeast would be a wasted effort. The South Island has a few bottles of lactobacillus drinks. The North Island has an inflatable silicone doll. None but the Northwest were too dangerous, but I paid more attention to the Southeast. There was another egg there. Another new pet to be hatched? After pondering a moment, I decided to check out the Southeast. If I could hatch a good pet, Cuddy wouldn't be lonely from now on either. The Southeast Island, its white fog dispersed, was a swamp. A gray, gloomy expanse, cold and damp, covered in meter-tall weeds. I'd put on the gas mask early and stowed Cuddy in the pet ball. The mask worked for both human and beast, and if resources were plentiful, I could make one for it to come along. But this island had no dangerous creatures, so no need to waste it. The island was utterly desolate, perhaps due to the toxic gas, not even insects. No creature would dwell here. Ahead is a mudwater swamp. Not dangerous. The water isn't deep. Feel free to enter it. The swamp was muddy but shallow. One step and submerged at most to the calf. I proceeded with ease. Only the alternating pits and hollows, now mud, now water, made walking strenuous. Reaching the island's center, the terrain gradually rose, the soil hardened, and on an exposed patch of ground lay a beast egg. The silver shell shimmered with a captivating luster, its patterns identical to the one that had hatched Cuddy. A magical beast egg, no danger, a small life gestating within. Treat it kindly, and it may add joy to your journey. I scooped up the egg and tossed it into the base, then took out the hoe. No rush to hatch the egg. Who knew if the hatched pet would be poison resistant? Getting it fumed to death would be a waste. The hoe was for clearing grass. Things that could live in toxic gas were surely no simple matter. Toxic gas grass +1. Sure enough, I dug up dozens. Toxic gas grass. Highly toxic, grown long in the toxic swamp, absorbing its essence. Accidental ingestion causes shock or death, an excellent poison-making material. I wasn't that dumb. I wouldn't eat a poison island's plants. Then I dug the swamp mud. Toxic soil. Already contaminated, utterly useless. Never use in the farm, or it'll grow poisonous things. Duh. What's the point of keeping something useless? To pollute the air. To save space, I tossed half away and kept only a little. The mask's time was almost up, so I didn't gather the remaining poison grass and returned to the fishing boat. Today's final voyage, I had to choose carefully. The South Island has 2 treasure chests, a wooden chest at the summit, easily obtained, a silver chest hidden in a cave, guarded by a giant brood mother spider. You must be careful. Brood mother spider? Hard to deal with. I sailed away from the island, engaged autopilot, and flipped through the compendium. I recalled seeing this creature. Brood mother spider, a giant arthropod, body length 2 meters, excluding legs, extremely fast movement, even faster within webs. Omnivorous, one bite of its fangs paralyzes the nerves. Can spit silk to bind, and cast wide-area webs to capture. The webs carry a mucus hard to escape. Sprays green venom from its mouth. On hitting, hatches baby spiders on the target's body surface. Ability, cast web, hatch weakness. Fears fire. Spider silk is flammable trait. Prefers dark and damp danger level. 65. A 2-meter-long spider. I shuddered. Counting the legs, wouldn't it be a monster? Standing up, it might be taller than me. How fast would it run? And even faster within webs? Cast web. Casts a giant web to capture or intercept. Touching the web means you can't move, and the spider's movement speed within the web is plus 200%. Weapons can't cut it apart. Hatch. Spits thick fluid to corrode the target, hatching 3 baby spiders on its body surface. Baby spiders that bite a creature continue hatching, generation after generation, without end. The brood mother spider was indeed formidable. But I still wanted to try. The silver chest's lure was too great. The hint said, "You must be careful," which meant it wasn't invincible. If it were truly unbeatable, the system would surely have told me to scram. I had to use cunning. Besides, there was a wooden chest at the summit. If it really didn't work, I'd grab the wooden chest, not enter the cave, and withdraw fully intact. No way to lose, however you calculated it. The 25th island, reached in 5 minutes. Directly facing the entrance was a 20-meter-tall small hill and a cave mouth over a person's height. The whole island was just one hill and one cave. I'd just landed when 3 wooden boats pulled up alongside, and 3 youths stepped off. The one in front started, and the one beside him leaned over. "Big bro, someone's here." My gas mask wasn't off yet. I silently watched, saying nothing. The 3 wore flip-flops, beggar pants, and floral shirts, exuding a hooligan air. A yellow afro on the left, the big bro, in the middle sporting a glossy green rooster comb, and red hair draping to the chest on the right. "Kid, you dare snatch our turf?" The 3 swaggered over. I was helpless. "Who are you?" "The island 3 young masters. You don't know us?" Green hair was full of swagger. "Island 3 young masters." If not for the gas mask blocking me, I'd have really wanted to spit. Weren't they just 3 shamate punks? Yellow hair jiggled his leg, showing off. "First come, first serve, get it? If you know what's good for you, get out of the way." Humph. I snorted coldly. I'd clearly arrived first. And even a step late, they'd have robbed me all the same. Strength did the talking. I couldn't be bothered and headed straight for the summit to grab the chest. As for them wanting to enter the cave to die, suit yourselves. "Hold it." Red hair blocked my way. Letting him go just like that is too easy on him. He's got to pay some emotional damages at least. Damages? What damages? You're an eyesore, and you scared my bros. Wearing a helmet, you think you're all that? Hand over everything valuable. Green hair pressed in too, and the 3 formed a triangle to surround me. He drew an iron sword and pointed it at the cave mouth. "Also, get your ass into that cave and scout it. If there's danger, taste it for us first. Hand over everything good, and I'll spare your life." Green hair was rather clever. With the 3 of them, they could have intercepted and killed me on the spot. The reason they held back was fear of danger in the cave, wanting me to go in first and die, and to strip me clean first too. But he'd calculated too early, thought too much. How could the authority of his own big shop be challenged? My tone turned cold. "This place is very dangerous. I advise you to go check out the West Island. You might still get to live." The West Island had a wooden chest and was the best route besides the Northwest line. I was well stocked with resources and didn't want to kill for gain, so a reminder was doing my utmost. The 3 started, and red hair turned back. "Big bro, this kid's really asking for a beating, wearing a mask and playing the big shot. I really want to slap that mask right off him. Hand over everything valuable, and the mask too, for my bros to play with. Or don't blame me for being rude. Green Hair swung his sword, and the other two drew their weapons in unison. Persuasion having failed, I shook my head. You sure you want me to take it off? Cut the crap, take it off. The iron sword was already at the tip of my nose. I didn't tell them. The last person who spoke to me like this was already dead. Fine, I'll take it off. I yanked off the mask and threw it in front of Red Hair. Recognize me? Now that I'm giving it to you, do you dare take it? The moment the mask hit the ground, all three froze. Big shot. Red Hair's expression was priceless, staring at the mask on the ground, unsure whether to pick it up or not. Green Hair reacted first, hurriedly throwing down his sword and switching to a respectful tone. Boss, how did we run into you here? The flood swept over the Dragon King's temple. Family didn't recognize family. Red Hair snapped out of it too, hurriedly picking up the mask and presenting it with utmost respect. Boss, how mighty you look wearing this mask. Why take it off? I always said, anyone who can wear a mask must be no ordinary person. It suits you perfectly. 180-degree turn in attitude. Oh, is that so? I snorted coldly. Don't cozy up to me. Who's family with you? Who was it just now who said I was an eyesore and wanted to slap me? Who said that? Red Hair cried out, looking around for backup, only to see Green Hair and Yellow Hair silently watching him. What are you looking at me for? Did I say that? No, right? You misheard. The other two shook their heads frantically. At a time like this, who cared about brotherhood? They'd already read the deep fury in my eyes and dared only watch silently. You're playing with fire and setting yourself ablaze. My angry rebuke rolled like heavenly thunder, and smack, one resounding slap sent Red Hair flying. The other two were scared witless, so this was the big shot's strength. They'd just been clamoring for the boss to hand over supplies, utterly courting death. Blood trickled from Red Hair's mouth, and he lost a tooth. I rubbed my palm. Too heavy a hand. I turned to the two trembling fellows. Who told me to scram just now? Green Hair silently pointed at Yellow Hair. Big bro you. Yellow Hair was nearly crying. Crouch down. Hands on your head. I barked. Yes. Yellow Hair obediently crouched. I kicked him flying, and he really did roll over next to Red Hair. Only you left. I drew the bronze sword and pointed it at Green Hair. Big bro, spare me. Green Hair, tears without weeping, thudded to his knees. Those who recognize the times are heroes. Before, not knowing my identity, they'd taken me for a soft persimmon. Now that they saw clearly, every one of them was respectful and obedient, which instead made me a bit embarrassed. Should I deal with them or not? But I absolutely couldn't let them off easily. These three scoundrels had surely bullied plenty of people on a regular basis. Killing them with one sword stroke would be a mercy. Better to torment them slowly and let them taste being bullied. I scanned the island, my eyes lighting up, and a wicked idea surfaced. You roll over there too, I said to Green Hair. Yes, rolling. He really rolled on the ground, dashing toward his two good brothers. I walked before the three and said coldly, 2 paths. 1, hand over all your supplies and I let you go. 2, I kill you, and the supplies and bracelets all become mine. 3 minutes, think it over. This. The three were dumbstruck. Hand over everything. And how would they live? As for how they'd live, that wasn't within my consideration. Sparing their lives was already the greatest mercy. Green Hair knelt and pleaded tearfully. Boss, spare us. If we hand over everything, how will we live? You might as well kill us. Fine, then I'll grant your wish. I drew my sword, such a strange request, but not impossible to grant. Even simpler, no need to waste words, smelt the bracelets, and be done with it. No, that's not what I meant. Seeing me draw my sword, Green Hair hurriedly changed tune. I mean, can you leave half? We've got to eat too. When you were demanding resources from me just now, and telling me to go die in your place, did you consider me? I looked at the three with amusement. 30 seconds left. Don't answer, and you'll be like this sword. Whoosh! I swung my sword down, and the iron sword broke in two. The hint was clear enough. Pull any tricks, and it's a clean cut. Ah, this. The three were dumbfounded. Severing iron with one stroke. This was the big shot's strength. They'd wanted to rob him just now, truly tired of living. Put plainly, these three were nothing but bully the weak, fear the strong hooligans, unable to even stand before absolute strength. 3 minutes are up, I asked. Decided? Of course, you can also choose the third path. Resist together, then be killed by me. The result the same as the second. Whichever you choose, I don't mind. Nonsense. Someone robbing us for resources, minding a damn thing. Greenhair cursed inwardly, but didn't dare say it aloud in the end. We'll hand over. He lowered his head. Hand over the supplies, and beg the boss to let us go. Yes, 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 we beg the boss to let us go. The other two hurriedly cowed out. As long as the Green Mountains remain, survival came first. It wasn't that they hadn't thought of resisting, but they knew their own weight. To live, they had to learn to bow to the big shot. And recently there were rumors in the channel that players who touched the big shot all died horribly, so best not to provoke him. I walked into their bases and boats and emptied and absorbed their supplies one by one. These island three young masters hadn't been living well. Shabby stone houses, low-tier wooden boats, too poor to upgrade. One island had only so many resources, split 3 ways. No wonder they were doing badly. Teaming up had become a trend. Going solo made it hard to fend off the powerful island creatures, and now many players banded together on meeting. Those like me who monopolized all resources were exceedingly few. As far as I knew, the ones still insisting on going solo were probably only Belle and Tang mating. Dake, whom I'd just met, barely counted too. Only her way of going solo was a bit special. Done scavenging. I nodded in satisfaction. It was worth 2 or 3 silver chests. I'm not a heartless man either. I won't kill you all off. I left you a portion. Really? Thank you, boss. Greenhair kowtowed excitedly, taking the lead. No need to thank me. I wagged my finger. After all, I can't use stuff like sand, and I'll leave you the hose too, so you can go gather resources on other islands. This was the truth. They'd dug up too much soil, and leaving it with me just took up space for nothing, so better to leave it as a favor along the way. This. Greenhair was momentarily at a loss for words. Should he give thanks? Or give thanks? This was clearly making them eat dirt. The 3 were of no further value. Seeing them at a loss, I said, "What are you standing there for? Scram now." Offend me they had, but with a good attitude of admitting fault. Their crime didn't warrant death. Yes, 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 rolling out now. The 3 hurriedly got up and dashed for their boats. Wait, I said. Boss, any further instructions? Greenhair turned back, his smile uglier than crying. You 3 scram to the West Island. I pulled out the hunting bow. Dare take another route, and I'll shoot you dead. The West Island has a wooden chest with food inside. But there are 3 musk bear queens on the island. They never kill, but relish imprisoning and toying with males, especially fond of human and primate males, deriving immense pleasure from it. I'd secretly checked the musk bear queen. Hermaphroditic, shaped like a burly bear, doesn't kill but captures males to slowly toy with, emitting a revolting stench all over, no legs. Only 4 arms, each bearing a single thick digit. Danger level 38. These 3, whose equipment I'd stripped, definitely couldn't win. I wished them a blissful time on the West Island. There was food there, they wouldn't starve. 3 bear queens, exactly 1 per person, perfect. There was another important reason for sending them west. I feared they'd pick the Northwest line, which had lots of good stuff and was my next stop, and mustn't be taken by these 3 first. The 3 didn't understand, but didn't dare ask more. Seeing the hunting bow in my hand didn't look like a mere decoration. Its power surely no small matter. They hurriedly jumped aboard and paddled west, vanishing into the white fog. Unable to change routes midway, they couldn't go elsewhere. Good luck to you. I wore a wicked grin. Opened the resource list. I sat down to take stock. This time I'd struck it rich. The West Island. The 3 shamate punks scrambled off their boats, glancing back from time to time, terrified I'd give chase. Greenhair cursed viciously. I told you not to be too arrogant robbing people. Run into a tough character, and you're back to square one overnight. But you wouldn't listen. Now you've kicked an iron plate. Huh. Boss, you can't blame us for this. Wasn't it your idea? Yellow Hair grumbled. Nonsense. Wasn't it you 2 egging me on, and you too? Greenhair pointed at Red Hair. Being so rude to the boss. Weren't you asking for a beating? How was I supposed to know he was the big shot? Blind as a dog. Next time figure it out before you rob. At least, we survived. Boss, let's first think about what to eat tonight. I'm starving to death. The 3 shifted blame and grumbled at each other, while also feeling lucky to survive the ordeal, and headed for the island's center. Suddenly, a wooden treasure chest came into view in the grass. Boss, a treasure chest. Yellow Hair's eyes lit up. Out of the way, I'll do it. Green Hair rushed to open the chest first, a big pile of bread and milk. Damn food. No worries about meals for days. Thank you, Boss Moo, for pointing us the way. Boss, does this count as a blessing in disguise for us? The three were gnawing away happily when suddenly a tail descended from above, wrapped around Green Hair, and coiled him up. Big bro. Boss. Bread still stuffed in his mouth. Green Hair was hoisted up the tree in terror. A hideous, drooling, foul-smelling monster gripped him tight with its two hands. What are you doing? Don't come near. I don't taste good. The musk bear queen's face was full of a lewd grin, drool streaming, and it excitedly extended its only 4 thick digits, restraining him and starting to toy with him. Ah, no, it hurts. I was wrong. I'll definitely be a good person from now on. Green Hair wailed like a slaughtered pig, then was carried off toward the cave. Save me, his voice vanishing into the woods. The remaining 2 were scared witless. Though they hadn't experienced it firsthand, they could empathize with that heart-rending pain. Third bro, where did they go? Probably to discuss some profound yet accessible philosophical questions. Both tensed all over. Thank goodness that monster didn't fancy us too. The boss is probably done for. Let's get out of here fast. We've failed big bro, but there's nothing we can do. This food's enough to last a good while. The 2 hurriedly stowed the food into their base and were about to slip away, when the other 2 musk bear queens shot out of the grass. Damn, the 2 exchanged a glance and bolted. But the bear queens were as nimble as monkeys and pounced on the 2 in a few strides. Mama, spare me. Even more gruesome wails rang out in the jungle. I took stock of the gains from the 3. Various wood, iron, copper, silver, stone, 1 each of water/fire/earth/wind/wood/light/styling emblems, 2 souls, cream bread, spicy strips, beef, mutton, pork belly, milk, water, a full set of hair care and cosmetic products, a pair each of men's and women's woven bamboo slippers, 20 each of red/green/yellow pigment grass, 1 biscuit tree seed, 1 vitality tree seed. Great job feeding me kills, truly a mobile resource bank, a walking ATM. These 3 actually had so many emblems, mostly not obtained through normal means, most likely from extortion, blackmail, or even killing and robbing. They hadn't learned planting yet, so the seeds weren't in the ground. The biscuit tree seed could grow biscuits. The vitality tree seed's use was unknown and couldn't be planted for now, so store it first. As for that full set of hairstyling and cosmetic tools, had these 3 moved a barbershop over? Perfect for tidying up my messy hair. The red, green, and yellow pigment grass were said to enhance pigment, but a pity the related scroll had been learned by them. Once learned it vanished, and killing them wouldn't get it back. The styling emblem I'd seen for the first time, use unknown. I headed for the summit. No rush to hatch the egg. There was a spider in the cave. Deal with the danger first. The summit had only a wooden treasure chest. No danger. Open it. Mid-tier flint, medical alcohol 1,000 milliliters, gauze roll 10 meters, fine laxative, diarrhea stop seal. A piece of flint plus a pile of medical supplies. After breaking down the wooden chest, I examined them closely. Fine laxative. Causes small to medium creatures, short-term diarrhea, usable 10 times. Works on humans too, but ineffective on large animals. Their guts are good, needing a stronger dose. Diarrhea stop seal. Rapidly cures diarrhea in any creature, usable 10 times. A spear and a shield. A thought suddenly struck me. What would happen eating both at once? Using one's own spear against one's own shield. Surely a sour and refreshing experience. Those without food could use the laxative to stave off hunger, but I wouldn't try it. Mid-tier flint. Lights fires quickly, usable 10 times. That a wooden chest could yield these was already quite satisfying. Next, the tense and thrilling moment, clearing the spider in the cave. But the brood mother spider was no easy foe. It was now nearing sunset, and I had to take it out before dark, or if it ran out at night, I'd be in deep trouble. The compendium said it feared fire, so burn it. I came before the cave, found a concealed spot to observe, not daring to get too close. Terrified something inside would suddenly spit out a white thread and drag me in to become a dish on the plate. The cave was pitch black. Even shining the crystal lamp's focused beam in, I couldn't see clearly. The cave was extremely deep, its bottom unfathomable. I could vaguely make out dense white webs crisscrossing everywhere. Not to mention baby spiders. I couldn't even see the big one. Shooting from ambush was hopeless. I could only use fire. I took out the hunting bow, tore off a piece of gauze to wrap the arrowhead, and doused it in medical alcohol. One fire arrow made. Following the same method, I made 20 in all. A touch of the flint, whoosh, and the arrowhead ignited into flames. I came to the cave mouth and shot it in with force. Whoosh! The gauze-wrapped arrow had altered force and trajectory and flew off course. But luckily the cave mouth was large and the arrow small, so it still went in. A small flame flared up, then went out. Didn't hit anything flammable? I frowned. The arrow landed on the ground, its surroundings empty. Again, I shot several arrows in a row, none producing much of a spark. This wouldn't do. The alcohol would soon run out. I chopped one wood into small pieces and tied them to arrows. Thin ones wouldn't work. Time for some hard stuff. Whoosh! The thickened arrow struck the spider web and instantly burst into a large flame. It worked. Though the wood's flame wasn't as fierce as the alcohol's, it lasted longer. I lit several more and shot them all in, changing angles each time. In an instant, thick smoke billowed up, and the cave turned into a sea of fire. The spider webs burned in sheets, chittering, squeaking sounds coming from within the cave, a rustling from the top. The brood mother spider couldn't take it. I switched the hunting bow to scatter mode and shot in a volley. The firepower was too fierce. Its lair simply couldn't withstand it. Squeak, squeak. Oh ho ho. The brood mother spider wailed in agony inside the cave. The densely woven webs were being mercilessly devoured by the raging flames, burning from one web to the next. It scurried among the webs and was soon surrounded by fire, nearly out of escape routes. Thick smoke rolled from the cave mouth. Peering in from outside, I saw many spots inside that hadn't caught fire yet. The cave was too deep, probably reaching below sea level, and it was fleeing deeper in. Need to add more fire. Shooting arrows no longer worked. I couldn't see inside. I released Cuddy, took a small wooden stick, wrapped it in alcohol-soaked gauze, and stuffed it into its mouth. Cuddy, hold it. Charge in. Don't engage the spider. Use it to touch the webs, light them, and run. Don't let the webs snag you. Light everything flammable, then come out. Cuddy was fast, and the spider could barely save itself, so there should be no great danger. It nodded and dove into the cave. Cuddy was like a moving fire source, igniting webs everywhere, quickly sealing off all its escape routes and enveloping it. And Cuddy had the ability to repel fire, so the raging flames could do nothing to it. Squeak, squeak. Oh ho ho. The brood mother spider, agitated and furious, spat silk at Cuddy, but the silk melted in the fire's heat halfway out, its force greatly reduced, and Cuddy nimbly dodged it. Some silk ignited in midair, the flames burning back along the silk onto the spider itself. There wasn't a single intact web left in the cave. Cuddy completed the task and escaped. By now the cave had become a natural oven, and I periodically added wood to fuel it. It burned for about an hour. I hadn't expected this thing to be so fire-resistant. Night fell, and the cave glowed red, rather like the treasure-filled cave mouth in a cartoon. After another dozen minutes, the firelight died out, and the cave interior was burned clean. I entered the cave with the lamp. The top and ground were charred black, covered in scorch marks. Presumably some plants in the cave had burned along with it. Though a bit of a pity, I felt no heartache. Without setting the fire, this thing was nearly invincible. Deep in the cave lay the brood mother spider's corpse, its legs all burned off, its body greatly shrunken, only a dry husk remaining. Soul +2. Charred spider +1. Break it down. Charred spider meat +1. Spider blood +200 milliliters. Spider fong +2. Charred spider meat. Crispy outside, tender inside, containing a green thick paste within. The toxin is gone after fire roasting. Edible. 3-star for sating hunger. 31 points. Green thick paste. A chill ran through me. Crispy outside and tender inside was one thing, but it actually oozed paste too. The texture was probably like fried ice cream. This stuff definitely wouldn't taste good. I'd just list it on the market and sell it. Spider blood. Non-toxic and drinkable, but seems not too clean. Drinking it may cause diarrhea. Spider fong. Special material, can be inlaid into weapons, giving attacks a chance to paralyze the opponent. The blood was useless, but the fangs were good stuff. Going deeper, the silver treasure chest stood quietly, covered in ash, but undamaged. Silver treasure chest, a bit hot to the touch right now, suggest opening later. I waited for it to cool completely before opening. Alpaca emblem, blade emblem, speed emblem, taste bud emblem, defense emblem, perfect multifunction pot blueprint. 5 emblems and 1 blueprint. This trip was quite a haul. Only the multifunction pot looked a bit low grade, and I didn't know the use of the alpaca emblem or taste bud emblem. I opened the blueprint. The sketch looked like a thick pancake with a stick stuck in it. Oddly familiar. Taking another look, damn, wasn't this just a frying pan? Where was the multifunction part? Perfect multifunction pot. Indestructible, can both cook fine dishes and serve as a weapon for self-defense, a great household helper. Learn it. Recipe. Earth emblem 1, taste bud emblem 1, iron 4, stone 3, copper 1, wood 1. Materials complete, craft it. Perfect multifunction pot forged successfully. A graphite-colored frying pan dropped into my palm. Wooden handle, smooth surface, texture between iron and stone. Quite hefty yet easy to hold. Probably the strength bonus, or maybe the system mechanic. Crafting, gathering, and decorating here were all not too strenuous. Only the pot couldn't be used alone. It still needed heating equipment. I stowed it in the base first. Though hungry, there was something more urgent right now. Hatching the beast egg. I found a flat spot outside the cave, took off my clothes, and held the beast egg against my chest. The sea breeze was gentle, and the nighttime island was a bit chilly, making me shiver. Warmth radiated from the eggshell, and the patterns glowed with golden light. Crack, crack. Cracks split along the shell's edge, and a pink creature resembling both a hippo and a brown bear crawled out. Congratulations on hatching a pet, Dopey Beast. Dopey Beast, sluggish, lazy, self-centered. Spends all day zoning out, lying by the water, tail dipped in the water, contemplating, what am I? Occasionally its gaze turns sharp, as if a brilliant idea has surfaced, only to forget it entirely a moment later. Evolves when its tail is bitten by a big-tongued clam. A dopey, adorable little hippo, that's how I'd define it. Only, why did it look like a fool? And it wasn't affectionate at all, completely different from Cuddy. The moment it broke from the shell, the dopey beast showed no reaction to me, just leisurely ambled to the seaside and dipped its tail into the water. Bro, that's not. What are you doing? I was caught between laughter and tears. Cuddy also cocked its head, watching this hippo with a face full of question marks. Dopey, I'm your master, and this one beside me is your future comrade in arms. Could you say hi to us first before playing with your tail? Yawn. The dopey beast let out a lazy yawn, glanced at us, and didn't answer. And that look was like it was looking at two fools. Fine, you win. I opened the pet panel. Dopey beast water attribute initial intimacy 35 healthy. Evolution, tail bitten by a big-tongued clam. Skills, psychic, petrify, iron head, water gun. Special skill, fishing with tails special attribute, very forgetful. Quite a few skills, seemingly stronger than Cuddy, but I feared they'd be useless. Psychic, sound waves disrupt the target's speed or trajectory, trigger rate 10%. Petrify, brainwaves immobilize the target's movement for 10 seconds, trigger rate 5%. Water gun, stores seawater, sprays it from the mouth. Iron head, rams hard with head or claws. Its bones and skin are extremely hard, able to withstand most physical attacks. Psychic and petrify could be called divine skills, only it depended on the trigger rate. In other words, on its mood, which I couldn't control. Their significance in actual combat was limited, and I wouldn't use gambling tactics unless absolutely necessary, but occasionally they might serve as a surprise weapon. Fishing with tail, fishes according to mood, usually only for its own eating, doesn't shared. Very forgetful. Extremely simple brain circuitry, often forgets important or unimportant things, even can't recall who it is. Seemed it was good for nothing but being cute, and infuriatingly, when it was being cute, it ignored you too. Only the iron head function was passable. Maybe it could serve as a fleshy shield. Need to give it a name. I looked at it. With that dopey, muddle-headed look of yours, I'll call you Dopey from now on. It lazily glanced at me with an air of, call me whatever you like. I walked over and stroked its skin, trying to get close. It lay there with no reaction, letting me touch it. It didn't initiate, didn't refuse, didn't resist, didn't take responsibility. A divine beast. I sighed. Flipping it over to look, it was male. Letting go, it automatically flipped back and dipped its tail into the water. Nothing to be done. My stomach growled, so I decided to make something to eat and try out the new pot while at it. Dopey, I'm going to cook. Want to come in and eat together? It shook its head and kept lying there. Too lazy even to eat. Just how lazy could it be? Cuddy, on the other hand, had eyes full of anticipation. I ignored it and walked into the base. I had the pot, but still lacked a heating furnace. I took out the perfect heating furnace blueprint and learned it. Heating furnace. The furnace surface produces high heat, adjustable from 0 to 800 degrees. Runs 1 hour on 2 wood, 8 hours on 1 sold. The recipe was complete, but the craft button was grayed out. Checking the build function, it turned out the heating furnace was an upgraded version of the stove. I needed a stove first, and the stove could be built using the base's built-in function. Build a stove. Clay -5, sand -10, stone -3. Stove built. I installed it in the kitchen, and a simple clay-built stove rose up, like the old-fashioned stove for big pot cooking in the village when I was a kid, crude, but functional. At the same time, the heating furnace option lit up. Build the perfect heating furnace. A flash of golden light from the stove, and a waist-high stone-built furnace replaced it, standing by the kitchen window. Retro in design, stones of various shapes stacked and inlaid around it. An iron furnace door for adding firewood, or it could be fed directly from the system. The furnace top was a flat, smooth square platform, with several concentric circles radiating outward from the center. On the front side, a wooden dial with graduations was used to adjust the temperature. This furnace had real character, refined amid the retro. I added 2 pieces of wood and turned the dial, and heat immediately rose from the furnace surface. It heated up fast, worked well. I browsed the recipes in the panel. There was very little I could make. Lacking vegetables, I had to go with meat again. Filtering ingredients, I selected dry-fried tuo dragon. Some tuo dragon, they called it. It was actually dry-fried crocodile meat. Dry-fried tuo dragon. Simple version ancient crocodile meat 500 g, ancient crocodile hide 100 g, pork belly 250 g, salt, soy sauce, sugar, chili powder, cumin. Put all ingredients in the pot at 350 degrees. Cook for 5 minutes and served. Recipes came in 4 tiers: simple, intermediate, complex, and food god. Simple was suited for emergencies in the early phase when resources were scarce, with a coarse texture. The food god version was the realm of doing as one pleased in the late phase when materials were complete. For now, I was only fit to use the simple version. No oil, so I used pork belly to enhance the aroma. Dry frying didn't use much oil anyway, perfect for coaxing out the crocodile's fragrance. I broke down the materials per the recipe, put them in the pot, casually stir-fried a few times, and after 5 minutes, served it up. A rich aroma hit my nose, and I couldn't resist tasting a bite. My goodness, this was way too delicious. Just the simple version? How fragrant would the food god version be? Every taste bud in my mouth was detonated, freshness, fragrance, saltiness, and sweetness layering to stimulate my tongue. I'd clearly just tossed it a few times and added hardly any seasoning. How could it be this delicious? It's the taste bud emblem working. No time to think more. I buried my head and ate like mad, far better than my own grilling. Cuddy, smelling the fragrance, circled me jumping and barking. So greedy, I tossed it a few slices. Just as I was eating happily, a pink hulking figure squeezed in through the doorway, let out a woo-ya, and raised a paw to point at its own mouth. This guy came following the smell, didn't it? Dopey, weren't you not eating? I didn't prepare any for you. It acted as if it hadn't heard, blocking the doorway and repeatedly pointing at its mouth, in a won't leave without food stance. Ugh, you're really hopeless. A pet I'd hatch myself. Even in tears I had to feed it. I turned and made 3 more portions. Its appetite was astonishing, 1 portion nowhere near enough. 1 person and 2 beasts gathered around for a big feast, and I boiled 3 more crabs. Burp. I was thoroughly content, so happy I could bubble. The dopey beast patted its belly, turned, and headed out. Hey bro, just leaving like that? I made you something so delicious and not even a word of thanks. Even Cuddy knew to kneel and fawn at my side. It turned back, looking at me with a puzzled face. From that look, I understood something. After all, I'd hatched it, and I suddenly felt a strong resonance. Who am I? Where am I? What did I just do? Why am I in this house? Oh, whatever. I'm off to dip my tail in the water. This guy probably forgot it just catched a meal. Truly damn forgetful. Forget it. As long as it's happy, why should I fuss over a pet? I pulled out the pet ball and stowed it in. It would sleep inside tonight. It wasn't safe outside. Yep, I'm truly kind. Having tidied up, I did my daily homework as usual, collecting water, planting the shellfish field. In the farm, the fragrant rice was lush and leafy, having already borne green rice grains, only not yet ripe. In a couple of days I'll have fragrant, steaming rice to eat. I returned to the house, crawled into the sleeping bag, and opened the panel to check messages. Entering the chat channel, over the course of the day, the zone population had dwindled a bit more. Some coexisted peacefully, some teamed up and traveled together, some were plundered and already out. Right then someone in the group was again calling for no infighting. When you see your own kind, can everyone raise their hands and hold their weapons over their heads together? We want peace. Unite against outsiders. Deal with island creatures together. Don't slaughter each other. Agreed. Unity is the key to survival. Someone proposed it, a few responded, more stayed silent. Too naive. Since ancient times the strong reign supreme, and the weak being prey to the strong is nature's iron law. Only the weak desperately called for peace. What the strong thought of was always how to annex others. Judging by the situation in the group, most people had only explored fewer than 10 islands. A few had passed 10, while I had already reached an astonishing 25th, far ahead. And most of these players traveled in pairs, needing joint effort to handle the island's perils. Exiting, I entered the trade channel. At night, there should always be good things being listed. As I browsed, one message caught my eye. Seller, Bear Grylls. Trade item, perfect doghouse blueprint plus perfect pet bathroom blueprint. Requirement, 2000 G any meat plus 500 milliliters water, equivalent beast blood may substitute. Stock, one note, give your beloved pet a warm home. Bosses come claim it. Huh, found an old friend? 2 blueprints for that much meat and water. I shook my head. Bear's appetite was getting bigger, and he still had the nerve. What he sold was all useless stuff, for dogs. If they were 2 weapon blueprints, or even base utility blueprints, they'd fetch a price. But this, for dogs? In the current economy, who could afford to keep a dog? And a custom bathroom for the dog too. Too extravagant. There probably weren't many people in the whole world with such means. These 2 items had been listed for ages with no takers. To outsiders, you'd have to be off your rocker to trade food for them. But I was different. I happened to need them. I no longer planned to share a sleeping bag with Cuddy. Unsanitary, unsafe, and cramped every day. It was time to set up a new home for it. Trading this bit of resources for something useful was worth it. Fortunately, Bear hadn't specified the type of meat, giving me lots of room to work with. Any meat works? My gaze fell on that charred brood mother spider. One held about 1800 G of meat, and slicing some low-tier meat would make exactly 2000. As for water, 200 milliliters of spider blood plus 300 milliliters of water would make 500. Drinking the spider blood might cause diarrhea, but the other party wanted beast blood to substitute water, and a little wouldn't hurt. Anyway, there was no way I'd ever eat spider. Just thinking about it gave me goosebumps. I placed the order and tossed over the spider meat, a small amount of bulldog meat, spider blood, and water together. Trade successful. Perfect doghouse blueprint plus perfect pet bathroom blueprint. 2 blueprints in hand. Learn the doghouse. The bathroom could wait. Perfect doghouse. Wood 10, stone 10, sand 20, fire emblem 1, water emblem 1, light emblem 1, earth emblem 1. Me? A doghouse needs 4 emblems? More extravagant than the mansion I live in. Do I look like a tycoon to you? Build it. Huh. Can't build. Missing 1 earth emblem? Then off to the market to buy? Seller. Moo trade item. 800 milliliters water requirement. 1 earth emblem stock. 5 note. Last batch of goodies today. First come, first served. I had plenty of water, so I might as well trade for a few extras backup. Though I wasn't sure I could collect them all. Emblems were scarce, and earth emblems especially low in supply. With market prices rising, I directly raised the price to 800 milliliters apiece. The moment the message went out, the zone channel exploded. Me having water was no longer novel. What was novel was so much. 800 milliliters apiece, wanting 5, meant holding at least 4,000 milliliters, not counting what I kept for myself. Look, Boss Moo is selling water again. No use shouting, can't afford it this time. Don't even have a single emblem. Someone teach me how to get an earth emblem? Eat more dirt, and maybe you'll have some. Did Boss Moo dig up an underground river? Someone spill the beans. Screen spam and DMs poured in like snowflakes. I couldn't be bothered. I only wanted earth emblems, no haggling. Those with the means would come to trade. The rest I ignored entirely. The boat was low on sand. These past days I'd been busy digging other things, and had forgotten the sand that was everywhere. Need to dig sand. I shouldered the hoe and headed out. Cuddy, unable to sit still, followed along the whole way. Get to work. Swinging the hoe down. Sand plus one, sand plus one, sand plus one. I dug along the base of the hill, and in a moment had gathered 100 units of sand, and discovered I'd actually dug away a third of the cave ceiling. This hill can be dug. I circled to the other side and dug down from the summit. Sand plus one, stone plus one. The hill had both sand and stone. I dug while carefully shifting position. I had to constantly watch my footing, or one careless dig through, and I'd fall into the cave. Gradually, a hole opened in the summit, growing bigger the more I dug, becoming a pit, exposing the whole cave to the moonlight. Having taken so much, this could no longer be called a cave. It should be called a basin. Cold, damp air whooshed out, and I shivered. Digging a while longer, the small hill was hollowed out, and before me was a huge deep pit. Sure enough, this cave is below sea level. No wonder it was so damp. The broodmother spider's cave was really deep. In all, I gathered 350 units of sand and 100 units of stone. Enough for now. Any more, and the boat and base can't hold it. I opened the trade platform. 2 earth emblems had already been traded, leaving 3 awaiting trade. The doghouse could be built. Build the doghouse. Wood -10, stone -10, sand -20, fire, water, light, earth emblem -1 each. Perfect doghouse built. Please select placement location. It could go in the living room or the courtyard. I barely thought about it and directly chose the courtyard entrance. Put it in the living room? No way, shedding fur, and it smelled. I wanted to enjoy my quiet time alone. How could I be disturbed by a dog? Keeping it indoors would defeat the purpose of setting up a home. Who knew if it would come pester me in the middle of the night or need me at dawn? Dogs should guard the home. Placing it in the courtyard both maximized benefit and eased my mind. If a player or creature ambushed at night, Cuddy could protect me. A square, pointed roof doghouse stood at the entrance. Seeing it, I finally understood what luxury meant. Enormous in area, solid wood flooring, a floor height of 1.80 meters, and a loft structure to boot. The left third was partitioned off into a raised platform, a small ladder leading up, and Cuddy could also leap up from the side. There were windows above and below, with a broader view on the upper level. On the ground floor sat a windmill toy and a wooden ball, and in the right corner was a toilet with automatic cleaning and disinfection, waste discharged directly outside the base, safe and odorless. At the entrance was a food bowl. High-end, classy, top grade. I crawled in and took a tour, unable to help sighing. Now even the dog lived in such a nice house. Inside, 2 adults lying flat would be no problem, warm and fresh, and the climate could even self-adjust to the weather. It's the 4 emblems working, so it wasn't spent for nothing. The lighting was excellent too, moonlight and starlight streaming through the top at night. This was the merit of the light emblem. With these conditions, used as some players' ruined base, there'd be people fighting over it. I lay comfortably on the solid wood flooring, and blue text surfaced before my eyes. Perfect doghouse, a paradise for beloved pets, top choice for keeping them. Suitable temperature and humidity can improve bad habits like restlessness, food aggression, and temper, increase loyalty to the master, and various toys develop the beloved dog's intelligence. Living instructions. Non-canine animals may also live here. Canine animals gain +1 to an ability attribute for each night stayed. It can boost attributes too. A pleasant surprise. I was quite satisfied. Cuddy was now my combat unit. The stronger it was, the more advantageous against island creatures. By this reckoning, spending all that meat and materials wasn't a loss. Cuddy, sleep here tonight. Don't crowd me. Woof. Cuddy barked in displeasure, its expression agitated, clearly feeling abandoned, and it barked twice more in protest. Woof woof. Not satisfied, but too bad. Protest denied. Sleep here tonight, and from now on too, every single day. I was unmoved. This was built at great cost, absolutely couldn't become a mere decoration. With that I crawled out, ignored whatever its mood was, and went straight back to the two-story cottage, closed the door, and went to sleep. The night passed without incident. Waking the next day, my mood was cheerful and my energy full. That sleep was too comfortable, without a dog pestering me. Simply awesome. I stretched and went to the courtyard, where Cuddy was sleeping in its villa. Clearly, it had slept well last night. In the first half of the night, there'd been a few faint barks, and once it grew familiar with the environment, it settled down. I ignored it and took out the shellfish field seafood to boil and eat. Before, without a furnace, I could only eat raw. Now that conditions had improved, naturally I'd eat better. After washing up, I opened the trade channel. The trades had gone through, and 3 more Earth emblems were in hand. Today I should get to drink milk. I walked over to the cow, felt its heavy udder. There really was liquid stored inside. I took a container, held it underneath, and squeezed hard. Fresh milk, 100 milliliters, plus 1. Fresh milk, produced by the island dairy cow, rich in nutrients, promotes growth, replenishes calcium, strengthens bones. Naturally sterile, drinkable without disinfecting or heating. If you prefer it hot, don't heat above 70 degrees, lest you destroy the protein and textured. This milk is different from the boxed kind. It has effects. I lifted the stone bowl and drank it all in one go. Delicious, threads of sweetness, pure without being cloying, and even carrying the cow's body warmth, needing no heating at all. Far better than the supermarket stuff. The only drawback was the tiny yield. A bit more would be nice. Fed and watered, Cuddy woke up too. Actually, it had woken long ago, just lounging in the house without coming out, whether throwing a tantrum, or too comfortable to move, or maybe both. Refusing with the mouth while the body enjoys is the go-to trick of certain pocket monsters. I tossed over a few bones before coaxing it to scamper out gleefully to gnaw. I released the hippo from the ball. This guy had been in the ball all night and didn't need feeding. I brought it out to get some air and see the world. Can't keep it cooped up forever. I stowed the base, deployed the fishing boat, brought both Cuddy and Dopey aboard, and was about to set out when a DM popped up. Bear Grylls. Good morning, my dear Mr. Moo, are you up? In the chat system I'd set it so that recently traded players or those who traded more than 3 times could DM me, greeting me first thing in the morning. Could there be good stuff again? I replied, not up pioneering at this hour, still lazing in bed? Dear Mr. Bear, how may I be of service? I replied in a deliberately clumsy tone, so it had read coherently once translated. Bear. Boss, that roasted spider yesterday tasted incredible. 1 bite, and it squirted green fluid. And you even had me drink spider blood that might cause diarrhea. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Huh. Who told you not to set trade conditions? My fault? Me? My conscience doesn't hurt one bit. Bear? Me? You didn't set conditions yourself. What's it got to do with me? I fully met your requirements, and you still have something to say. Bear? That's fair, but that spider really was awful to eat. Me? Oh, sorry. I thought you could eat anything. Bear? My goodness, 1 sorry and that's it? Me? Then what? Having something to eat is already good, so what if it tastes a little bad? That doghouse and pet bathroom of yours. Me being willing to buy at a high price is already doing you a favor. Otherwise, who would you sell to? Building the doghouse cost me a pile of emblems too. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Bear? So it's my fault then? Me? You bet. Remember, next time you have something you don't like eating, set a condition. Diarrhea is nothing. Starve you for 3 days and 3 nights, and you'd fight over a pile of dog food on the ground. Bear? Me? Tell you what, from now on when you've got good goods, remember to DM me, old customer discount. Bear? Thank you so much. Me? You're welcome. Bear? My whole appetite's ruined now. Shouldn't the boss compensate with something appetizing? Oh, wanting food now. I thought it over. I've got a giant rat soaked in stomach acid here, Mr. Bear. If you want it, we can trade. Bear? OMG, is that thing even edible? You won't scam me again this time, will you? Me? Trust me, guaranteed delicious. I'll throw in a piece of grilled meat too, just a teensy bit charred, doesn't affect eating. Old friend price, 2 emblems. Bear? Is it really something tasty? Me? Just say whether you want it or not. Half a minute later. Giant rodent eroded by stomach acid -1. Charred grilled meat -1. Thunder emblem +2. Having dealt with Bear, I headed straight for the northwest 26th island. The fishing boat was spacious. Cuddy and I rested in the cabin. The dopey beast wouldn't come into the cabin, sitting on the boat's edge, and once again dipped its tail into the sea. Does this animal have some misunderstanding about its own tail? I went over to strike up a conversation. Dopey, did you sleep well last night? How's the outside world? Is the air fresh? Anything you want to say to me? It gave me a blank glance, opened its mouth, and pointed. Wants food. Understood instantly. I tossed over a slice of jackal meat, and it ate quite happily. Hey, can you do anything besides eat? I earnestly urged. Can you make yourself a bit useful? No sooner had I finished than its tail swung, and splash, it hauled a fish out of the sea. Damn, fishing! I cried out in delighted surprise. This guy was a bit useful after all. The tail really was a divine tool, able to catch a fish this big. Amazing. Though the dopey beast lay there, its eyes carried a trace of aloof disdain. Just as I was about to go look at what species the fish was, it opened its mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. This. I was dumbfounded. Just ate it? So good at fishing, and it doesn't think to share with us? Splash. Another one came out of the water, and it swallowed that one whole too. Seems it doesn't understand sharing. I was rather helpless. But that was fine too. It saved on this beast's food expenses. Being self-sufficient was pretty good. This route was long. Even with the fishing boat's speed boost it took an hour. With that wreck of a starter boat, I wouldn't even have considered coming. The island had one iron treasure chest and 3 burrowing rat frogs. The frogs weren't hard to handle. What I fancied was the chest. I hadn't yet encountered a higher grade chest, and rare resources could only be gambled on by opening iron chests. Check the compendium first. Burrowing rat frog. A small frog, swift in action, dwells on beaches, skilled at digging holes and burrowing, often lurking cloaked in yellow sand to deliver a fatal strike when off guard. Its mouth has sharp teeth, able to tear tough hides and gnaw rocks. Its tongue carries a potent poison, and contact causes collapse and weakness. Ability: burrow, camouflage, venom weakness, fragile body, low defense, danger level 41. Burrow: instant in, instant out, coming and going freely. Camouflage: covers itself in sand to become a sand pile, lurking undetected. Venom: flicks venom from its tongue. Contact causes softness and weakness. Not big in size, yet the danger level is even higher than a large beast. 3 skills used in combination. Though its defense is weak, it can lurk in the sand for a sneak attack. Its lethality enormous. This fellow's an assassin. I had the dopey beast stay on the shore and only brought Cuddy onto the island. The divine beast was slow to act, and this fight didn't need it. Besides, it had no intention of coming along at all, still repeating its signature move. How could exploring be as fun as dipping its tail? I hadn't walked far when sand piles large and small came into view on the beach. Various in shape, all naturally formed. The burrowing rat frogs hid among them. I led Cuddy across the beach. An ordinary player running into a burrowing rat frog would face great threat, but I hardly needed to fear. With the hints, their positions were crystal clear, and guarding against ambushes I could easily take them. Sure enough, walking to the island's center, a line of golden text surfaced. 3 o'clock direction, 5 meters. In that sand pile is a burrowing rat frog, cunning, biding its time to move. I silently drew the bronze sword, but didn't rush to act. This thing was fast and good at burrowing. If I startled it and it dove underground, that'd be trouble. Luring the enemy in deep was the way to a one-hit kill. And this suited the frog too. Not knowing I'd long since spotted it, it was quietly lurking, waiting only to ambush. 5 o'clock direction, 7 meters. Another one hidden in a sand pile. Beware of a surprise attack. Another one. The hint said there should be 3, but I only saw 2 now. Cuddy had clearly caught a scent. Its ears pricked alertly, a low growl in its throat. Cuddy, don't get worked up. Act normal. Be careful. It understood, suppressed its restlessness, raised its proud head, and followed by my side as if utterly oblivious, when in fact its keen nose had long locked onto the rough positions of both. I cleverly skirted the 2 frogs and headed deep into the beach, spotting the iron treasure chest half buried in the sand, and strode straight over. Behind me came a rustle. The 2 frogs had moved. Buried in sand, they slowly closed in, a pair of small eyes peeping through the sand. When I nonchalantly turned back, they abruptly froze. Sure enough, the corner of my mouth curved up. Getting closer, the golden text clearly showed that the 2 sand piles 5 meters behind me were exactly the 2 of them. I turned back, pretending I'd seen nothing. Rustle, 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 rustle. The sounds grew closer, and Cuddy pricked its ears, fully focused. I pretended to go open the chest. At that moment, something shot out from behind me with a whoosh. I whirled around and swung my sword, a cold smirk on my face. Want to ambush me? Not quite there yet. The burrowing rat frog was shocked. It had sensed danger, but too late. It could only spit out its tongue, thrusting like a sharp arrow. Croak. The blood-red long tongue extended nearly a meter from its mouth, rapidly straightening, still with a tendency to lengthen further. Tongue this long and this nimble. I sneered. Running into me is your bad luck. Break. I twisted my body aside to dodge, and the bronze sword slashed down. Swish. The long tongue in two pieces. Croak. It cried out in pain, gravely wounded, its body plummeting to the ground like a kite with a snapped string. I gave it no chance to flee and ran it through with one sword stroke while it was midair. Croak. This was its final word. Soul +1. The other one had also leapt into the air. Just as it shot halfway and hadn't yet spat its tongue, I charged up and split it in two. Soul +1. Both ugly frogs were slain, with the last one remaining, its position not yet located. First break down these two. Got 600 milliliters frog blood and 4 portions of frog meat. No bone or hide. Frog blood. Toxic. Must be boiled to remove the poison before drinking. Poor taste, no nutrition, easily causes diarrhea. Frog meat. Bone and hide attached, sour and astringent. Non-toxic, unpalatable and nutritionless. Braised with chili it's passable, but may cause diarrhea. Turned out the bone and hide were all attached to the meat. Pity there was no chili, so no braising. No nutrition and unpalatable. Listed for sale then. Anyway, I had no interest in amphibians and reptiles. The surroundings were safe, so I walked toward the chest. Iron treasure chest, forged of pure iron, contains unknown items. No danger. But a burrowing rat frog is pinned beneath the chest. It trusted its digging skills too much and got its head stuck between the rock and the chest, unable to free itself. When moving the chest, beware of it suddenly attacking Dot. I was wondering why there was one short. Turns out it's stuck under the chest. I was caught between laughter and tears. Who gave it such confidence? Truly dumb enough. But how do I open this? Move the chest, and the frog would break free, either flee or attack, or flee first then ambush, none of which I wanted to face. Need to clear the soil first. Anyway, it couldn't escape. I sheathed the sword, took the hoe, and dug around the chest, first turning the treasure chest into a lone island. Soon a large pit was dug all around the chest, and that clump of sand beneath it standing alone in the center. This way it was impossible for it to flee to the sides. Once freed, it could only dig down. But how would I give it the chance? I carefully brushed away the sand, circling to find its position. Peeling off the outer layer of sand, a bit of its rear was exposed. That stuck frog was found. Realizing its rear was exposed to the wind, it thrashed desperately, but what was stuck was its head, and it couldn't wriggle free at all. I gave it another hard push and dug out most of its body, then aimed at its rear and smacked down with the hoe. This thing had a fragile body, and the hoe was just the tool for it. Squeak, croak, a miserable scream, and it died on the spot. Soul +1. All 3 frogs dealt with. I got some bones and meat, but I had no intention of eating them. Frog or rat alone was hard enough to accept, let alone this damn rat frog. Just thinking about it gave me the shivers. Things were different now. There was no need to make myself suffer. I removed the iron treasure chest and opened it. Beginner strength scroll, green crystal ×3, ordinary cotton cloth ×10, polyester thread ×30, ordinary casual wear blueprint. Whoa, quite a lot. And there was green crystal and a scroll too. The green crystal was crystalline and tinged with green, commonly used to craft agility-type gear. Green boosts speed and improves reaction. I happen to have an agility bracer in my base awaiting repair, so this came in handy. Speed emblem -1, soul -1, silver -1, green crystal -2. Beginner agility bracer repaired successfully. A soft bracer dropped into my palm, and I put it on my right hand, my body instantly feeling lighter. Good stuff. Now I won't fall behind in speed during combat. Then I looked at that blueprint. Casual wear, with thread and cloth. Maybe I could make some new clothes. The one on me had long been torn. Being able to make my own for changing and washing would be convenient too. Learn it. I opened the crafting page. Casual wear was different from the others. Clicking and led to a sub-interface where I could choose size, style, and gender. I'd already unlocked 6 tops, 3 each for men and women, and 6 pairs of pants, also 3 each for men and women. The women's styles were useless to me, so I looked straight at the men's. The page had a virtual preview. After setting a style, the system recommended a color, which I could also adjust myself, shown in real time. Take the first item, for example. Server Launch Commemorative Edition Men's Roguish Handsome Loose Work Jacket defaulted to 2 yellow cloth plus 1 unicorn walrus hide plus 1 polyester thread. I could change the cloth to green or swap the walrus hide for bulldog hide. Swapping beast hides of the same or similar color made little difference to appearance, mainly affecting wear resistance and warmth related to the hide's properties. After changing materials, an effect image was auto-generated, and I could even try it on with one click. I had no design talent, or maybe it was preconception, but no matter how I changed it, I felt it was less good-looking than the default, so I just went with the systems. First, I made 2 sets to try. Yellow cotton cloth -4, unicorn walrus hide -2, polyester thread -2. Blue cotton cloth -6, spotted salamander hide -1, polyester thread -2. Pants were mainly cloth, each using only half a portion of hide, and 2 pairs came to exactly 1 hide. The 2 finished outfits dropped into the base. Jacket, windproof and warm, comfortable against the skin, a great helper for exploration and home life. Pants, wear-resistant and lightweight, dirt-resistant and non-slip, a good companion for exploration. The style was trendy, the material top-grade, far better than the rags on me. But I didn't rush to change, not out of reluctance, but because I wanted to take a bath first. My body was too dirty. I wasn't worthy of new clothes. But there were no hot springs around, and who knew when I'd next get to bathe? Seawater was too salty to wash clean, and freshwater was too wasteful. If only the base had a bathroom. Showering saves water. Too bad there's no blueprint. Oh right, there was something that might work. My gaze fell on the perfect pet bathroom blueprint I'd traded from Bear. If pets could use it, humans should be able to too, right? Island pets were all big in size. Crouching down, I was about the same as them. Learn it first, it's free anyway. Perfect pet bathroom, learn successfully. Perfect pet bathroom. Sand 5, wood 20, stone 20, iron 10, copper 5, glass 4, water, fire, light, wind emblem 1 each. For emblems again, and glass 2. Building a bathroom for pets, is this extravagant? No wonder Bear pawned it off on me. This was meant to scam people. Seemed I was still too kind. From now on, I trade him low-grade food whenever I could. The materials were all sufficient, with the last 4 pieces of glass being just enough. Confirm the build. Perfect pet bathroom built successfully. Please select placement location. It could go indoors or outdoors. After a moment's thought, I decided to build it indoors. Better environment, cleaner, more convenient for bathing. There were plenty of empty rooms indoors, and outdoors I still needed to reserve space for the farm and pastures. More importantly, this thing was for bathing, and I planned to borrow it temporarily. If another player saw me bathing in a pet bathroom out in the open, even a boss needs to save face. I set the bathroom up in the toilet room, with wet-dry separation. It fit perfectly here. The mansion was big enough. The toilet room could hold 2 more bathtubs. Likewise, about a person tall, a structure resembling a sauna room stood before me, mainly wooden, divided into 2 interconnected chambers, the other one paved entirely with stone. A glass door with a window, excellent for letting light through. I ducked my head and went in, waves of warmth washing over me. With the emblem effects added, it really is different. Perfect pet bathroom. Top choice for caring for your beloved pet's health. Multiple functions. Health +1 after bathing. Runs on 1 soul added for 6/3 hours, without freshwater. It can boost health too. Worth it. Only it costs souls. I clicked in for a closer look. Any freshwater could be added. Drinking water, hot spring water, rainwater all work. With built-in purification, 1 soul for 6 hours of bathing. If using seawater, purification and desalination consumed more energy, so 1 soul only bathed for 3 hours. Also noted, the bathwater is not drinkable. Drinking it causes diarrhea, and excess causes poisoning. I see. I nodded. Freshwater was scarce right now, so of course I'd use seawater. 1 bath lasting over 30 minutes. One sole enough for 5 or 6 times. Since I didn't bathe often, it was worth it. Let me check the functions first. Whoa, quite a lot. Auto wash, manual wash, dry clean, disinfect, brightness, sound, blow dry. Auto wash scans the pet species and washes fully automatically according to its features, spraying water from all 4 sides with no blind spots. Auto drying after washing, about 20 to 50 minutes. Those afraid of water could also be dry cleaned using sand and wind. Manual wash, freely control the water's angle, direction, volume, and duration. Wash however you like, and you can add pet body wash and conditioner too. Pretty complete. I nodded. This thing could be used by humans too. How about washing a dog first to test it? I had no bathing products. Getting to bathe at all was good enough. The dopey beast could be ignored. Being aquatic, it soaked in the sea every day, so washing it was pointless, pure water wasting. I took out the last item from the iron chest and broke down the empty chest. Beginner strength scroll. After absorption, a strength rune can condense within an organism's body, greatly boosting strength and muscular impact resistance. Absorb, target me. Gray light sank into my chest, and my chest's V-line deepened, my 8-pack abs clearly visible. I went to the courtyard and led Cuddy over. Bath time. Let's see this newly arrived divine tool. Woof, woof. At the bathroom door, Cuddy was shocked, instinctively resistant, backing up repeatedly, its expression tense, as if crying out, "No, I don't want to use that thing." I wasn't about to indulge it. I grabbed it by the scruff of its neck, tossed it in, closed the door, added 1 sole, and started the auto wash. A 3-second pause, then strong water jets sprayed from all 4 sides. Cuddy's body shuddered, then it began to wail. Hey, is it that dramatic? I think you're faking it." Looking through the glass, it had its eyes shut tight, its brow furrowed, all its fur drooping, turned into a drenched dog, its body trembling, instinctively resistant to bathing. Then the water flow switched to localized rinsing, shifting positions front, back, left, right. After about 20-some minutes, the washing ended and moved to blow drying. The moment the warm air came, it began to struggle again. No pet likes being blow dried, sure enough. But it had a lot of fur, and there was no choice. Humans can towel off, cats and dogs can't. Blow drying done, I let it out. The whole process took 35 minutes. Much cleaner, and it's got a milky scent all over. The stink's gone too. Not bad. Cuddy glanced at me, said nothing, raised its proud head, and walked straight off. Right now its mood was probably a bit complicated. Having a comparison, I figured I could use this thing myself too, and decided to go with manual wash. The auto wash's jets were too fierce, and I wasn't a pet, so I didn't know what would happen if I selected it. I took off my clothes and walked in with the body wash and shampoo I'd looted from those 3 punks. This stuff really was useful. Manual wash. I adjusted the angle and temperature. Warm flow came down, incredibly comfortable. So nice, this is what living's about. This water flow was way better than public bathhouses. Easy to adjust the temperature, sparing me the trouble of sudden hot and cold. The key was the water speed was adjustable. If I wanted to rush over some spot, I could increase the spray, and it could even massage. The only drawback is it's too short. I had to bend over and lower my head to get in, and inside I could only crouch or sit. Good thing there was no one else around. Being seen in this bathing posture would be truly embarrassing. After washing, I crawled into the stone chamber next door, first sauna, then steam bath. So comfortable. Even pets get to live this refined. A shame I got to enjoy it first. I lay on the stone resting until my whole body was completely dry, then came out, toweled off, and changed into the new clothes. Clean, tidy, comfortable. Once I put them on, I never wanted that starter set of rags again. Filthy and torn in several places. Tossing them out was a waste, and breaking them down would only get a little fabric. After a moment's thought, might as well list them for sale. There should be quite a few people short on clothes now. I opened the trade channel. Seller. Moo trade item. Used sportswear requirement. 1 any emblem stock. 1 note. Men's, size XXL, minor damage doesn't affect wear. Special price, this one set only. A set of clothes for 1 emblem. A downright black-hearted merchant. But I didn't care, market pricing. In the game's early phase, even a bottle of water could trade for an emblem. By now, how many players' clothes had long been torn beyond wearing? Were they supposed to go naked? Those people who couldn't level up, huddling and shivering in ramshackle huts at night. would find an extra piece of clothing very welcome. The moment it was listed, the chat channel exploded. Damn, the boss is starting to sell clothes? Is he going to run around naked? Are you dumb? Selling clothes means going naked? That only shows the boss is in good shape and can tough it out bare-chested. Shut up, you two idiots. He's probably learned to make clothes. What? Learned to make clothes? Too awesome. My pants got stolen by the island monkeys a couple days ago, and I've had nothing to wear since. Bro, you've got to explain why only your pants got stolen. There's a story here. Off topic, off topic. One set of used sportswear for one emblem. Isn't that a bit pricey? Too pricey, then don't buy it. The boss has so many resources. He should look after us weaklings too. Lower the price a bit? Yeah, getting more and more predatory. One emblem for used stuff. I was well prepared for these complaints and didn't mind. Most people felt they could endure having no clothes, but no food was unbearable. Clothing wasn't essential, and though its cost was far higher than a bottle of water, right now it wasn't worth as much as water. But in the hands of someone who truly needed it, it was more precious than water. Sure enough, gripes aside, in under 2 minutes the sportswear was snapped up, then immediately relisted on the channel to trade for food. Third-hand sportswear for food and water, highest bidder wins. Damn second-hand dealer. I cursed, grumbling inwardly, but it had nothing to do with me now. The emblem I wanted was already in hand, one shadow emblem. The buyer probably dug it up without knowing its use, figuring trading it for food was more worthwhile. Shadow emblem? Interesting. First time seeing one. Held in my hand, it was a black lump. Felt like metal. I could touch rough carved patterns, yet couldn't make out its surface clearly, as if wrapped in a ball of black mist. But when my hand probed, that mist didn't exist either. Good stuff. I was a bit excited. Though I didn't know its use, traded from one set of used clothes, it was definitely no loss. Having finished bathing and selling goods, I felt clean and fresh all over. It had been 2 or 3 hours since breakfast, and I was a bit hungry, so I took a slice of crocodile meat and tossed it in with instant noodles to cook together. Convenient, no need to feast every day. I fed the 2 pets and set off for the next island. Heading north will drag you into an ocean whirlpool, carrying you to unknown waters, losing half your supplies. The southwest island has many plants. You'll discover some useful things too. The west island has a wooden treasure chest, but the whole island is covered in droppings. Mind the smell, though some find the air there fresh. The east island is just a reef, atop which sits a merperson. Its singing is beautiful. Beware of being enchanted. A large amount of treasure is hidden in the bib on its chest. You may kill it to seize the treasure or trade with it. If you want to kill it, it'll most likely flee. Also, beware the wrath of the Merclanda. The northeast island has a copper treasure chest and some fruit. Besides the north, none pose great danger, and there are more resources. I weighed my options. The east, the Merclan? A mermaid? The half-human, half-fish kind. I narrowed my eyes, imagining a merperson's appearance, and an image involuntarily surfaced. No, what am I thinking? I fiercely scorned myself and switched thoughts. Her eyes like mung beans, nose like a garlic bulb, teeth pointy, quite cute. I hoped it wouldn't be too dark when I got there, so I could clearly see her. I was already lost in my own world. After a long while, I opened my eyes and decided to head east and try my luck. The hint said it had good goods on hand. Maybe I could trade for rare resources, and along the way solve a years-long puzzle. The correct way to approach a merperson. Would there be a merperson in the compendium? I flipped open the Marine Life Compendium, and the last page of the table of contents did have merperson, but no content. My copy was just a remnant volume, recording only low-tier creatures. Seemed the merperson had already crossed into the ranks of high-tier marine life, which also hinted I was gradually leaving the low-tier waters and advancing toward higher tiers. Having tidied up, I set sail east. This trip took a long while, the sky growing increasingly gloomy, a strong wind whipping up over the sea, swaths of dark clouds pressing down, blocking out the sunlight. Before long the sky darkened completely, dark as night. Bolts of lightning and thunder crashed down, terrifying with their blasts. The fishing boat rocked violently, wind and waves surging on all sides, seawater slamming the boat, even pouring in. Cuddy had long since hidden in the cabin, and even the dopey beast, which had been lying on the boat's edge fishing, couldn't take it and crawled inside. The sky was dark and dim. My heart also sank to its lowest point. That's not right. The hint didn't say this trip would have a rainstorm and tempest. Could something have gone wrong? The fishing boat stumbled along, charging into the center of the storm's eye. Not a shred of light could be seen on the sea, and the boat rocked even more fiercely. I took out the crystal lamp, which only then cast a sliver of brightness. Too late for regrets. Once out at sea, there was no turning back, so I could only grip the helm for dear life, steady my direction, and proceed carefully. At this moment, from within the storm came a melodious, lilting song, hauntingly beautiful and mesmerizing, piercing through the layers of wind and rain, clearly reaching my ears. The merperson is right ahead. I immediately perked up. After a spell of tossing and jolting, the fishing boat reached a stretch of reef and stopped. Before me were only a few scattered rocks close together, 2 or 3 square meters in all, the largest a bit over half a meter tall, standing in the center, like a stone stool, upon which sat a half-human, half-fish creature, sky-blue fishtail, golden long hair, its back to me, revealing skin white as jade, its silhouette graceful. Looking at that smooth back, it wore no top. If it turned around right now, my heart was both excited and expectant. That scene would be absolutely gorgeous. It leaned at an angle against the rock, its tail casually draped over the low reef beside it, a lilting song from its mouth. Who? I couldn't tell what language it was, most likely not of Earth, like a soprano, and also like dolphin song. Hello. I stepped up to the bow and shouted forcefully, interrupting it. Though rude, the storm was growing fiercer, and I had to wrap this up quickly, or my life would be at stake. I wasn't here to listen to songs. The song stopped abruptly. That graceful figure slowly turned. It's turning around. It's turning around. My heart pounded wildly. This was the first time in my life I'd seen a real merperson in person. Might something romantic happen? The merperson's appearance fully surfaced before my eyes. Blue eyes, handsome, an angular chin with distinct edges, thick brows and big eyes with bushy eyebrows, a European face, a flat chest, and a sexy stubble left under the nose. I froze. It's a guy? I didn't want to approach. Are there male mermaids too? There must be, otherwise how would they carry on the bloodline? But why did I have to run into one? There was quite a letdown in my heart. Seeing me, this merperson showed surprise and wariness, sizing me up carefully. Hello. I greeted politely again, wanting to ease the awkwardness. Its expression darkened, and it suddenly turned ferocious, bearing a mouthful of sharp teeth, an ear-piercing roar bursting from its throat. Aya! Eerie notes assaulted me, and I hurriedly clapped my ears tight to guard against the high-intensity sound waves shattering my eardrums. Even so, I was still forced back several steps. Cuddy also barked madly and hid to one side, not out of fear, but because its bit of a voice was utterly useless at this decibel level. I shut my eyes tight, feeling as though my brains were about to split and my very soul would be roared out. Damn it, what's he trying to do? I cursed inwardly. I clearly greeted him politely. Can't he understand Chinese? He probably couldn't. Stop yelling. My head hurts. I shook my head hard. At that very moment, the sound actually stopped. It stopped. I cautiously turned back and saw the merperson frozen in place, its face full of disbelief. What's going on? I looked around. The dopey beast was swinging its tail toward the merperson's direction with a face full of disdain. I got it. The dopey beast couldn't stand that shrieking and had unleashed its ultimate move, psychic. You want to compete with this baby in sound waves? This baby competes with you in superpowers. Let's see who's scared of whom. This hippo was pretty useful after all. The merperson quieted down. I spread my hands. Bro, don't be scared. We mean no harm, and we've got no weapons on us. It shook its head, a rough, woo-woo sound coming from its throat. Damn. So this is a merperson's normal voice. When singing it's heavenly, but when speaking it's a big, burly bloke. Too bad I couldn't understand what it said, and it couldn't understand what I said either. The language barrier was there. I want to trade you something. Woo-woo bulu bulu. Damn. I lowered my head and asked, Cuddy, can you understand it? They were all island beasts. If the pets could communicate, they could at least serve as half a translator. Cuddy shook its head. How about you, Dopey? After asking, I felt it was pointless. This divine beast struggled just to communicate with me, let alone a merperson. Unexpectedly, the dopey beast actually growled a few times toward the merperson and got a response. Then it dipped its tail in the seawater and drew a scale symbol on the rock between the two of them, pointing it out to me. Whoa. The two of them can communicate? This was probably the communication between high-tier people. No, high-tier beasts. Drawing a scale, was that agreeing to trade? But what should I offer? I had to offer something not found in the sea to attract it and trade for good goods. I flipped through my supply list and took out a tail feather from a fire-tailed giant buzzard. Huge and beautiful, use unknown, but definitely not found in the sea. Merfolk loved beauty, so it should like it. Sure enough, seeing this feather, the merperson's eyes lit up, its mouth slightly agape, pointing at it. Can I trade you something with it? I asked cautiously. The dopey beast communicated with the merperson again, its tail drawing some special symbols from time to time. In a moment, the merperson fished a small golden yellow tag out of the bib on its chest and placed it on the rock before it.